not ready to go there yet.
Who's out that would get in?
Possibly Seattle. Yesterday, that took a big hit, but they're only one game back of Washington.
How hurt is Geno?
Well, again, these are our questions, but I'm not willing to sit here and say that, okay, they're toast.
But think about it. The Colts lost a pivotal game. The Dolphins lost a pivotal game. A lot of these teams that could have maybe made a run, I think the door got slammed shut.
I think it may actually be set other than seeding in the AFC. I think the NFC still has some room.
Not an overreaction, barring significant injury, okay, which is a team that's contending, like the Rams losing Stafford. Okay, then the West opens back up right now, but that's what I think about this year. This is one of the little downsides and why the Lions is still not really secured much, is because there's so many horrific teams in this league. What a bad season. It's like there's the haves and the have-nots, and I would say, look at the Rams and Buccaneers, for example. When they went through humongous injury woes, they struggled. The Rams were 1-4 at one time, but when they're healthy, they're really good. When the Buccaneers went through losing both Godwin and Evans at the same time, plus other injuries, they lost, but they're clearly superior to teams like the Falcons who just fold, and they're weak.
And those are your weekend overreact gyms. A lot of Lions talk. The day the disco died. Were they exposed? Your thoughts on the onside kick? So much more to talk about from that Lions loss. This is new. We haven't experienced it in 3 months. We'll keep taking your phone calls on it, 248-539-9797. Moran Chevrolet is closing out 2024 with awesome pricing all month long. So if you're looking for a new vehicle, this is the place to be. The Red Tag Sales Event. Get off the sideline and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 all-wheel drive Blazer EV for $199 a month. It's 24 months, $999 down. Get your car payment for under $200 a month at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot. They're north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Before we get back to the phone calls, John, your thoughts on the onside kick?
Not one. I'm not going to beat him up for it. I've somewhat anticipated that he was going to do it at that time. I thought it was a little bit early. I think the problem is just the inconsistency. You do it then, but then you don't do it after you score your next touchdown with 8 minutes left. That's where, I mean, you feel like you got to steal a possession, which they did, which is why I don't really have a problem with it. I wouldn't have done it at that time, but I'm not going to crucify him for going, for onside kick with 12 minutes left.
There's a lot of chatter in the press box around that time.
I'm sure.
What do you think? Here's where I'm at on it. They were down 17 points to start the fourth quarter. They needed to steal one, probably two possessions with the way their defense was going. An onside kick was justified. What I didn't like about it is that he was wishy-washy. He went for an onside kick down 10 with 12 to go, but not down 10 with 8 to go. And I don't know if he, in real time, goes, oh, I screwed up, and then tried to course correct, or if he didn't want to be killed for being the guy going multiple onside kicks in the fourth quarter.
I
don't think so, but I wonder why he flip-flopped on it. Why it was the right decision with 12, but not the right decision with 8 minutes to go.
Fortunately, you'll be able to ask him that question tomorrow.
Okay, and I don't want to fight with him, but I'll say it. We'll get
it's
an
a legit
answer.
question. Yeah, why do you do it at 12 minutes and not at 8 minutes?
Because I can defend going for it. I really can. But with the game was going, I know some people are bothered by the decision to go with the onside kick.
This is why I hate the onside kick rule and this new kickoff rule. You've got to declare it, and you can only do it in the fourth quarter. And part of the onside kick is the deception of when you're going to go for it. And when you have to declare in the fourth quarter, hey, Bills, we're going to go for an onside kick. Like that.
Brace yourself.
Yeah.
Well, you have to declare it because of the
I know
dynamic
why.
kickoff.
I know
that's what I mean. That's why I don't like the new kickoff rule, and I don't like the fact that you have to declare it. You've got to, I mean, it's a mess.
Let's get back to the phones. Bob in St. Clair Shores. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I've got a sort of an observation talking about next Sunday's game with the Bears. I think I remember, if I'm correct, that they came into our house and they could have beat us, and it was close.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got to go to their house next Sunday and play them, and I have a concern.
I think it's a valid concern. It's outside. Who knows what the weather's going to be? I probably don't have the same level of concern as you do. I think the Bears are in disarray.
I would feel really bad if I was the Bears right now. Detroit's going to come in there. They haven't lost back-to-back games in over 2 seasons, and this team's going to rip their head off.
It's a short week for the Bears as well.
Yeah, fair enough. But
now, to your point, Bob, if it doesn't look good, we are going to be more into that sky is falling kind of radio. I mean, if they lose back-to-back games and the defense is beat up and they can't move it outdoors, and then you're really staring at a possibility of having to play outdoor playoff games.
Yeah. I like the Lions'
disaster.
ability to respond and the fact that they haven't lost back-to-back games in over 2 years.
Let's get to Matt on the east side. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good morning.
I just want to say, in the morning, I thought that we needed that loss. We needed to lose. I didn't feel confident that we would win the Super Bowl, losing only our first game and winning every single game after that. First of all. Second of all, we didn't stick to our script as in, running the ball. I think Montgomery had 4 rush yards the whole game. Gibbs had a real low. And Josh Allen had one of the best games of his career, So, like you guys said, it wasn't a blowout. So I'm not worried. I'm more confident than I was before yesterday. So
really?
And as far as the onside kick goes, a prime example, when somebody, steals a base in baseball, if they get the base, he's the man. If he doesn't get it, he's an idiot. So that's that's the same thing. If we would have got that onside kick, he'd be justified for it. If he didn't, he'd be crucified. So
yeah, but I'll use the baseball analogy. We have AJ Hinch on. He's always like, hey, you got to judge the decision, not the result. And I think Campbell's the same way with his fourth downs. He knows they're not going to get all of them.
Yeah.
It's whether the decision was justified or not. If you were justified doing it the first time, it was justified to do it with 8 minutes to go.
And I will never, ever subscribe to the theory that they needed to lose.
Never.
And now, what do they do with this loss? How does it motivate them? What did it teach them? How do they learn? How do they adjust? Now, you can look back and said they made the most of that loss and it set them on a trajectory so that when they played the Bills or the Chiefs or the Ravens in the Super Bowl, they made some adjustments, and it proved to be a winning adjustment. Now you can look back and say, okay, they learned a lot, but to say that they needed to lose, to me, that is I can never get behind that concept.
I also don't agree with this characterization. I know the scoreboard says they weren't blown out. They were down 14-0 immediately. They were down 17 points in the fourth quarter. It's not a blowout on the score sheet, but the Lions were never in that football game. They were constantly playing from behind. They never had the ball with a chance to take the lead.
Yeah, but I kind of never felt like they were completely out of it.
Well, because this offense can go off, but some of that is Buffalo's just on their heels going, hey, go ahead, 17 points.
Sure, yeah, there's a lot of context involved.
Yeah.
I get that, but I never really felt like that they weren't going to be able to respond. Now, maybe they weren't going to ultimately win it, but I never felt like they were just blown out. I don't know.
He said he feels better. I guess he said he feels better after losing, which is where I just...
No, I'm not going to get behind that.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Dearborn has a really interesting way to keep their rat situation at bay.
I saw this, yeah.
Yeah, they're using feral cats.
There you go.
Which is quite interesting. So Dearborn's mayor says that the city is working with the Friends of Animals in Metro Detroit and using multifaceted approaches to reduce the rat and the feral cat population. So they're tackling two things at once, right? So this is what they're doing. The city is using a TNR program, which is a trap, neuter, return program, to reduce the number of feral cats in the city and also tackle their rat situation. So basically, if they see a feral cat, right, they'll trap the cat, have it spayed or neutered, and then return the cat to where it was. The cat will then get the rats, right?
The return to his hunting grounds.
Yes, exactly. And then also won't be able to, reproduce and create more feral cats. So the Humane Society is saying, hey, this is the most humane and effective method for reducing the number of feral cats. And hey, if it works for the rats, it works for the rats. So it's a win-win situation all around.
Yeah, didn't they say like the rat complaints are down 15 or 20% over the last year? So seems to be working.
I think that's a great idea. Michigan running back Donovan Edwards has opted out of the ReliaQuest Bowl against Alabama, which then marks the end of his Wolverines career. He did talk to WXYZ on Saturday. He said that he hadn't really had the opportunity to look back and reflect, but for the most part, he says he's been very grateful for the support that Michigan fans have given him. He's now going to focus on his pro career. So.
A lot on his mind.
Day 3 pick, you think?
Yeah, a lot on his mind.
At best.
Yeah.
Yes. This is cool. It's always nice when you see big stars giving back. Taylor Swift surprised a bunch of patients and families at a Kansas City Children's Hospital last week, obviously bringing joy and lots of excitement to those there. It was also the day before her birthday, which I'm going to get to next. But this was also right after she finished up her big Eras tour. She spent time laughing, exchanging gifts, chatting with the children and their parents. And this was a surprise. The parents had no idea. The children had no idea that she was coming. There's one kid at the hospital who makes 3D printed earrings that features the Kansas City Chiefs players' names. And this child gifted Taylor Swift some earrings with obviously Travis Kelce's name and also some with Patrick Mahomes' name as well. Hospital staff said that they were just really, really thankful for her visit. Obviously had a huge impact on the children's morale. So it's really cool to see somebody of that stature doing something that seems so simple, but often doesn't ever happen. So pretty cool. And then the next day after that hospital visit was her birthday, and she just turned 35 years old. And it's like, what do you get somebody who has everything, right? Has all the money in the world to buy anything she wants. Well, this is what her boyfriend bought her. Here's what Travis Kelce reportedly bought her. Spent over $175,000 on her birthday. Yep. Unfortunately, I'm not a huge flower fan, so this seems obnoxious to me, but spent over $19,000 for 35 luxury flower arrangements. to me, it's just
those got to
money down
be
the drain.
unbelievably luxurious arrangements.
Yes, maybe they're like made of. They never die.
I was going to ask, how do you keep that many flowers alive?
Yeah, my goodness. 60,000 plus on a Rolex watch, $22,000 for a Tiffany's bracelet, and then more than $72,000 on even more jewelry, bracelets and earrings and things like that. A source says that he just wanted to make things really special for her special occasion. So,
boy, he set that bar high. What's he going to do next year?
I mean, I guess you just got to keep continuing on. I don't know.
A wedding, careful.
A wedding
careful.
ring?
Yes, an engagement. You never do that on a special occasion, though, Jim. Like, he can't do that for her birthday.
No, you're right. That
he can do
cheapens
that whenever, but not for her birthday. So the holidays are obviously a really special occasion. I know I'm going to go over real quick, but parents are spending a ton of money on their children, right? Like, sparing no expense, and different states spend more money for their kids than others. So parents in New Jersey are actually going to spend the most per child, about $712. And then also Texas, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and California are going to spend a lot on their kid too. South Dakota going to spend the least, about $247.
Where are we
per
at?
Kid. We're not on there. So
We're not in the
must
top
just be
or the
kind of
bottom. We're just in the middle.
Yeah, we're like right in the middle.
Okay. Reasonable people.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's easy to do, especially if you start buying early and you don't like have a budget. Not like you're not paying attention to things. Like you start buying in July and then all of a sudden you're like, holy cow, got a lot of gifts.
It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Look, disco died for a reason.
Yeah, it's time. Its time came and gone, and ours started on Friday, ended about maybe 4:50 yesterday.
Yeah, down 14-0. They were not going to win that game by double digits. Lions didn't win the game at all. Just their second loss of the season, so forgive us. We've forgotten how to do these shows. John, I forgot what losing was like. I don't like it. And I don't think anybody should like it. And I understand anybody who's upset today, but we've been trying to put it in its proper context. The Lions are not the Super Bowl favorites.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. The Bills are. And the Bills earned it. They came into Detroit, and they led that game from start to finish. They were up 3 scores in the fourth quarter. Did Detroit do their damnedest to try to get back into it? Yes. Do some of you have issues with the onside kick? Yep. You want to talk about it? 248-539-9797. To me, the biggest issue is the defense. Not rocket science. They gave up 550 yards, 8 yards a pop. They forced a single punt on the day. And before you come in with the excuses of they were injured the last couple weeks, and we didn't make excuses. And they came into the game with a healthy secondary, with a healthy D-line relatively, right? McNeil's back in there, Pascal, Onwuzurike, Reeder, and the Bills marched up and down the field like a hot knife through butter. So there's no excuse. The defense was exposed against the only elite quarterback they played. That's an issue. Now, you can say, I know this guy's not falling.
No, it's not.
Pump the brakes. But for a team whose only successful outcome is a Super Bowl, that was a sobering reality check.
It was, and that's exactly what it is. It's a reality check. And when you look at what the Lions did, defensively, yeah, concerns, no question. But you're playing against the best player in the NFL this year. That's Josh Allen. He's going to make you look silly at times. I think the bigger issue that I had was, because we kind of knew the defense at times would struggle against Josh Allen.
Yeah.
So has a lot of other defenses, a lot of other really good defenses that struggled with Josh Allen. The problem I had was, Jared Goff, great game. That was it on offense. There was no rushing attack. And even the protection. They had 10 QB hits. They had 3 sacks. There were times where Jared Goff, and God bless him, he is as unathletic as you can imagine. But there were some that he escaped from where I don't know how he got out of them, because he is not a guy that's going to break a lot of tackles.
The 3rd and 10 before the skipper touchdown.
I mean, it was like he was a magician. All of a sudden, he pops out the other side. Like, where'd that rabbit come from?
I thought he was dead to rights.
Yeah, and so he saved him from a couple more sacks. That's where I have my biggest issue is I thought the offensive line got outplayed. Now, was it every single guy up front? At times, you might be able to say yeah, but it was really the interior 3 that I thought just got manhandled. And it was in both the run and the pass.
I agree with you that this team is led by their offense, and when they stalled out the first couple drives and Goff's taking sacks early, you are digging yourself a hole that's going to be tough to dig out of. But the reason they couldn't dig out of it is because they couldn't get any stops. Like any. Like, give me 1 second half stop, right? I mean, that would have gone a long way for this football team. They couldn't get enough stops on defense. And then the other thing, the headline is the defense. The offense also, we got to point to St. Brown. He had a critical drop before the half that at least gets him something, right? Makes it a makeable field goal for Bates or even a touchdown. And he had a fumble. You can't lose possessions like that. I know his stats are going to look good, and a lot of that was empty calories at the end of the game. He needed to be better in those 2 critical drives that cost them possessions. Yeah,
I mean, to whom much is given, much is expected. And we've heaped a lot of praise on Amon-Ra St. Brown, rightfully so. But when you've got the best players make the biggest plays in the biggest moments.
I was watching a game with some friends yesterday, and I actually said, you know what, in hindsight, I'm glad it happened there, that play. What? He's not perfect, okay? And he's going to fumble the football at some point in his life.
Yeah.
I'm glad it happened in that game yesterday. You know what? I'm also glad that Jake Bates had his worst kick ever as a professional kicker. That thing was like as big as the goalpost wide left. We need to address, guys, why we failed on the disco.
Yes. What did we miss?
Now, I'm going to say this is what I feel is I refuse to put a ceiling on this team. And I thought they were ready to go to maximum ceiling in the NFL. Well, they're just one of a few Super Bowl contenders. So that's where I was wrong. I thought Decker, Onwuzurike, and Pascal returning would make a big difference on the defense I saw against Green Bay.
Same.
They had no impact. And I have a takeaway that Onwuzurike and Pascal are playing for their futures the rest of the season.
I'd agree
with
that.
this team.
Sure.
It's time to step up. Okay, you were drafted for a reason for depth. But the biggest thing I overlooked was the linebacker depth. And I know we've got some texts in terms of Brad Holmes should have been drafted in depth instead of projects. This team lost 4 or 5 linebackers. I don't know any team in the NFL that goes 6 deep at linebacker.
No, most don't. I'm not going to criticize Brad Holmes today. I mean, the depth of the depth has been tested. I don't think it's for a lack of preparation from Brad Holmes with the roster before the season. I don't blame Brad Holmes for what happened yesterday.
No. I mean, you can't predict injuries. You can prepare for them. And
I thought
honestly,
they did.
He has prepared for them. And he's addressed them. I mean, David Long Jr., the guys that they brought in, the guys that we have been praising against Green Bay, against every other team, other than when you're playing against a Super Bowl contender, have done exactly what you needed them to do.
What I want to say about is since they lost Rodrigo, the defense has given up 99 points in the last 10 quarters. I think he was in on one of those touchdowns against the Bears before he got hurt.
Okay.
And you just get to a point where the dam breaks. And, I thought the intermediate yardage that the Bills got yesterday started with the linebacker. It was all chasing. I saw the back of David Long, Quan Alexander,
right away,
and Jamal Adams. I saw their nameplates way too much yesterday. Now, maybe they don't know where to be in this scheme, but I don't know if it would have mattered. There's a reason they were available. This team desperately needs to get Anzalone back.
And the expectation is they will have him back for the playoffs. I guess how you judge this game is ultimately how much concern you have with the future of this football team. And I understand they're going to get Alex Anzalone back. We do not know that they're getting Aleem McNeil back. We don't know that they're getting Carlton Davis back. Campbell saying yesterday after the game that they may be done for the season. So anybody going, it'll be fine, they're going to get healthy. They are, in fact, not getting healthier. They're getting more injured.
So one other reason why I look in hindsight and the disco prediction was wrong, there's only one other person at this radio station that I think was initially all in bullish on this team, but they didn't join the disco. And it was Doug Karsh. And it did raise a little eyebrow to me when I asked him that off the air last week. I was kind of like,
Doug's very cautious.
Doug been pretty
Sure.
chesty on the Super Bowl this year.
But, we could talk about the defense all you want, but we all know that this team is led by offense. And they scored 42. I get that. But when you start slow in both halves, it's you get the ball to start the game, it's 3 plays, and it's 0 yards and a punt. You get the ball back after Buffalo goes down easily and scores a touchdown, you run 5 plays, and you pick up a grand total of 3 yards. That's unacceptable. And then you come out of halftime. Buffalo, again, without impugn, goes down and scores a touchdown. 4 plays, 70 yards. Your response is 3 plays minus 5. Then the defense forces a punt, and you go 4 plays, and that's the Monroe fumble.
I feel like you'll never win a football game as the Detroit Lions if David Montgomery gets 5 carries.
It's probably safe to say. It just goes against everything that they're built on. All right, we're going to get phone calls in coming up next. Just taking a quick peruse here. Onside kick was a bad decision. Another one says stands by the onside kick. Overreaction to say they aren't winning the Super Bowl. Another one says the Lions will not make the Super Bowl. Dissatisfied with the... So everybody's all over the board. We'll hear from you guys next, 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. And it's all-day IPA. Here is what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether it's at home, at the tailgate, or in the stadium. You can visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
John, you said it, poor tackling.
Yeah, that's part of the equation. I mean, there's a lot of things you can look to as to why the Lions lost this game. Poor tackling was one of them.
And that's a backbreaker right out of the half. Well, going into the half, they squandered a chance, right? They had the St. Brown drop, the alligator arms. They miss a 50-yard field goal. Then they give up a score right out of half. It's why, while the Lions are never out of it with this offense, they're also never really in it either. Down 14-0 right away, down 17 in the fourth quarter. Like, I can't fault Campbell for trying to steal a possession with an onside kick. I just kind of wish if he felt that way with 12 minutes, he would have kept trying to do it. I know he would have been looked at as a lunatic, but I understood the thought process. We got to steal a possession or two. We're not getting any stops.
Well, what's the one common thing between the two losses that the Lions have suffered this year? And take away the opponent, right? Because Baker Mayfield and the Bucs are not the same as Josh Allen and the Bills. But the two losses, the one common factor is the offensive game plan got away from them. In the loss to the Bucs, Jared Goff threw the ball 55 times. And afterwards, when we talked to Dan Campbell, he said, yeah, that's not a recipe for winning. Yesterday, Jared Goff threw the ball 59 times. Oof. Again, for this offense, it's not a recipe for winning. And I know you were at the game, so maybe you weren't listening to the broadcast, but Romo was praising both offensive coordinators for their schemes and all this stuff. And yeah, there were some moments where you could look at some of the routes and some of what they were doing in the passing game as, okay, this is great. Except for the Lions to win, especially in a game like this, you're going to have to possess the ball. They lost time of possession.
Yeah.
You're going to have to run the ball. 48 yards on the ground on 15 attempts is not going to get it done.
Well, we had talked about again,
and two of those were with Jared Goff. That's a scramble. So you got 13 attempts by two running backs.
You're talking traditional runs, the bread and butter of this offense. No, I mean, part of our disco party, it was them running the football, keeping Josh Allen on the sideline, forcing him to press because they'd be trailing and go, I got to do it all myself, and then he'd turn the ball over. Instead, shoe was on the other foot. Lions are trailing. Lions are pressing. To Goff's credit, he didn't turn the ball over, but the problem is he had to be perfect. And when they didn't score the first couple possessions and they didn't score before the half, and it just wasn't going to happen. They didn't get enough stops.
So the thing to trust on this team more than anything, I think, was the Lions' run defense. They gave up a 100-yard rusher yesterday to James Cook. Did you see that coming?
No.
Did you see that on 14 carries?
I think the biggest thing to trust that was a little bit broken yesterday was the performance of the offensive line. Second would be the run defense, to me.
Yeah, but none of us thought James Cook was going to go for 100 yards.
TJ Lang.
And then the Lions win by double digits.
TJ Lang on game day, quote, I'm not afraid of James Cook. Maybe this will come back to haunt me. Yeah. We'll talk to TJ at 9:02. That, among other things,
there's a lot of things that are coming back to haunt us from Friday that were said on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. And so, yes, this is a haunting Monday.
Well, for the people who thought they'd be 10-7 or 11-6, though, to start the year, you're haunted too.
Right. And again, I go back to this is a 12-2 team. You could point to reasons why they lost that Tampa game. You could point to reasons why they lost this game. And I think they're all fixable. I think that's maybe my takeaway is there's nothing in both of these losses where I think the Detroit Lions are broken and can't win at all. Now, are they battered? Absolutely. Are they going to get Aleem McNeil back? It doesn't sound like it. Are they going to get Carlton Davis back? It surely doesn't sound like it. Are they going to get Aiden Hutchinson back? I still find it a very long shot. Derek Barnes. Okay, so you go through all of the list of people players that just won't be a factor for the rest of the season.
Then why aren't you more concerned?
Because I trust that this offense, those are on defense. And yes, there are going to be some moments of struggle and some times where you just simply can't stop another team. But I do have the confidence that what we saw yesterday from this offense, from that rushing game, that's a one-off. Yeah. I don't believe that's who this offensive line is. Do you still think they're the best offensive line in the NFL?
I do, and I think they're the best offense in football. But to say they have to score 50 points to win the Super Bowl, you're just really, that changes everything. John, previously we thought they can win a bunch of different ways. And now it's, you are going to struggle mightily to win a Super Bowl facing Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, guys with this defense.
But you can't have empty possessions. You can't start
a game off. They're not going to play a game with 0 empty possessions.
Right, but an empty possession, I'm not talking about just in terms of no points. points. Yeah, that by definition, that's an empty possession, but you can't start off with 3 plays, 0 yards. That is the definition of an empty possession. There's no first downs. There's no flipping the field, no forcing Josh Allen to go the length of the field, and then you follow it up after a touchdown with 5 plays, 3 yards. That's another empty possession. Now you're down 14-0. It's the same thing to start the second half.
Texter says you are what your record is. They're 12-2. Their 2 losses are by 10 total points. Another one says, panic at the disco, ?
Nope.
Relax.
Not here.
He says, we all remember the Ravens game last year, Paul in Newport. Hey, Paul, follow-up question. Did they win the Super Bowl last year? That is the only satisfying conclusion to this season. So there should be mild panic at the disco.
I think that it all depends on how they use this loss. I'm never going to sit there and say it's a good loss. But what do they learn from it? How do they adjust? And then the next time, which would be in the Super Bowl if they face the Buffalo Bills, how does it look different? That's the only way to turn this into a positive, because right now there's nothing positive about losing this game.
Ryan in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, boys.
Good morning.
I think we're getting way too many injuries at this point. What are you guys feeling on the injuries and how they just keep stacking up every game?
Too many.
Well, it's unfortunate, yeah.
And how do you feel it's going to go all the way to the Super Bowl, and if we're still going to have more injuries?
Well, I mean, the injuries could continue to mount. I who knows what happens? I can't predict that, but I know that offensively they haven't been as injured as they have been defensively. And my biggest disappointment yesterday was the lack of production in the rushing attack.
I agree.
But Ryan, to your point, this isn't the number 2 defense in football. I know that's what the numbers said coming in. This is not the number 2 defense in football. And they're getting further from being the number 2 defense in football if Aleem McNeil's done for the season. I thought he was so important to stabilizing that D-line when Hutch got hurt. And, John, I suppose your answer is someone else will have to be the most important piece in that defensive line. But you start missing guys like Carlton Davis, who I thought was a big offseason addition, who had played like a number 1, especially in this kind of defense. You've really hung your hat on. They're better on defense than they were last year. At the end of that game, I'm not sure if that's the case.
Well, they're going to have to respond. They're going to have to find a way. And some of it is on players going to have to step up and play better than they've played, because they're going to be playing more than they've played. It's also on Aaron Glenn. You're going to have to find a way to put together a defensive scheme. We saw it last year. He adjusted, and they were better in the back half of that season than they were to start the season. Now, what are they going to do to adjust defensively to make sure that they can get some stops? Do I expect them moving forward to be the number 2 defense? No, I don't think they have to be the number 2 defense to win the Super Bowl.
They don't have to. It's going to be harder.
Yeah, but they're going to have to be better than they were yesterday.
But I guess that's how I would just bullet point where I'm at today. Can they win the Super Bowl? Yes, duh. Of course they can win the Super Bowl. Are they the favorites? No, no longer. There's more doubt now. I have more concerns now. I don't feel as confident as I did going into that game. Because, again, I thought they were going to win by 10 points. So, of course, that shapes the way I view this football team. And we'll get more of your phone calls on that next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Lions suffering their first loss in 12 weeks. A high-octane 48-42 final at Ford Field against the Buffalo Bills, the highest-scoring game of the NFL regular season. Detroit faced their largest deficits of the campaign, despite some big numbers on offense. Jared Goff with 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, and he had a simple explanation for why they lost. Jahmyr Gibbs had 2 total touchdowns and a career game for Amon-Ra St. Brown with 14 catches for 193 yards and a score. Buffalo put up nearly 560 yards against this depleted Lions defense. Dan Campbell stays adamant that injuries will not be used as an excuse, but they are adding up again. Defensive tackle Ali McNeil, cornerbacks Carlton Davis and Khalil Dorsey, both out for the remainder of the season with the injuries they sustained during the game. Also, the Detroit loss allowed a couple of other elite teams to gain ground. The Chiefs took over the best record in the league after beating the Browns. The Eagles tied the Lions at 12-2 with a win over Pittsburgh, and the Packers gained a game with a victory in Seattle. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Let's get right to the phones. You guys have been waiting patiently. Let's hear from Lions fans following just the second loss of the season. Detroit still has the 1 seed as you wake up today, but the injuries mounting. Concerns? They're there. Jim in Belleville, you're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I do not think the Lions make the Super Bowl. I've been disappointed in their last 3 games because they've shown that they're going to get exposed. There's been bonehead calls that the experts have already predicted that the Lions would lose because of it, and they're showing it now. The injuries are mounting up. I don't see them making it past the first or second round. They're going to get exposed and beaten.
I want to clarify. They didn't lose because of Dan Campbell's onside kick decisions, right?
But it's a bonehead call that the teams are getting ready for, and they're not afraid of Detroit anymore.
I would disagree. I think Chicago is afraid of Detroit. And if you're talking about like playoff teams, I guarantee you every team in the NFC is scared of the Detroit Lions.
Well, Chicago's not even in it, so that doesn't matter.
Right, so
I clarified. I'm just talking about the next game, and then I clarified it by saying the playoff teams, I guarantee you they're scared of the Detroit Lions.
Well, and Jim, so the part of the formula here is if the Lions do beat the Bears and they do beat the Niners and they win the home game against the Vikings, teams will have to come to Detroit. Now, clearly Buffalo wasn't fazed by playing here. But you're not facing Josh Allen in the NFC playoffs. Detroit will still be, I know Philly's there, but Detroit will be the favorite to win the NFC. You get to the Super Bowl, you may be underdogs now against a Buffalo or a Mahomes or Baltimore if Lamar finally gets his team to the Super Bowl, but you'll be in the game. And it's why I can't tell you can't win the Super Bowl, but I think the only
time you make the Super Bowl and you're the underdogs is if it's the Bills. I don't know that you're the underdogs if you face the Chiefs.
Valid. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Next up is Mike in Flint. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. How we doing?
Good.
So I'm not ready to throw the panic button yet. I've got, yesterday's loss was the first one all season where they scored more than 20 points. And I got 4 pretty good points on why you shouldn't be panicked. First one is Detroit with the loss. They're still the number 1 seed in the NFC. 177-point differential for the positive, so that's good. The other thing is yesterday with the loss, it gave us a great opportunity to see Buffalo's play style, how they're going to play calls, or how they're going to call plays, And then the other thing that we saw yesterday is how are we going to address Oliver? He kind of ran over us all day yesterday.
Oliver and Russo.
That's a great opportunity. Yeah, it's a great opportunity, and you don't want to find that out in the playoffs. You want to find it out now. And then Buffalo goes into it. They're thinking, we've got 3 losses, and we just beat a team with 1 loss. And they got this big old head, and when it comes to a rematch, what's that going to show? Detroit, during that boxing match, did not go down.
No.
They kept getting up, biting kneecaps, doing whatever. They got punched in the face. They still came up. 12 seconds left. I'm still watching the game thinking they got a chance to win.
Well, I don't think that Buffalo is going to get to the Super Bowl and have a big head. Because that's the only time that they're going to play again.
Yeah. And it's also not a lock. Like, Buffalo should be the favorites today. They beat Kansas City. They beat Detroit. But Buffalo will have to go to Arrowhead right now in the playoffs if the season ended. And that has been a house of horrors. They win in the regular season. They have not won in the postseason. Again, some of this is a matchup we may never have to face again. Like, it's possible Lamar, last year was a nightmare matchup, and maybe Josh Allen just with this beat-up defense, cards are stacked against you. Maybe it's Mahomes, though. Maybe you end up getting a team that doesn't have the offensive firepower in the Super Bowl. You just got to find a way to get there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee that Buffalo makes it. There's no guarantee the Lions make it. I think the Lions' path to the Super Bowl, and I understand that Philly's standing right there, to me is easier than Buffalo's path to the Super Bowl. Because Buffalo, whether it's facing their demons in the postseason of going to Arrowhead, or if they were to face Baltimore at some point in the postseason, what happened to them when they faced Baltimore last time?
35-10.
Yeah, Derrick Henry ran for almost 200 yards, 199 yards.
Yeah, and as of right now, Detroit will host the NFC title game, which is a part of that conversation too. Let's get to Mike and Troy. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, gentlemen, how are we doing today? Happy holidays. I'm going to bring up a comment that nobody has made all day, including you two. 0-2 in the last two big games. That was NFC Championship game against San Francisco and Buffalo. All year, the schedule's been pretty easy. We can look at this schedule. I'm not going to go by the first two games of the regular season. They've got exposed on the defense and coaches. Dan Campbell's been out-coached. Here in Detroit, Steve Eiserman has a pass and Dan Campbell has a pass. When do we start criticizing Dan Campbell, the mistakes he's made? He came out yesterday and said he was out-coached. He didn't have his team prepared. What's up with that, fellas?
Well, if you think those are the only two big games that they've played, then yeah, they've lost their last two big games.
Mike, did you think Thursday night against Green Bay was a big game the week before?
No, I think Green Bay's not that good. Okay. No, I don't.
What about when they went to Minnesota, the first game post Aiden Hutchinson's injury? They got down 10-0 on the road in Minnesota, no Aiden Hutchinson. They won the game. Was that a big game?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And there's my other point. Right now, there's a three-way tie for the best record in the NFC. I don't see Philadelphia losing. I don't see Minnesota losing. It's going to come down to Detroit and Minnesota the last game. If that defense does not get better, Minnesota will win the conference. And Detroit will not host a playoff game. They will have to go 4-0 to win the Super Bowl, and I don't see that happening, fellas.
It's on the table after yesterday, right? I mean, that's part of the reality check of losing a game is now it opens up the possibility where you are one loss away from the 5 seed. Forget about the 1 seed, the 5 seed.
And of the schedule.
Guys, one more comment.
Yeah.
Barring a loss to the Bears side, Minnesota, people forgetting Minnesota's playing very, very good football. The coach, Kevin O'Connell, he's doing a great job. Yes. Nobody forgets about that. I believe he's the best coach in football. Look what he's done to Sam Darnold. Look at the defense of Minnesota.
I think they're a well-coached team. No, there's no doubt, Mike. Yeah. They're a well-coached team. I mean, Lions won in Minnesota, though. I'm not panicking for Week 18 yet.
No, I mean the Bears at the Niners. All right, you could say. I mean, I don't know how concerning at the Niners is anymore. It's a road game, and maybe there's a mental block that they got to get over.
You just can't get tripped up. You
just can't get tripped up. And then the Vikings game, like I still think that the Lions in those 3 games are going to be favored in all 3, and should win all 3.
And if they do, they control get the number 1 home field for the entirety of the NFC
Everyone
playoffs.
else is still chasing the Lions.
Yes. Let's get to Jay on a cell. Jay, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Jay Zilla in Miami. Hey, I just want to say I love MCDC's aggressiveness, but, an onside kick, 12 minutes left, all our timeouts is recklessness, and there's a difference. And you're saying you're not going to fault them. I just think that was...
Well, Jay, it's a question. There. It's a question. I know onside kicks are harder and harder to get now, especially with the rule change. You have to declare it.
8%.
Yeah, I think I saw 10, but you might be right at 8%. I think he may have looked at it correctly and said, I don't think my defense has a 10% chance of getting a stop at the end of this football game. I mean, they had forced 1 punt the entire game. Would he really have been wrong to go, I'm running out of time. I know it's 12 minutes. It feels like an eternity to you. I'm down 2 scores, and I can't get a stop. I have to steal a possession, and maybe it is only an 8% chance. But I feel like I got lower chance than that to get a stop on Josh Allen. He's humming, and my defense is on fumes.
Yeah, I understand that, but we had all our timeouts. I don't know.
And maybe you're right, Jay, because I know he said in hindsight he wouldn't have, he felt bad about it afterwards. He did not go with the onside kick 4 minutes later. So I don't know if he was in conflict as that game was going, but he did it one time and didn't the other.
I think he followed his emotions, meaning he knew he needed to steal a possession, but he didn't need to do it that early because, see, he comes from a coaching cloth where the onside kick used to be different. And so, but there's no element of surprise anymore. To me, an onside kick at this point is an act of desperation.
But
in the
they
NFL.
should have been desperate, though.
I don't believe it was a desperate time yet.
What are you talking
I still
about?
think with the timeouts and the clock, you wait and you do the onside kick the next time around. It was because there's no element of surprise. I can go back to the 91 season.
Yeah.
Wayne Fonts went for an onside kick when they were trailing the Vikings 20-3 at home early in the season, and the Lions scored, and there was like 6.5 minutes to go. And because he had the element of surprise, they went for the onside kick down 10 at that point. When in the new NFL now, you just wait now. You wait until you are absolutely desperate because the team knows.
Right,
that
there's no element of surprise.
They have their hands team out there.
Tom, they're down. They've given up 38 points in 3 quarters. I'm not really sure what the plan was other than kicking it off and letting him go on a 10-play drive and scoring a touchdown. At least with the onside kick, if you don't get it, it's a quick, maybe you can hold a field goal, and you're just trying to play. I want as many possessions as I can in this shootout. I got to hold him to a couple field goals on a short field. I need as many possessions I can steal as possible.
So when you're down 10 points in the fourth quarter, you should start kicking onside kick.
If your defense is as bad and dilapidated as this defense, I think you have no choice.
I just think you play the odds of the game over maybe the situation in that game because it is so desperate now. The odds are so against you. There's been 3 recovered, I think, all year is what they said.
Yeah, sounds right, yeah.
So, look, you're nitpicking something. To me, the onside kick clouded way bigger problems.
It wasn't the reason they lost the game.
No, there's a lot of it contributed.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the reason.
Especially final score, you lose by 1 possession. You start looking back at all the 1 possessions, right? St. Brown with a fumble, St. Brown with a drop, an onside kick decision here, a 4th and 2 early in the game where you get a linebacker ISO'd on a running back. Like there's so many things you can point to.
They were in striking distance still. But I'm going to tell you what, anything can happen in a game. You can always come back. I tapped out from a realistic standpoint when Cook busted the run.
Start the second half?
Yeah. To me, you had a chance to make adjustments, and then the strength of your defense completely crapped the bed. You couldn't tackle. You could have stopped them at the 20, so you didn't score a touchdown. Maybe you hold them to 3. It just kind of smacked of this just isn't happening today.
248-539-9797. Want to get your thoughts on how this game went and where you're at today. Level of concern. They were exposed. Is that a fair statement to say? And clearly want thoughts on that onside kick. It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you as many questions as you're willing to answer so that they can build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. It's what they did for me. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. There will be no Lions locker room victory speech today.
Nope.
Sorry, guys. Lions lose. It's second loss of the season. And trying to put this in its proper context, okay, they are 12-2. They do control their own destiny for the 1 seed, which would mean home games throughout all the way to the Super Bowl, right?
Yes.
Dan Campbell put this on him. He said the same thing after their Buccaneers loss. And we had a ticket texter who I thought made a really good point. They lost the Buccaneer game because of the offensive game plan, right? 55 pass attempts, not running the ball, especially when Vita Vea went out, no adjustments. This was the other side of the ball. I know Aaron Glenn wasn't working with a lot, so let's just skip the excuses routine. He started that game with Carlton Davis. He started that game with Aleem McNeil. They were healthy up front on the defensive line. They were healthy in the secondary, and the only starting linebacker they were missing when they kicked off was Alex Anzalone. Buffalo marched down the field on them. And they sat in man coverage. They never blitzed. Allen had all day. He could ad-lib. He could ID the mismatches. They used a little pre-snap motion. Oh, look, we have a linebacker on a running back. And they did it over and over and over and over again. They got exposed on defense. And it's only getting worse. Those guys who got hurt, Carlton Davis and Aleem McNeil, are not expected back this season. It's not official, but Dan Campbell made it seem like they could be done for the rest of the year. So, John, as we wake up today, the Lions aren't the Super Bowl favorite. That's quite the development. They're not out of it. I'm not going to write them off. I love how they rallied post Aiden Hutchinson, but they are running out of steam here on defense. Like, there's only so much they can do on that side of the ball. You can't ask them to win every game 50 points.
Right. And it's not like you can go to free agency. It's not like you can go to the trade market.
Yeah.
There's nobody that's going to come help other than those guys that are already there. And I know, yes. Okay, the one common factor to me, and I've mentioned it a couple of times, is not the defense. I think we know what we're going to get from the defense, and it's not going to be a top 5 defense. It's probably not going to be a top 10 defense. But what it needs to be is a top 5 offense. And, yeah, I know that the numbers that Jared Goff put up yesterday were staggering. And I got a funny stat that will just –
you got it?
I'll get there in a minute, because it's just going to be one of those things where when I talk about during the course of a season, everything evens itself out, whether you're talking about a bad call here in the first quarter, you get one in the second quarter, ball bounces your way one week, doesn't bounce your way the next week. But you cannot win games. This offense can't win games if you can't run the ball. To me, that was the biggest thing yesterday, was they didn't possess the ball enough. They had empty possessions to start the first half. They had empty possessions to start the second half. When that happens against a team like Buffalo, that even against the best defenses are going to score some points, you've got to be able to match them score for score. Now, the statistical oddity is Jared Goff threw for nearly 500 yards and 5 touchdowns in a loss.
Yeah.
He's also thrown 5 interceptions in a win. Like,
yes.
Just think of, let that set in for a second.
Okay.
He threw 5 interceptions, and they still beat the Texans.
So I saw, this was from CBS after the game, Jared Goff is the first player in NFL history to throw for more than 400 yards, 5 or more touchdowns, 0 picks, and lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's
but that's not the game plan for them to win.
No, I know, but John, I noted the offensive line got off to a slow start.
A slow game.
They scored, what was it, 42 points. The slow start. I think I can say that. They got off to a slow start. Specifically, the offensive line was losing the battle up front. They were then not able to stay balanced and run the ball. That's a noted point. The biggest issue is defense, though. I mean, how can you say on a day where you give those stats and they move the ball and they score all these points, the answer wasn't, damn, they should have scored 50. The answer was, force a second punt in the football game. I mean, that's not asking that much.
If you score or at least get some yards on the opening drive, how does that change what Buffalo does? Now, they may go down and score right away like they did on their second possession. But then what if you are able to generate a couple of first downs on your second possession instead of 5 plays, 3 yards, and you go nowhere?
Oh, you could have helped your defense. There's no doubt about that.
That's what I'm talking about. This is a team that they're going to win because of their offense.
Well, especially now. I mean,
they're going to have to.
Because you agree, like, there's really only so much they can do defensively. Alex Anzalone will come back and it'll help. But I think on the scales, getting him back but losing Davis and McNeil, it's going the wrong way.
I agree. But this is a team built on offense. We knew that starting 2 years ago when they built up this offensive line with Penei Sewell. They already had Ragnow. They re-signed Decker. They go out and get Graham back, and then they signed Zeitler. Like, this is clearly a team that is built on being able to run the ball. It's Sonic and Knuckles. It's Laporta. It's all the different ways that they can move the ball and pick up first downs, yet they had multiple possessions where there was no first downs. There was lost yardage possessions.
John, I see it. The formula of Montgomery carrying it 4 or 5 times is not a winning formula. The formula does exist for this team to win big games in the playoffs. You get to a Super Bowl, you find out, you see what happens. But I guess the difference with you and me today is I believed this team was winning the Super Bowl with like every fiber in my being 24 hours ago.
I still believe they're winning the Super Bowl.
But how can you be unchanged in that when you know that their path just got so much more difficult?
It certainly got difficult.
Because when we know now if they face an elite quarterback,
doesn't mean they still can't. Then I still shouldn't expect them to win the Super Bowl.
But you have no shaken confidence at all after watching that?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said I still believe that they'll win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Is it going to be as easy as I thought? No.
Okay.
Yeah, I have confidence that it's shaken.
I just want to make sure that there's like some level of
it's not going. They're not just going to walk their way to the Super Bowl and just never have any tough moments. There's going to be tough moments. There's going to be tough decisions that Dan Campbell has to make, and the team is going to have to come through. Whether it's fourth downs, the whole onside kick thing.
Whatever.
I think it's easy to say. Did you have if it's a 10% chance that they get it? Okay, what was it? Worse odds that the defense was going to stop Josh Allen? Probably.
Because again, you don't think we gave the this is backed by the books. The fact that Detroit's not the Super Bowl favorite today.
I don't think anybody thought that they would be after that game yesterday.
Right. We had talked about it going in. What was at stake? The winner of that game was going to be in the driver's seat. The favorite, it was theirs to lose. It's the Bills' Super Bowl to lose, which is quite the development given the way we've talked about the Lions.
And part of it is the Lions still control their destiny in the NFC. Is the NFC as strong as the AFC?
No.
I don't think so. So to say that the Bills are going to, cakewalk to the Super Bowl, like they have all the odds in their favor, but they're going to have to be on the road at some point. They're not going to get the number 1 seed. So they're going to have to go to Arrowhead and try and overcome the Kansas City magic, the voodoo, whatever it is.
Yeah, can we also acknowledge another part of this, though? The Eagles coming into Ford Field, if the season ended today, that's what would happen in the NFC title game. Detroit's D-line against that Eagles O-line is not a matchup I would look forward to seeing. The Eagles' offensive line against the D-line for Detroit that doesn't have Aleem McNeil, that doesn't have Aiden Hutchinson. John, they couldn't get any pressure on Josh Allen. That game even has a little more doubt for me now, too.
There's no question because your defense is not as good today as it started out yesterday. We were all excited because Reeder was going to be back, because Aleem McNeil was back, Pascal, Onwuzurike.
And when healthy, those guys weren't able to stop Josh Allen. And without him, they definitely couldn't stop Josh Allen.
But Jalen Hurts is not Josh Allen.
He is not.
And I wouldn't even put Saquon Barkley in that category.
248-539-9797. We'll get some phone calls in the mix next. Obviously, there's a lot going on here. There is no disco party. There's mild panic at the disco. It's 97.1.
Hey, are you searching for the perfect holiday gift for friends and family? Well, give the gift of unforgettable experiences with the YMCA. Y gift certificates are available at all 7 Metro Detroit locations and can be used for individual and family membership, personal training sessions, swim lessons, access to wellness center, youth sports, and even overnight and day summer camps. This holiday season, choose the timeless gift of fun, fitness, and community at the Y. Visit ymcadetroit.org or stop by any Metro Detroit YMCA locations to share the joy of health and connection.
Let's get the phone calls in. You guys have a lot to say. Lions lose for just the second time this season, but it didn't feel like just a regular loss. Although, what did losing feel like? We kind of forgot. Down 14-0 right away. Down 3 scores in the fourth quarter. Lions made it look closer than the game was. And if you wanted to say, well, the defense didn't look good because they're injured, bad news, they're more injured. Aleem McNeil, not good. Carlton Davis, not good. And it really casts doubt. Like this idea that the Lions are this team that's just going to go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. They're not the favorites anymore. And they're going to have to win shootouts, which is possible. But what I loved about this team so much a couple weeks ago is we're talking about they can win any way, right? The defense, offense, pick each other up. Now it's a narrow path. I'm not going to count them out. I think they responded after losing Aiden Hutchinson. I think the offense is the best in football. They clearly can win the Super Bowl. But do you expect it? I think things change. I think that was the sobering reality check that, sure. They're going to have to face a Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
And how do they adjust?
And those teams, we got to force them to punt more than one time.
Mm-hmm.
Can it happen? Sure.
What type of changes can you make? Because it doesn't sound like Aleem McNeil's coming back. Doesn't sound like Carlton Davis is coming back. And so you're going to have to find a way to at least slow an opponent's offense that's going to have a quarterback like that down, because you're going to face one even before you get to the Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts and the way that they played yesterday, you got to look at it and say, did they put some of the, A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts drama behind them?
Maybe.
I mean, who knows? There's still 3 games left to be played.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris in West Bloomfield. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I've only been listening for about 45 minutes or so I don't know if anyone has brought this up, but I know that there's the difference between panicking or just being okay. All right, it is what it is, but I think it may have been a good thing, and just from a mentality, a humbling perspective, maybe it was a good thing, for everyone to just cool down a little bit. Someone said earlier, walking into the Super Bowl, it ain't going to be that easy, and maybe losing might be okay, all right, we need to readdress, reassess, and go into something, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm never going to say there's a good loss or that they needed to lose. What did they learn from this game? How are they going to adjust? How are they going to address the issues of not stopping the run and not finding a way to slow down Josh Allen?
Sure, and maybe one of the things that they take away from it is that they're not infallible. Maybe it's just hey, okay, we got it. We sort of with the defensive line, we're using Band-Aids. Maybe we need a bigger, readjustment or something. We come away from it thinking, okay, all right, well, there's some stuff that we got to do. So I don't know. I hear your point, John, about it, not rooting for a loss, but sometimes I think that you can glean some good things from something that is overall a negative thing. You don't want to lose, right?
Right.
You can learn,
Chris. I think something Campbell said after the game may tie into this, because he talked about they didn't have enough urgency for this matchup. And you think, how can that be? What do you mean? You're playing a big game against Buffalo. And I don't know, maybe it was a realization after the game that he didn't push the right buttons or his team needed a kick in the ass. I don't know. You'd hate to say that you needed to lose to get up for a big game like that. But he said he doesn't want to make excuses for the injuries. And he blamed himself in the preparation. And he didn't think his team had enough urgency. So I don't know, does this create urgency now? Because there will be this idea of you can't lose another game or you lose the 1 seed. And if you get into a big game, it takes more. You need to be sharper.
They're always being pressed by the Eagles. They're always being pressed by Minnesota. And they can handle Minnesota. They get a chance to address that. There's no way for them to address anything with the Eagles until they possibly eventually meet in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. 248-539-9797. Let's get to AC in Detroit. AC, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. I'm going to actually have to agree with John on this one. My confidence has not been shaken at all. Like, we look at that game yesterday, Buffalo played a near perfect game. It wasn't flawless, but they came in, did what they had to do, hats off to Buffalo. They're not going to do that for 6 weeks in a row. I don't see Buffalo being able to go for the next 6 weeks with that much pressure and make it all the way to the Super Bowl. I just don't see it. So I'm not worried about Buffalo being this big, scary monster waiting for us in the Super Bowl that we have to kind of defeat. I don't think they're going to be there at all.
Who will be?
Again, that's just
wouldn't you be afraid of a team that does beat Buffalo en route to a Super Bowl?
No, it's the NFL any given Sunday. Like I think there's probably 4 or 5 teams, AFC, NFC, that can make it to the Super Bowl. And it's just a matter of like when whoever gets there, whoever shows up on that day, whoever does what they have to do, they're the winner.
I do think
are the favorite.
AC, I do think they ran into a buzzsaw, and I think Josh Allen played a great game. And I compared it to, a Pop Warner game where you're just looking at somebody that's just bigger, better than everybody else, and you cannot stop him. That was yesterday.
He's playing down a couple grades.
Look at it from this point of view, though. If they didn't have those 2 empty possessions early, that changes the whole trajectory of the game.
Yep.
You're not down 23 scores. You need to try to go for an onside. The game is closer, and even if you're not scoring that way, you lost by 6 points. That puts.
AC, that 6 points is misleading. I think that 6 points is misleading.
But I do agree with you, AC. It does, just because they lost, and in the manner that they lost with yesterday, doesn't mean if the Bills make it to the Super Bowl that you have to sit there and say, "Oh, this is the big bad Buffalo Bills. There's no chance we can win this game."
Absolutely. And like that first possession, if they had an actual drive, that would have taken away a possession from Buffalo.
Right, but you realize the second half
wouldn't have had.
Yeah, well, you're right. I'm not going to diminish the start of that football game and getting the right
it's the
footing.
start of the second half as well, where they give up the touchdown. That's on the defense, but then it's 3 plays minus 5 yards, wasted and nothing out of that possession, and then it's a fumble, which you just never think you're going to see from Amon-Ra St. Brown. Heads up, he is human. It is going to happen. You just don't want to happen at that moment.
But I think the 6 points is clouding some people's phone calls today. They were down 17 points in the fourth quarter at home. Did they put up some empty stats at the end of that game? Yes. They were getting beat down from the jump in the game. I don't know why. I get why. We don't want to believe that it was as bad as it was. It was bad. It was really bad, guys. It only counts for one. You might not face the Bills in the Super Bowl, but I would make the case to you. Josh Allen's having one of those years. He may finally defeat the Chiefs in the AFC playoffs.
And I expect him to.
And if he doesn't, I know you're going, we can handle Kansas City. We can handle Kansas City. Their offense isn't high-powered, but Detroit's defense may make them high-powered. They may awaken that in a Super Bowl with Patrick Mahomes on the other side, keeping plays alive because you can't get any pressure. These are things that you should be concerned about, that I feel like people are like, nah, la, one pride. That was bad, and it does open up those doubts.
Sure, there's doubts. But do you not have any confidence in the breadth of work that you've seen the Lions put to this point? Where is that who the Lions are yesterday?
It may be who they are on defense moving forward because they're not getting healthier.
Well, no, they're not. But I think Aaron Glenn is going to be able to make some adjustments. Is he going to be able to make enough adjustments to eventually beat Buffalo? I don't know. I still think they can. That's why I still think they can win the Super Bowl.
Can and will are two very different statements today.
I think they will win the Super Bowl.
Will versus can. 248-539-9797.
So this is back to 14-3, and you're measly 12-5.
Well, I told you I did feel like I got reverted back to a little bit of preseason because I think they lost some of their invincibility.
You can't just crash the bus whenever you think it's convenient.
By the way, 15-2 is very much still on the tracks right now.
Yeah. So are you crashing the bus, or are you okay with it?
They could go 15-2 and not win the Super Bowl, John.
This is correct.
Mike in Detroit. Mike, you're on 97.1. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, fellas. To me, it came down to the duel of the quarterbacks. And I was so impressed with Allen, where he can get out of situations instead of just standing there like a log. He knew but I got to keep this player alive. So instead of him going backwards like Goff was going backwards, when he dropped back and only throw just a few yards just to gain 3 yards, Allen moved forward. That was just my only point.
He's a
quarterback to
different.
get down.
Yeah, he's a different animal. He's a problem. There's no question about it.
I loved your comparison. It was like an 8th grader against 6th graders. Like he's bigger, he's faster. I mean, you're watching Zadarius Smith sprinting, he's just kind of jogging and floating, keeping the play alive.
Okay, so they run the quarterback run to the right, and you're like, they can't stop him. And then he runs the same thing and then pulls up and pass. Like, and now you're having other guys making great plays too, like the one-handed catch by the tight end. That was unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
And so they are playing a near perfect game, and the Lions just didn't.
And there's no perfect defense for Allen. Like, I would have liked to see them mix it up more, a little more blitz, a little more zone. There's no answers that are perfect against Allen. I just think you have to try to keep him on his toes a little more. It was clear the Lions were sitting in man.
Well, even on that 4th down, like you knew what was going to happen on that one. Yeah. And you were hoping for a heroic play. It just, that player wasn't there.
We'll get TJ Lang at 9:02. More of your phone calls, Heather's news before the hour is done. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's the wintry driving season yet again, where reckless drivers seem to be everywhere, and you know that they're not going to be able to keep their own cars under control. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any time of the year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance company. That injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
I really wish they won because that would have been a much bigger deal today.
Oh, yeah. It would have been awesome.
Big man touchdown. We'll have a big man join the studio. TJ Lang, 902.
He was as confident as we were, it sounds like.
Yeah, he was dancing at the double-digit disco. And, our takeaway is there's a reason disco died. There's a reason you don't have disco clubs anymore. And, the Lions lost. And we want to take your phone calls on what happened and where you're at with the team. And I think maybe the easiest question to ask is that can versus will. Will they win the Super Bowl? Can they win the Super Bowl? Which camp are you in?
I still expect them to win the Super Bowl.
So you are in camp will win the Super Bowl, even with that loss. And a lot of people have called in and said they're not shaken. Their confidence remains strong. They will win the Super Bowl. I am in the can win the Super Bowl camp. Of course they can, but will? That defense has major concerns.
Yeah, it's got concerns. And I'd rather find out now than in the Super Bowl. I'd rather find out now. And obviously, we didn't know before the game that McNeil might be done for the season or Carlton Davis might be done for the season. We'll find out today or tomorrow when they get the results of any tests that they got to do and Dan speaks. But I still think that this is a well-coached team. It's a disciplined team. Are they going to have to be tighter in every other facet to make that a possibility? Absolutely. Special teams are going to have to be a big component. You can't have Jake Bates missing a 52-yard field goal. And it doesn't matter if he misses it by a foot or it's way wide. A miss is a miss. Can't have those. You also can't have empty possessions in a game where Buffalo or Kansas City or Baltimore is going to capitalize on every opportunity given them.
Alan Pontiac, you're on 97.1.
All right. They're not going to the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. They got too raggedy of a defense. You keep into man-to-man defense all the time on a running quarterback. If the Lions played Philadelphia right now, you think they would win?
Yes.
And a healthy Philadelphia team?
Well, they're not getting back some players as well.
The Super Bowl goes through the North. We all know that. The NFC?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not over with yet. Minnesota and Green Bay still are not no joke, but the Lions' defense is terrible. I mean, Allen, and that whole game, really, honestly, the Bills had control of that whole game.
I'm with you on that.
Go down and score, because we're going to come right back and score right back on
Al, I'm with you on that. I don't think it's
gambling Dan.
Well, okay, but I'll defend the gamble in the sense that you need to get a stop. To your point, if the defense is as bad as you and I think the defense was, if they're as out of that game as you and I think they were, you have to steal a possession. I don't know that you can kill the guy. If you feel like the defense is bad and they're down 2 to 3 scores, you're going to need to steal a possession. The onside kick, while it's low percentage, it might be one of the few ways to still win that football game at that point.
Defense was bad yesterday. Offensive line was bad yesterday. Do I think that that's going to be the defense moving forward or the offense moving forward? No, I think they'll play better.
Tom brought in this, and we'll get to Heather's news here in a second. This is the current playoff matchups if the seeds hold. The Lions would have the bye. They'd have the 1 seed. If the seeds hold, the second round would see the Lions hosting the Rams.
Okay.
If the seeds hold, the Lions would host the Eagles. There is a possibility if the Lions lose the final week of the regular season, they're the 5 seed, and they don't get a single home game the rest of the way. So there is a lot more at stake now. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, guys, some top political leaders are urging the federal government to deploy high-tech drone hunters to crack the mystery of who's behind those numerous drone sightings that have been flying over communities in New York and New Jersey. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said Sunday that he asked the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to immediately deploy special, devices, these drone detecting technology, to get to the bottom of what's been alarming residents in that area, right? Earlier that same day on Sunday, Homeland Security did say the federal government is deploying additional resources to address the drones. Homeland Security also says that it is their job to be vigilant, and if there is any reason for concern, they will, keep the American public
notified
in the know.
So do we have any idea what this is? Like where they're coming from?
Theories.
Okay.
Well, I know, but it baffles me that this is even possible over our airspace if it's not something that the government isn't testing themselves.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. Well, I do know this. This is pretty fun. The winner of the Pop-Tarts Bowl will be taking home a cool new trophy. So the trophy itself kind of looks exactly like it did before, but there's a new feature of this trophy. So it's been revamped, and now it features a built-in working toaster.
Oh.
So the winners can toast their Pop-Tarts right there from the trophy. So last year, the trophy featured, that big silver football, and it had 2 metallic slots like a toaster would have.
Yeah.
But it was just for looks. Well, now the toaster will actually work because they partnered with GE. So
Battery operated, or are they still going to have to plug that sucker in? Oh.
well, like a toaster,
Yeah, better have an extension cord.
Yeah.
Can I make a statement? I don't know if this is unpopular. Maybe it's popular. 99% of the Pop-Tarts I've ever eaten, not toasted. Are people regularly
Really?
toasting the Pop-Tarts?
Oh, yeah.
I know you can and
toast them or microwave them.
Yeah,
warm them up.
I'll just eat.
Oh, I like
You're
them
doing it
cold
wrong.
too,
Raw.
like right from the package. But I think they're better when
you
they're
like it how?
heated.
I said I eat the Pop-Tart raw, John.
okay.
Oh my goodness
So
gracious!
it's just asking the question. That's what I thought I heard. You prefer your Pop-Tarts that way.
I'm also a cold Pop-Tart eater.
Are you?
Yes.
I don't know
It's
that I've ever
convenient.
had one cold. I always warm them up. I mean, sure, maybe back in my college days.
But maybe not when you're here, like at work. If you were to go buy some at work, you would just eat them out of the package because we don't have toasters, right?
Well, we have a microwave.
You'd microwave the Pop-Tart?
You'd
Yeah, I just
microwave
said
it?
that.
I know, but
I know you did, but I just kind of was like,
you just
really,
want to
who's
pretend
doing
he
that?
didn't say that. I know.
I know. You shouldn't microwave them.
Why?
I don't know. It just seems wrong. It doesn't seem right. Either toast it in a toaster or eat it cold.
Warm them up and put a little butter on top, and there you go.
Oh, no.
I think
Oh,
TJ, you wouldn't put butter on it either?
Butter?
Oh,
no,
cinnamon,
it's got
sugar.
frosting.
Right.
No need
Everything's
for
better
butter.
with butter. You need to get on this concept. If anything is good, butter
train.
makes it
No,
better.
Thank you. Nope. On Saturday night, Travis Hunter was announced as the 2024 Heisman Trophy winner. But it was his fiance that was really setting the internet ablaze. I don't know if you watched any of this or have been following it. There's a lot going on with this relationship. It didn't just start at this, ceremony. But the biggest thing people were calling out is that she didn't stand when he won.
Oh, I
And
saw
Deion
that.
Sanders was there and gestured for her, was like, come on, stand up. And people are, this is just one of the things in a long line of things they've been noticing about her behavior. They're saying that she's disinterested, calling her, behavior showing lack of support. Some are even saying, hey, maybe you should reconsider the engagement, call the whole thing off.
Really? So
yeah, and
I
other
didn't
people
know
are
who
praising
she
her poise.
was until this.
I didn't either, but I've been reading a little bit about it. She's done other things that have people maybe you should,
Look, she should be standing, but I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. She's in the front row. Maybe everybody else behind her is standing, and she just didn't get the social cue. I don't want to read into it and say
Also,
she's
maybe
not
she just
supportive.
didn't want the attention to be on. I don't know. It isn't, if you're not used to this limelight per se, I don't know. I mean, I think I would stand because I think that's
Sure.
just what you do. But I can see her maybe being like, you know what? I don't, this is his moment. I don't want attention on me. What do I do? Who knows? Anyway, she was there. She looked great. They're still engaged. Nothing's happened there. Finally, Macaulay Culkin almost made a really epic move by buying the Home Alone house when it hit the market back in May, but he didn't do it. During this recent screening of the movie in Illinois, he told the crowd that he thought it would be fun to buy the house and then turn it into a movie fun house, was his quote, where people could actually go and sled down the stairs like Kevin does in the movie. But ultimately he said, you know what? I'm a dad now. I got kids at home. I don't have time for this stuff, but it did cross his mind. He
Sure.
thought about it for a minute and then
Turn it
unfortunately.
into a fun house for his own kids.
There you go.
Yeah, well, and he's kind of saying that his kids love the movies now, love Home Alone, and
course,
one of his
Dad's in it.
sons actually thinks that he's Kevin. No, that was me. That is me.
TJ's kids love Pitch Perfect because Dad's in it.
I mean, I love Pitch Perfect. Who doesn't?
Two. Sorry.
Pitch Perfect
Pitch
2.
Perfect 2, yes.
Pitch Perfect too.
I
I love
meant
them all.
the series.
TJ Lang's coming up next. That's Heather with the news. First, Falar with the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber, a 48-42 loss for the Lions. It was wire to wire. They were down 3 touchdowns late in the third quarter. Their rally fell short after missing a couple of onside kicks in the final 11 minutes. No more win streak, but they do still have a 12-2 record with control of their own destiny in the final 3 weeks. DJ Reader said it in the locker room, no hope is lost. Well, what was lost? Several more important players on defense, Aleem McNeil, Carlton Davis, Khalil Dorsey, all leaving the game, and according to Dan Campbell, may not be able to play again this year. Aleem with a knee injury, Davis a busted jaw, and Dorsey with a gruesome leg break. Elsewhere in the league, the Chiefs may have won and did win and improved to 13-1, but quarterback Patrick Mahomes suffered an ankle injury and said he's not sure if he'll be good to go for their next game or not, but it is not broken. Also, the Red Wings did take down a big opponent over the weekend. They beat the Maple Leafs at home on Saturday 4-2 with Ville Husso in net. They've won 2 of 3 after 5 straight losses. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Been a minute since we've done one of these Monday shows following a Lions loss. TJ Lang in studio.
Sad Monday.
I know.
Yeah,
How does this
right.
work?
It's been a while.
Are you guys call and yell and complain and we fire coaches? Is that what happens after losses?
No.
No.
We call and yell, but no.
12-2. Still in the driver's seat for the 1 seed. But TJ, that defense was bad. Let's just start. What did you take out of that game?
You know what? And the offense was bad early, too. I mean, you had 14 points until 2 minutes left in the third quarter, in a shootout. So both sides. I mean, I think I learned yesterday that you can't – we've seen them have a couple duds this year, right? I think the Houston game was a bit of a dud offensively, but you were good enough to beat that team. Even Thanksgiving, a little bit of a dud against Chicago with all the failed red zone trips. But your team was good enough to beat them. I think obviously yesterday we learned you can't afford to have a dud against another premier team in the NFL. You're going to dig yourself too deep of a hole and not going to be able to come back from it. So, yeah, the defense was rough, obviously. I mean, no pressure on Josh Allen. If you told me Ty Johnson was going to be one of Buffalo's best offensive players, I would have probably felt really good about that game. But they couldn't find a way to cover anybody, get any pressure. The run defense was, I think, a major surprise because they had been doing such a great job against running backs all season long. And yesterday it looked way too easy. You know what I mean? It just looked way too easy. And I know that when you play a guy like Josh Allen, it can take you out of your rhythm a little bit. It can make you an undisciplined player when, hey, I'm supposed to be here, but if I go this way, maybe I can help a little bit. That's how you get burned. I think we saw that a bunch yesterday. And in the first 2 drives of each half offensively, 3 punts and a fumble in a time where, especially in the second half, it's like, okay, we got to go. You know what I mean? Like, we got to go. We can't come out of the halftime and let up a touchdown and then go 3 and out and then get the ball back and then fumble. And all of a sudden we're down 35-14 to that team. You know what I mean? That's not how you got to play. So, and I thought coach was right. I thought the players were right when they said, didn't seem like a lot of urgency yesterday. I don't know why that is. That's something internally they're going to have to address, but that's something I noticed too, and we kept saying it throughout the course of that game. The Bills looked like they were just playing at a different speed. They just looked faster. They looked more athletic than the Lions did, and I think that was the first time all season that I felt that the other team, just was playing at a higher level, playing at a faster pace of play, playing with more urgency, playing with more tempo. And obviously all those things added up to too deep of a hole for you to dig out of by the end. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't as close as the score. 6 point. It wasn't. It really felt like the only time they got back in that game where it's like, okay, maybe was the 12-minute mark and then the onside kick and then
it goes the
5 seconds later, you're back down 17, and it's like, gosh, dang,
sometimes the ball just doesn't bounce your way.
No. And
you wouldn't expect that to happen on an onside kick, even if they know it's coming and the whole stupid kickoff rules, and you got to announce it in the fourth quarter. You still wouldn't expect a guy to catch it like that.
Yeah, and take it, to the 2-yard line. But I even that call, I mean, everybody was questioning it, right? Because it's like, okay, you're still going to need a stop no matter what. But if you're Dan Campbell, I mean, had your defense stopped Buffalo from getting to midfield that entire game? I don't think they did, right? So I think in your mind, you're thinking, hey, okay, if we don't get it, I mean, at least we're going to save some time. The time that it's going to take them to march from the 30 to the 50, maybe we can save that time because we haven't stopped them yet. So, either way, we're going to probably need a stop around midfield. So if we don't get the onside kick, you're right. I mean, obviously you didn't expect them to have a big return off of that to set up a one-play touchdown.
Damn it.
Yeah, it was.
I think that was the collective.
Just comedy of errors.
Yeah.
Just, oh, gosh, okay, the worst possible thing that could happen
happened.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think my confidence has changed in this team. Obviously, we can talk about, how injuries aren't an excuse, but at some point it's just reality. I mean, at some point,
but then if it is reality, but then TJ,
it's a bummer.
But if it is a reality, then it is a reality beyond just Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unfair to say that it's concerning with how many players they've lost. I'm probably going to find out today. I know those guys are going to need some testing done, but certainly didn't sound optimistic at all about
for either
Carlton
of those guys
Davis or Aleem McNeil. We know Khalil Dorsey's going to be done. I think Coach made that pretty clear. But at some point, it's reality, man. And you know what I mean? Like there's only so much I think the depth players on your team can do, especially with the caliber of players that you're losing. Probably your best two defensive linemen, your best linebacker, your best cover corner. You know what I mean? Like, it's not an excuse, but it's reality. And that's a very difficult position to be in. I do have faith, though, in Aaron Glenn, because I think last year when they had some injury bugs, he showed us late in the season, you know what? I'm a chameleon, man. Like, we got to change things up. Exotic defense. I'm going to bring pressure from all over the place, try to confuse you. And it worked a lot last year. So they're obviously going to have to make some adjustments on that side of the ball.
Yeah, but they have to be better than last year. Because the goal is to be better than last year's, to win the Super Bowl. So, the injuries are the reality, and I think it's a pretty harsh reality here, TJ. I mean, that's the only elite quarterback they faced. To win a Super Bowl, they will likely face an elite quarterback.
Yeah.
And while some people will say, well, the defense was hurt, yeah, they'll get Anzalone back, but they're not getting healthier. They're going the wrong way when you bring up Aleem McNeil and you bring up Carlton Davis.
Yeah.
And I just feel like your confidence should be shaken some from that, right? I mean, they got their ass handed to them. To your point, it wasn't as close as the score indicated. They're down 14-0 from the jump, 17 points in the fourth. They were never in it.
Yeah, but you know what? But the players, we can sit here and say, okay, was it as close as the 6-point game? Probably not. But the players, you go in there, and I know, look, you got punched in the mouth a little bit yesterday. And John, you know this. Anytime you go in on a Monday, when you watch a game like this, you look at like one or two plays. Like, man, if that would have went our way, like that game could have been different. You know what I mean? You don't go in there saying every single play we got punched in the mouth, man. We're just getting bullied around. Maybe on defense because it felt like that. But I think the offense, which honestly, our expectations for that offense are much higher than the defense based off, I think, just the personnel that they have. I think that's fair. So the guys on offense, I know, probably go in today and just probably feel like they lost that game for the team, right? If it's going to be a shootout, hey, we gotta help our defense out a little bit more. We can't afford all these empty possessions. We can't afford putting 2 touchdowns on the board for the first three quarters of that game. But really, when it comes down to it, it's no panic mode. You look and you say, okay, a couple third downs here and there, man. Like if we just block it up a little bit better or a little bit detailed on that route, that could be a big play in that game. So I don't think there's any panic mode when it comes, from internally in that locker room. And when you talk about the injuries, of course you're aware of it. Of course it sucks, when you're losing players of that caliber. But you got to step up. You know what I mean? Like you don't have time in the NFL to sit there and just sulk about it and just, oh man, I can't believe we lost another guy. Like it's just, guys, we got to figure it out, man. We're professionals, right? And we still, in my opinion, have I think the best top to bottom roster in the NFL. Now they're going to have to rely on a lot of guys that haven't had a ton of experience, but you're here for a reason. I think those guys have to understand that.
I was going to ask you, you can say sportsbooks don't matter. I just want your answer. Are they the favorite to win the Super Bowl today?
Probably not. I mean, you just
lost
to
them.
Probably
in your mind. I'm saying forget about FanDuel or any of these. Like you, TJ Lang, are the Lions the favorite?
Do I think they're Super Bowl contenders?
No, I didn't say contender because they're.
Do you think they can, or do you think they will?
I think they can.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're Super Bowl contenders. Yeah.
Okay. John is still in the will category.
I still think they will.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not going to sit here and say I expect them to because then
we
it's like, if they
don't
win it, the season's a failure, which I don't really.
But TJ,
I don't subscribe to that either.
But a week ago, we were saying they will win the Super Bowl. They're invincible, double-digit disco.
That's like Dan Campbell saying, we will recover this onside kick. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
It's incredibly difficult to do. Do you have the talent to do it? Do you have the team to do
Right.
it? When you play your style of football, yes, you do. But
TJ, I'm not going to count them
anything
out.
can happen, so.
Sure, I'm not going to count them out. The way they responded when they lost Aiden Hutchinson spoke volumes, right? The fact that this team is 12-2 and they still control their own destiny, I'm not counting them out, but boy, was that sobering. Like, that was, we're sitting here partying, having a good time.
You know what? But honestly, I mean, I don't think it's the worst thing that could happen to this team. And I heard you guys talking about it a little bit on the drive in. Like, sometimes you can turn this into a positive, right? A wake-up call. Hey, guys.
I don't like the concept of that was a good loss or you needed to lose, but it's what they do with this loss. How does it shape what Aaron Glenn does when they face Minnesota at the end of the year?
Yeah.
Or when they face Philly in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Or if they face Buffalo again? Like, how do they respond to what just happened yesterday?
I don't hate that they're going through some adversity at this point of the season. You know what? I just don't hate it because I've seen Dan Campbell and I've seen this group respond.
Sharpen the tools.
When they've had some adverse moments in the past 2.5 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what excites me is, how are they going to come out of this game finding a way to get better and finding a way to get back on track where all of a sudden next Monday we're sitting here saying, man, like, okay, we're back. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this team's doing it. Obviously, it's going to take a lot of hard work, but I have tremendous amount of faith, like all of us should, in Dan Campbell turning it back around and getting those guys back on the same page.
So just the math on Jim's Super Bowl question, though. They dropped 61% since 425 yesterday. 61%. From 270 to 440.
It was an eye-opening loss.
Just count them out.
No,
that's not what we're doing. Hold on
right
now.
I'll tell you what they've done is you've got 4 teams right now that are less than plus 500 to win.
It's open.
Yeah.
So they're protecting themselves with these 4 teams, and they don't think anybody else can win it.
It's a 4-horse race, and you're one of the
I
horses
hate
still
that odds
running.
are so much a part of this. Like, don't
tell me the odds.
Yeah, don't tell me the odds.
Yours is such a player's perspective.
Don't tell me the odds.
248-539-9797. We got nearly a full bank of calls. We can make room for you. We'll get to the people who are waiting and want to talk with TJ, want to talk about this football team. It's 97-1. Let's talk about your teeth. Not a lot of people smiling after that Lions game. If you've skipped going to the dentist or you just stop going altogether, you start to get stressed out. It causes you a little anxiety. It doesn't have to be that way. With Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. They're not going to lecture you. They're not going to get on you because you're not flossing 3 times a day and after meals and everything. But they do want to get you in there, and they want to get you the care that you need. Exams, cleanings, get in before the end of the year. You want braces, Invisalign. You want to correct the smile. $1,500 off braces for new patients. Invisalign for as low as $59 a month for 60 months. Brightside Dental, there's one location near you with 9 in Metro Detroit. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Boy, some friend Rico Beard he texts me, what time does the disco open this morning? I'm listening.
Oh, he got one game right.
Yeah. Probably the same time. Same time it opens up in San Francisco.
Actually, it's after the San Francisco burial today.
Rico's going to be dancing 2 to 6. I told you. Yeah, I mean, us three do kind of look like idiots because we were all like.
It depends on Mike's take.
Well, the three of us do kind of look like idiots. We're all in the double-digit wins.
Right,
but that'd be nice. Hey, stop it.
I text him back. I said they didn't pay the light bill. No strobe lights today.
Give credit where credit was due. Rico was right.
Yeah, once at 15.
Yeah.
I said they didn't pay the light bill.
John said that, Rico.
Hey, before we get these phone calls, something I just brought up off air to you guys. The Lions came into that game. With their starting secondary intact, right? Both safeties, starting corners, the 5 guys in their nickel defense were all healthy.
Yep.
Their D-line was missing Aiden, but everybody else was healthy.
And Davenport, man.
Okay.
Okay, what do you mean? Okay, he was a starter.
I'll say it before John does. I mean, they didn't get anything out of Davenport to begin with. I mean,
he only played 2 games, but it wasn't like a bum.
Okay, they had their horses on the D-line for the most part, as healthy as they were going to be on the D-line in months, right? Yeah. And they had their starting secondary. And the only starting linebacker they were missing, you start 2, was Alex Anzalone. They were playing 9 of the 11 starters on this defense. Call it 8 if you want to throw Davenport. The majority of the number 2 defense in the NFL played and got 1 stop. Gave up 550 yards. Mm-hmm. So, John, when you say it's a bad day to have a bad day, that's concerning to me beyond that bad day. When that's your defense in a big spot against an elite quarterback that you have to beat to win a Super Bowl. That's why I have more concern than you do today.
Well, but I also have more faith in the offense, that the offense is going to be a lot better than it was yesterday.
Well, they are going to punt in a playoff game.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Still expect the offense to be better than it was yesterday.
They scored 42 points.
I'm talking about empty possessions when you start off the game 3 and out. That's an empty possession. There's no change of field. There's nothing. No time off the clock. There's no statement made of this is what it's going to be the rest of the game. In fact, it's the other way around. And then the second time, you have 5 plays, but you only pick up 3 yards. You start the second half, and you go, 3 plays minus 5 yards. The next possession, you pick up a first down, but then you throw the ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and the ball's on the ground. The other team has the ball. That's 4 empty possessions that you can't have. And I don't expect 4 empty possessions against a team like Buffalo again.
248-539-9797. Can they win the Super Bowl? Will they win the Super Bowl? Which camp are you in? You're all fired up. I like this. We haven't had a loss to talk about in a while, so we'll see where people are at.
Well, I thought it was disappointing offensively speaking, too, because you just mentioned how healthy Detroit was. Buffalo was missing their 2 starting safeties and their top corner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you go into that game and you're like, okay, we want to just start throwing the ball, but no, we got to – it was disappointing. In the run game, it's been 2 weeks in a row now. Right? I think I really don't know what's going on there. I mean, when David Montgomery has 4 yards on 5 carries, then it's a group effort, but that's been 2 weeks in a row because Green Bay, it was not good either.
We're not getting movement up front. And to me, it's just the 3 inside. And I've got to look at the film closer once I get a chance to look at the All-22 because I don't necessarily want to throw anybody under the bus that doesn't belong under the bus. But to me, it was movement up front, movement at the snap of the ball. And TJ, you and I know when a guy's lined up in a 3 technique, or if he's head up, or if he's inside, and he plays straight, like okay, now it's a matter of pad level and footwork to be able to move them off the ball. When they move at the snap of the ball, it complicates it a little bit, and you have to rely even more on your footwork. There were times where I think Zeitler, he took a wrong step to begin with and crossed over and wasn't able to recover on some of that movement, whether it was Russo or who was the other cat that was killing us up front?
Oliver.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I look at it and I say all of that to say it's all fixable. Like what they did wrong yesterday, the reason that they weren't able to run the ball was technique, and it's fixable. And it's things that these guys, Zeitler's done this for his whole career, not what we saw yesterday. He's much more reliable. Same with Glasgow. And we know it's the same thing with Frank in the middle.
the point is well made that the offense could have done more to help the defense. And you mentioned the empty possessions early in the game. You dig yourself a hole. It changes the way the game is played. But I don't want to downplay or defend the indefensible. Like, that defense is a huge problem. And that was when they were healthy to start the game, and then the injuries that mounted as the game went on. Do I think it's going to be an issue when they face Chicago? No. Do I think it's going to be an issue when they face the Niners? No. And it may not be an issue when they face the Vikings or anybody else in the NFC. Do I think it'll be an issue when they face Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, or Lamar Jackson? Yes, I do. And that was the one thing that I thought, hey, their defense was vastly improved, and it's clear that that's not going to be the unit that they roll into the postseason with. 248-539-9797. Let's get some phone calls in the mix. Get some of your thoughts. Let's get to Garrett on a cell. Garrett, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good.
What's up?
So, you guys basically stole every single point that I just was going to bring up. But,
say it better than we did.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I have to go against, the Bears' hot take that we're not going to have any problems. Now, the Bears' rush defense is a heck of a lot better than that of Buffalo. And if we're already struggling 2 weeks in a row, and this team, their offense is predicated on the run and the play action. If we cannot establish this against the Bears at home in Soldier Field, we're going to have a problem. This defense, that's an easy take to say, yes, this defense didn't deliver on basically any of their opportunities yesterday. But they're going against an MVP caliber quarterback. What do you really expect the battered up defense to do against that kind of quarterback, right? So, in the end of the day, I honestly put yesterday's loss on the offensive line. I'm sorry, DJ. But they have to establish that line. There's a reason why there's a cliche that games are won and lost in the trenches, right? So,
yeah, I agree that the game wasn't completely lost by the offensive line. It wasn't completely lost by the defense. It wasn't Dan Campbell with the onside kick. There's a lot of factors that contributed to them losing the game. But if I look at those empty possessions to start the game, you start down 0-14 against Josh Allen, and that's a huge hole to dig out of. And those are, in my opinion, the two worst possessions of the game.
John in Roseville, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hello?
Good morning, John. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Twofold point here, right? At what point do the fans and the media stop giving Dan Campbell a free pass on these rogue calls? Now, you can say that, and you guys were bringing it up earlier that the game wasn't as close as it looked, but it was. You're down 38-28, 10 points with 11 minutes to go. It's supposedly the best offense in the NFL. And there's a thing in football called momentum, right? So you came from 35-14, and now it's 38-28. So you are making progress playing football, and you make a call like that. And what message does that send to your defense and Aaron Glenn if you don't have the faith?
It says you're no good. But John, was he wrong to think that? Let's back up. You watched the whole game. Was he wrong to think my defense can't get 2 stops in the fourth quarter? They didn't get 2 stops all day. They forced 1 punt. I don't think it's ridiculous for Dan to observe that football game with his eyes like you and I did and say, I got to steal a possession. It's a low percentage kick. I understand that, John, but they needed an extra possession. They're running out of time.
But 11 minutes to go, I think if you're handing them the ball, essentially, you're creating a turnover for them.
But what you're hoping, John, you're hoping to recover it, but if you don't, you're hoping to get a quick stop, force a field goal, and now right? You get the ball right back again, and then you score a touchdown. You're trying to add possessions to the game. You're trying to drag the game out because otherwise it's Josh Allen, who had scored 38 points in 3 quarters, going on a 10-play drive, and you're down again by the time you pick it up middle of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I just think if you don't have the faith in the defense you have to make a call like that with 11 minutes to go down by 10, I don't think the Super Bowl is in this.
Well, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. I think that's part of the issue.
Yeah, you did. Sorry, John.
You're such a jerk.
Well, I think the goal there, too, is, hey, we got to hold them to a field goal at most.
After that, yeah.
So, and like you said, we haven't really stopped them from getting to that point anyway. One time you stopped them and held them to a punt, but if you're going to hold them to a field goal, at least do it faster,
quick,
to save yourself a little bit of time.
That's
at that point, you can't afford to. Maybe you kick it deep and they go on a 7-8 minute drive. still ends up with a field goal. Now you're looking down and you're like, man, we just burned a lot of clock. If you give it to them at least at that range, I think that's what you're hoping for. If we don't get it, we still got to hold them to a field goal, but we're also saving ourselves some time, still needing 2 touchdowns.
Caller John said, if you don't trust your why should they have trusted the defense in that spot? I'm waiting for the reason for them to.
There was not. Yeah. I think the Bills averaged over, 8.5 yards a play.
Yeah, and 550 yards off.
It's ridiculous.
Now, the only thing, I want to get your answer coming up next on this. The only thing I don't understand, I could justify the onside kick because of the way the game was going. Why didn't they do it again 3 minutes later when they made it a 10-point game again? TJ, I want to get your answer next. It's 97.1. Dan Miller's call. It's 97.1. TJ Lang in studio with us on a Monday, not a victory Monday.
No,
it's been a while.
One of these
but
weird losing
let's
Mondays.
pick up where we finished off there. You were asking about the onside kick. You did it the first time, didn't do it the second time. I think that goes into the argument where we were talking about, hey, you're going to have to hold them to a field goal, and if you're going to do it, you can't afford to let up a bunch of time, tick off that clock, right? So go back. First time they kicked the onside kick, obviously we know what happened after that. Second time you score, you don't get the onside kick. Your defense the next drive does hold Buffalo to a field goal, but they burn 6 minutes off the clock.
Right.
Would you have rather had that happen?
So that's where if you onside kick it, you hold them to a field goal, you're probably saving yourself
3 minutes,
2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe you're down 13 with 5 minutes left on the clock. And there was one other thing, and this might be nitpicking too, I think, but in the moment when you did hold Buffalo to that field goal, I think there was like
2:30 or 40.
2:45 left on the clock. You had all 3 timeouts. I would have considered, I think, taking a timeout, and then you're trying to get a couple plays in before that 2-minute warning because you get that free timeout back anyways with that 2-minute warning. And it did. I mean, Buffalo did a nice job of making you stretch the field and go down there and take up all the clock, not giving you a chance to maybe get the onside kick or maybe get a stop with a minute left in the game and get the ball back. I don't know if anybody else felt that, but it was like in the time, it was like, man, I would have considered saving yourself 35, 40 seconds there, just knowing that you're going to get that free timeout back once you hit the 2-minute warning.
And again, this was a daunting task when you're down as much as they were to start the fourth quarter. I don't think they lost the game because of an onside kick decision, right? I just ask it because I understood why he did it the first time, and I think it was actually more beneficial if he would have continued to do it, but he didn't. So then I wonder, am I defending him for something that he wishes he didn't even do in the first place? You know what I mean?
You can talk yourself into either one, right?
Yeah.
I think in the time it was like, whoa, too early. What do we do? You know what I mean? Like, just made a 10-point game. But then the more you think about it, you're like, yeah, okay, but yeah, we really haven't stopped him anyway. So you can talk yourself in either scenario.
And that's why I kind of go back to it and I wonder.
It was just disastrous based off the return.
Yeah. But if he wasn't as wishy-washy on it, you know what I mean? Like if he said, hey, I'm
just stuck with it.
I'm
Next
right,
one, hey, we're doing it again.
I'm not, he said, I'm not afraid to get criticized post-game for it. I'm going to be aggressive. So I wonder why he kind of flip-flopped in the fourth quarter on whether or not the onside kick it up 10.
PTSD when you just did it and they just returned it to the 2-yard line. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Like, you don't want another disaster situation happening. Yeah, I mean, imagine if you did kick the onside kick and it was the same result.
Oh, I know.
It'd be like, what are you doing?
This
like,
guy's a lunatic.
Exactly.
What is he?
Yeah.
He's unhinged.
Exactly. Yeah.
But he doesn't care about that, which is why I don't think it should even matter for his decision.
No, I don't. He doesn't care about the
reaction.
The reaction, but he would care obviously about how that would affect his team in that point of the game.
Sure, and the team might go, oh no, here we go again.
Right. Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Joe and Flint, you're on 97.1.
I'm not a hater, but I'm saying neither one of them my team, but they controlled the clock totally, and they used the clock perfectly. And I think if it wasn't for that injury when the man got carted off, the score would have been worse than it was. It was just in the second half, it just was a free-for-all after that.
Yeah, you're talking Dorsey when he got carted off. Yeah. I mean, not like a headliner, but just another guy you lose in the middle of that football game.
Yeah. I mean, and it was one too where, they replayed it once on TV because it was a rather nasty injury.
It's a long pause. Jason in Wayne. Jason, you're on 97.1.
Hi. Yeah, I just want to talk about the onside kick and like Dan Campbell's mentality with that. With the last 3 years, you've seen how aggressive of a guy he's been. And, he thought he had an opportunity there, so he took it. And if you don't think it was a good idea for Dan Campbell to be aggressive like that, then what are you doing with this team, Like, this is an aggressive team. They're doing what they need to do, and Dan Campbell took that chance. That's what he's been all about.
Well, you're trying to provide a spark as well,
yeah.
Right? I mean, obviously, I think
spark, steal his possession.
Yeah,
there's a lot of different reasons you do that.
Yeah, and it was pretty clear that game that Buffalo maintained the momentum, throughout most of that game, too. And you saw it even on the offensive side, where the offense kind of came out a little bit flat, punt, and then Ben Johnson, okay, man, like reverse pass back to Jared Goff down. Like those are just kind of spark plays where you try to get the adrenaline going again. So onside kick, probably the same thing. Hey, if we can get this, man, that is a massive boost of momentum back to our sideline.
Yeah.
So it's all about creating some spark.
But yeah, and you want to talk about a spark. I mean, you throw a touchdown, a 9-yard reception to an offensive lineman. I know Greg is on the phone right now.
We can bump back with it.
Great.
Yeah, I want to hear that call again because it was
a nice reaction.
Yeah, it was epic. with your. I mean, everybody in the booth. Greg, can we go ahead and play the Dan Skipper touchdown? I love you when you jump in. Skip!
Oh, dude, because it's
you saw
You
it.
can see it. Yeah.
Dan obviously has a different job. He's following the ball where I get to follow what's actually going on. So you
Right.
see the guys wide open before anybody
Right, I
else.
did
And then you
too.
realize it's Skipper. And I
Yeah.
got excited, dude.
So I saw him.
I hate when I do that, though.
It's okay. It's a home broadcast.
Well, exactly. You know, I don't mind the excitement. But
I do
when
the
it's
same
me, I
thing
don't
too,
like
right? It's a matter of okay. I'm looking at. I see that Skipper reports is eligible.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, well maybe they're going to run the ball that way. Maybe there's a misdirection, and then you see it's a play action pass, and I see him leak out late. I did the same thing. As the kids were watching, I'm like, Skipper. And they're like, what are you doing? Dad's got a nervous tick now.
Yeah, it's an O-lineman thing. We get excited for each other.
Yes,
you know?
exactly.
Did you ever not have an opportunity? Did you ever score a touchdown?
No, I was in the end zone in the Meadowlands, wide open, but Patrick Ramsey was flat on his back.
Oh, okay.
I was wide open.
I think I ran one route. I was jumbo tight end.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the coaches all week were like, do not release downfield under any circumstance.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And Aaron called a little bootleg. And in the huddle, he goes, hey, leak out late. And I was like, who do I listen to? Coaches like literally told me not to do it, but the quarterback's telling me to leak out late. I took the leak out late as get out right now.
You standing there waving both arms.
I ran like a dragger out in the back of the end zone. I think I was open, but Aaron kept it and he scored a touchdown. But that was like, do I listen to the coaches? Do I listen to the Hall of Fame quarterback? Oh, get out late. Okay, watch this.
Yeah, I got out late. Yeah.
It was NC championship game too. I wanted to score, man. But never. That was the only time I would have even had an opportunity. So we get excited when other offensive linemen.
We do.
Which obviously we know in this Ben John. What's that, like the fourth offensive lineman that's got the target? That's incredible.
TJ, do you listen to your coach, your quarterback, or your inner child? Go catch a touchdown. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, we got phone calls to get to. More of that coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, we got a lot of great sporting events coming up, whether it's football, we got basketball is coming up, college basketball. Maybe you want to be there in March. And talking about Circuit Resort and Casino, and I'm talking about Stadium Swim. There's 6 different pools, 3 different levels, and you've got a great view no matter where you're sitting or if you're swimming of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Again, that's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all these great moments. They've got swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. And here's the best thing. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circuit Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
Lions quarterback Jared Goff. John, you hadn't heard that. You came in and basically had the same message today. Bad day to have a bad day, but nothing more.
I'm looking at this season in total. And at 12-2, do I think, first of all, we already know that they're not going to miss the playoffs, right? They're already a lock for the playoffs. Do I still think that they're going to win the division? Yes. Do I still think they're going to get the 1 seed? Yes. So they've set themselves up as best as they possibly can going into the playoffs. Now, when you get to the playoffs, it's a different animal. And everything is different. It's a win or go home. But I still like the fact that Dan Campbell, week in and week out, and I'm not buying the guys weren't ready to play. That's a coach that's willing to fall on his sword. Hey, tip of the cap to you. But there's a lot more that goes into a game plan than just the coach getting you ready to play. These are professionals, and they should handle their jobs as professionals. So there's plenty of blame to go around for the fact that they did not do what they were supposed to do yesterday. And even if they did what they were supposed to do, even if they blocked things up front and protected Goff better or ran the ball better, it's still not a guarantee that they were going to beat Josh Allen yesterday, because Josh Allen yesterday was like watching Pop Warner football, and they just had the guy that on the field no one could stop.
Dan Campbell took the blame when they lost against Tampa too, and I felt at that time he was falling on the sword. His team didn't execute in the red zone, and I feel like he fell on the sword for yesterday. His defense wasn't good enough. John, even if the offense clicks, I still think they lose that game. They couldn't get enough stops on defense. And again, it's why I went from they will win the Super Bowl to they can win the Super Bowl. I'm not going to count them out, but I am concerned.
I'd be concerned if it was a pattern, you know what I mean? Like of defenses just completely falling apart. And look, Green Bay, I know they scored 31 points. You're coming off a hellacious stretch of 3 games in 11 days.
It's 4 in 18 days or something, yeah.
I think the one trend, though, that is a little concerning on defense is you've only had 1 takeaway in the last 4 games.
Yeah.
So the trend of not being able to stop teams. I mean, look, this was still the number 1 team through 13 games against in the red zone, right? 3rd down defense, finding ways to stop the run. But so that wasn't a trend going into this game. Of course, you're going to have a lot of things to fix. I think the biggest thing, though, you got to start taking the ball away again.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm not. I guess trend would make it more concerning, but really, it's not about the trend to me. You're going to play a 1-game season. It doesn't matter about the trend. You're going to need to get the stops against the best quarterbacks in football. And against the best quarterback in football, you ain't getting any stops. I mean, the 1 punt, 550 yards.
Yeah, but you got time to figure it out,
You
though.
do.
I mean,
That's why I said
out of
can.
time,
can. They still can.
rather you do this now and
Then
look
in the
yourself
Super
in the
Bowl?
mirror.
Then in the Super Bowl.
Then,
Yes.
when it's a win or go home type
Yeah.
game.
Now everything is out there. Everything your weaknesses are all exposed, and you know exactly what the capabilities of that Buffalo offense are. There's still some wild cards in regards to if it ends up being Kansas City or if it ends up being Baltimore.
Yeah.
Sure, there's wild cards, but again, you know more about yourself now, and that's the beauty of a 17-game season is you get a chance to learn more and more about yourself and about everybody on that roster.
Jay, you're next up. You're on 97.1. Jay, what's going on?
Yo, what's up, guys? Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
Absolutely. I listen to you guys just about every morning driving to work, and I'm not going to be long. I'm going to give you a quick story. So I played for Detroit Persian a long time ago. I'm not going to give you my age, but a little bit long ago. I'm 40 now, so I just throw it out there for the hell of it. But
I'm not going to give you my age.
Here's my age. Why not?
But,
so 22 years ago.
Why not? Yeah, there you go. But our team was doing good. We was riding a win streak, and we ran up against, I think it was Southwestern, and we got knocked right in the mouth, man. And long story short, it was the best thing that happened to our team, man. And we went on another winning streak, you know. And I think this is a good wake-up call for not only the Detroit Lions, but our fan base as well. We got to sometimes just set realistic expectations. We're not going to win every game, you know, but I do have a concern with our offensive line because Ragnar, I think he's playing hurt. I got some concern with Glasgow, and we got to get them linebackers together. But my message to Detroit Lions fans is, hey, man, don't panic. We still hold our division pretty solid. I still think we're better than Minnesota. I still think we're better than Green Bay. I still think we're the best team in the NFC. So That's pretty much about it, man. My message is just don't panic. You guys have a great day.
Yeah, thanks for calling and listening. I'm not panicking. There are reasons for concern, obvious reasons for concern, and most of them revolve around the fact that there's not going to be any reserves on the way. Like this team is who they are, and the roster is what it is. I think it, like TJ said earlier, I still think top to bottom, it's one of the best, if not the best roster in football.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think you can say they'll find ways to play better, but you can't make the excuse that they're injured because that's not going away.
No, it's not an excuse. It's
not
a fact.
saying you are. I'm just saying there are people who go, well, the reason they lost because they're so beat up. That's not changing, guys. They're going to have to find ways to win regardless.
And there's always going to be a guy on the other side. Like yesterday it was Ed Oliver. All right, you're going to have to find ways to block these guys. And TJ and I were talking at the break in regards to Ben Johnson. Now, in terms of the passing game, hey, things were great. You were able to move the ball downfield. Jared Goff didn't turn the ball over. He had 5 touchdowns, blah, blah, blah. But how are you going to call the run game when you're playing against a defense that loves to create penetration?
Yeah.
It's got to shift how you call the offense.
It's a good point. Tom, you have something to end the show here?
Just a little nugget. So Josh Allen won NFL MVP yesterday, probably, right?
Yeah.
Most likely.
It was in overreactions and overreactions. And, I think he sealed it, barring something crazy that maybe Saquon would do. Goff probably can't win it now, right?
No.
Let me give you a little nugget here. And I want you guys quickly around the room. Something or nothing. 23 of the last 24 NFL MVPs have failed to win the Super Bowl.
Who was the one?
Mahomes in 2022 when his team became balanced and they became a defensive type team.
I mean, it's a large sample size.
I was going to say, it can't be nothing.
It's not like 2 out of 3.
One since
Can we put our vote in now for Allen for MVP?
Yes, exactly.
Take it, buddy.
It's all yours.
Look, I was talking to Doug in the break about this, and I said, I think the one correlation you can make some of the years at least is that these NFL MVPs play on imbalanced teams, and that's why they win the MVP, because they carry them to their record.
Yeah, they're like I made the point yesterday where, Jared Goff is the conductor that runs the operation. He leads the train of the Lions offense. Like Josh Allen is the train. You know what I mean? Like he is the guy that your entire team runs through. So you're right. I think when it comes to MVP, it's more guys that the entire success of your team depends on one guy.
And maybe the Lions win that game if their offense starts as strong as the Bills did. Because the bottom line
has to be better than it
if
started
anybody wants to
yesterday.
be afraid of the Buffalo Bills, they have given up 86 points the last 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Doug is shaking his head.
It's because Tom says smart stuff.
Oh, wow. That's a drop.
No, it's true.
I'm a
It's
spicy
true.
garlic guy.
He says smart stuff, and he's right. I mean, but this is if they play this game again, it might go exactly the same, except the Lions win it because neither team's defense really stopped anyone, and obviously the Lions have problems. They're stacking up defensively. I mean, I love that Campbell refuses to address that's not the problem.
Yeah.
The injuries aren't the problem. I love that he does that. It doesn't do him any good. And it doesn't it lets the guys in the locker room who are still playing know that they have to be better. Why give them any reason not to think that they have to be better, whether they can be or can't be? I think they're probably squeezing the most out of they can out of guys like Ezekiel Turner. But anyway.
Well, everybody wants to know, how big a deal is that loss?
I mean, so the loss of McNeil and Davis, which we expect word on today.
Yeah,
hopefully. That's the reason to lock in today, because at some point we're going to have the breaking news on the extent of their injuries. And while it doesn't look good, you can have pleasant surprises. So hopefully we'll get one of those over the next 4 hours.
Great. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Doug Kirsch, Gator Out today. It is the Kirsch and Anderson program. And yes, there's a lot to discuss following Lions 48-42 loss to the Buffalo Bills. It was disappointing. The performance was disappointing on a lot of fronts. But at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world. And I will say this about the Detroit Lions. If they are, for a variety of reasons, devolving into a team that is only going to win shootouts, at least they're equipped to do that. It's not great news. I don't think you concede that this team can't win the Super Bowl. I think that is a bizarre and gross overreaction. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but that's the way I see it. I think that there's a lot of that going on. But the reason is because they do have an offense that can win shootouts. And I know that game felt like they were constantly well behind and chasing. It's just literally a play here and there can completely change it. A turnover, a holding call, a completed pass that you didn't get. There's all kinds of relatively small minutia that can change a game and the feeling of a game. Look, that game felt like Buffalo came in here and controlled the day. It did. And if anybody's going to do it, hell, let it be the best team potentially here over there in the AFC. This could be a Super Bowl rematch, and they would have, if Detroit can get there and Buffalo can get there, we could be looking at a game where they will have, Detroit's full attention. Like Dan Campbell really took the blame after the game. For people who didn't hear the post game, Dan Campbell kept saying, "It's on me, guys. I didn't prepare these guys enough. I did a poor job." And he did the same thing after the Tampa game. Now, is that a cliche in where you just kind of take the bullet for the team and it doesn't really mean anything? No, I think there's so much that goes into preparing a team that when a head coach looks back at it and does the eval, I'd say, okay, I've watched this, and now that I've seen it play itself out, I know where we went wrong in our preparation. We didn't do enough of this or enough of that. But there was a lot of things that we have come to rely on that wasn't great yesterday. And let's face it, it's only because they've set the bar so high. I'm not down on any of these people or these position groups. But Amon-Ra fumbled. Amon-Ra had a pass in his hands. Now, am I holding him to a perfect standard? You bet. You bet. Amon-Ra has created, and he was great. I mean, he set career highs yesterday. But those were costly plays. And I'm not mad at him. And the only reason I bring it up is because you're so good, I expect you to make every play. And you can overcome mistakes still. I mean, let's face it, if the defense gets some stops, then it doesn't matter. But, I always go back to, what do I expect? What is a reasonable expectation for you and your position group? Because he didn't play poorly. But my expectation for Amon-Ra is far closer to perfect than it is for a battered defense. And so, I expect, he has set an expectation where I expect him to make a bunch of plays like the ones he didn't make, the two that I mentioned he didn't make. And again, I am not killing him. I'm sure Amon-Ra looks at those and goes, I should make that play. But he was outstanding in many other ways. What we've come to expect. The O-line. The offensive line is an exceptionally good unit. I have so much respect for those guys. Across the board. Assets from tackle to tackle. They didn't have their best game yesterday. And whether it was against the blitz or against a four-man rush. Now, were they bad? No, the offense scored 42 points. But again, you talk about where they have set the bar. Now, you also have to credit Buffalo. That's one of the things, the mistakes that are made. When you have a holding penalty, it's because you got beat. So, I mean, I guess I don't want to overreact by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not crushing these guys. But if you take a look at where they have excelled and where they have gone out and given other teams no shot, it's because these strengths played, they would scoff at the term perfect, but they played better than they played yesterday. And again, credit Buffalo for doing it. And I'm not mad at people that are really, really concerned. I'm not in a relaxed state of mind either. Because as much as Dan Campbell will not go to the, hey, look, we're doing the best we can with the guys we have out there, the injury thing is reaching absurdity. It's reaching an absurd level. I mean, the defensive two deep from the beginning of the season, 22 guys on the defensive two deep. 12 right now are out. Many for the season, 12. And then you get into the guys that are, third and fourth string, way down the depth chart that would be playing. That no matter what you say, but Kyle Pecco isn't a huge player, or Jalen Reeves-Maben isn't a huge player. Yeah, but you know what, those guys, in terms of what they mean, they were here over the Quan Alexanders of the world for a reason. I mean, there were a lot of, these are guys that would be way more useful and valuable, and we'd understand it more if they were playing, if they were healthy enough to play. I feel bad for, David Bada. Bottom line is there's still tons of football to be played. And we circle back to things that we said throughout the course of this season, through weeks 6, 7, 8, 9. Kept saying, it's a long season, guys. Lots has yet to be played out. Playoffs, I remember having this thing and expressing this concern. There's not this concern, but expressing the reality of the situation is when they were mowing down everybody. I said, yeah, but the playoffs are too far away to think that this is going to be, if this is, to say that this is a sure sign that they're going to make a postseason run, even though they were beating playoff teams, tons of football to be played. Tons of football to be played. And I go back a few weeks. Remember when Jared Goff said, this isn't easy, guys? And said it with such conviction and just trying to remind people how it's not always going to look like this well-oiled machine where they're just steamrolling people. They lost to a great football team yesterday. A great football team. But I do think it's foolish today to concede. Season's over. This is an example why they don't win. They have challenges for sure. And if they're going to have to try and win shootouts, guess what? They're equipped to try and win shootouts. 248-539-9797. Okay, here's what we got. We got Champ and Chump every Monday. We'll have our nominations today at 10:35. Love to hear from you. What is your gut feeling about this Lions team right now? How you feeling? Are you relaxed? Are you taking like the RELAX approach? Are you moderately concerned, very concerned? Are you freaking out? And we like to say that this is a safe place. If I've said something you've completely disagreed with, we're okay with that here. 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you. Again, get your Champ and Chump nominations in. And the big news we're waiting for today is injury updates on Aleem McNeil and Carlton Davis. Doesn't appear to be great. Got it. Yep. But until these things are confirmed, we could find out if they're going to get these guys back at all this regular season, postseason, if it's possible, or if seasons are indeed over. That news should come out at some point during our show. Injury news usually does. So lock in for that. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. Let's get your Champ and Chump calls mixed in. We welcome back Kang. It was out sick last week. We'll get his thoughts on this one. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Interesting. That's DJ Reader. And it's funny. I think Buffalo came in here and beat Detroit. I really do. And I'm you think about what they could be as opposed to what they are. They could be that team that dominated. What they are is a team that looks like they're going to have to win shootouts. And I respect the hell out of Dan Campbell's approach towards the injuries. He doesn't want to ever send the message to the team that you're doing enough. But hey, you couldn't control the injuries, or you're doing enough. Hey, the refs took it from us. Like, he never wants to send that message. And I think that's a great way to run a football team. Now, we over here can talk about the realities of what it's like to have 12 of 22 on your two deep to start the season out defensively. It is remarkable, but that doesn't mean you give up on the season. 248-539-9797. All right, let's talk to the people. Gators out today. It is the Carson Anderson program. Ray is in Romulus and on 97.1. Hi, Ray.
Hey, Doug. Hey, listen, a couple of things here. One item I wanted to say is that, unfortunately, I think Brad Holmes is going to get bit in the butt by trying to be the smartest guy in the room and not addressing defense, okay? Last year, it was the same situation. Offense had to score all over points. Defense could not stop anybody. We went into the season knowing that we needed to get help on the opposite side of Hutchinson. You went out and got a half-baked Davenport. You knew he was going to be injured, so that wasn't nothing to be reliable on. So now here we are again. It's like Groundhog Day in terms of our defense not being able to stop anybody. The other item I wanted to say is this. Buffalo is not a great team. Josh Allen is a great player. So please separate the two. They're not a great team. They just lost to the Rams last week, okay? So they're not a great team.
Well, I think the receivers are great.
Great.
Yeah.
The only one that's great is Cooper.
Dude, if you don't think Shakir is great.
The slide guy, Shakir. But I'm not going to put
there you go.
greatness on him like that. Because
their tight ends are damn good. But anyway, it's beside the point.
We were supposed to dismantle those guys. We were supposed to dismantle them. We were supposed to score on every single drive. And we started
Wasn't the point spread a point and a half by the time the game started?
Doug, those guys were missing 3 people in their secondary. Okay? And the one fear I have is that I don't want us to win the number 1 slot, because if we have that break, seems as though Dan can't get the guys up. I think we need to continue playing week in and week out so we can keep the momentum going. And really, and the last piece is this. And I know you're going to probably bite your tongue on this. Jared Goff just got paid all that freaking money. He's going to have to score every freaking time on offense like Josh Allen just did, okay? Josh Allen can do it. Jared Allen better step up. Jared Goff needs to step up. And you got to make sure we can't start the game the way we started yesterday. That cannot happen.
Okay, look. If you think the Lions were supposed to dismantle a double-digit win team where the point spread was a point and a half, I respect, and I think talk radio sometimes devolves into who has higher standards. But dismantle Buffalo? And yeah, their strength is their quarterback, without question. But he's a great player. Those receivers, I'm sorry, we disagree. I think the receivers are great. And Goff needs to step up, huh? I don't know this for a fact, but this feels like a guy that would have butchered Stafford too.
Doug, that's just the first call today. I just want to let you know that. Take a deep breath. There's more coming, I'm sure of it. I heard only this morning driving in, I listened to the morning show, 3 calls and had to tap out because I knew we were going to do 4 hours of similar type stuff. And I think fans today have every right to criticize or be critical of certain things and be a little worried. I get that. But to think, I heard that they're not going to win a playoff game. They shouldn't be in the playoffs. Things
you
like
heard
that.
Those calls this morning?
Yes, I couldn't take it anymore. So just I just want you to relax, Doug. There's over 3 hours left of the show.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think if you think that the Lions should have dismantled what at the time was a 10-3 team.
With an MVP front runner.
Yeah, I don't. Then I could see why he'd see that game through that prism. But I did not think. I mean, look, the whole the idea that it should have been a dismantling is if that's the jumping off point to evaluate this game, then we're gonna see it completely differently. Dave is next on 97 What a Ticket. Hi, Dave. Really? Jake, you're on 97 What a Ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, y'all, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, so I'm with you guys. I'm not panicking about this loss, right? But I need a little bit more if I'm not going to panic, because I like to set feelings aside and I like to be objective, right? So if we're not going to panic about the loss, I think it's fair to say that we played our toughest game of the year yesterday. So we lost. We played our toughest game of the year. We played a playoff team. So if we're not going to panic about this loss, then what is the solution for the next time this happens? The next time we play a playoff team and we can't play defense and we can't stop them from scoring, we can say we're not panicking all we want, but when this happens again, what's the solution?
Okay, so look, I don't know that they're going to stop other teams' offenses. They're just going to have to win shootouts if this is who the defense is going to be. I said it going into this game that expect Buffalo to move the football and score a bunch of points, and don't panic if they do. The time to panic, okay, is if they can't stop the Bears next Sunday. Then I'll be like, oh my God, this is terrible. They had a bad day. They had a bad day defensively. And, there's some reasons for it. You just can't keep taking talent off the field and expect the results to stay the same. You just can't. They need to find a way to get some people back. Anzalone should be back. I still think the very vague and strange Derek Barnes injury, they could really, really use him. And we await word today on CD3 and McNeil. That's a gut punch right there. They get Reeder back and then they lose McNeil. But it just may be simply this, Jake. They just have to win shootouts. If they play Buffalo again, I think the feeling people will have, first of all, it'll be great because it'll be in the Super Bowl. But secondly, games are different time in, time out. You take the field with the same personnel and things can change and pretty much usually do. So you just got to find a way to get stops. Find a way to make it tougher on Josh Allen. Like if I'm going to get into the X's and O's stuff that bothered me, probably what bothered me the most is guys got out of their rush lanes and it allowed him to escape the pocket and make plays with his feet, create time, and get the ball downfield. And that is from, just from a straight up X's and O's standpoint, I think they got to be better at staying in their rush lanes and winning some of those one-on-one battles.
Agreed. So agree or disagree that it was a good decision by Dan Campbell to kick that onside?
Well, we're going to get to that a little bit later on. We've kind of tabled that until later in the show. We're letting people vent right now. I could see an argument for it, and he didn't make the argument in the postgame, which is really interesting to me. But that's a big question. Champ and Chump coming up today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tucker skater out today. Lions early returns, serious issues is the way the early interpretation of what happened yesterday. Kang, I just looked at the first batch of ticket texts you sent over. This is going to be a long day. It's going to be a long few days. And I think the one thing that people do, and they did it to the positive, which we kept saying, long season, guys, lots can change. When people were declaring this team's winning the Super Bowl midway through the season, now people are declaring that the season is over. And it's a both were overreactions to what your eyes showed you last. We have far more evidence that the Detroit Lions are a great football team than we have evidence that their season's over. The growing number of injuries defensively are obviously a concern and are not being dismissed by any stretch of the imagination. But they went from an imperfect football team to a more imperfect football team. They weren't perfect before, and they're certainly not perfect now.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, Mondays are for venting, you know, and just like your instant reaction to what you just last saw. So we'll take those texts. We'll take those calls.
Yep.
I think you and I will try to do our best to kind of calm some nerves, tell people to RELAX a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, you just mentioned it. There are definitely things to be concerned about. There's things I think we all didn't like, other than just losing the game outright. There's things that we didn't like from that game yesterday. They have time to correct those things as best they can. This team's resume has shown you they're a very good team, one of the elite teams in this offense, or in this league, I'm sorry, and their offense is elite. You know, I think most of the concerns are injury-wise on the defensive side of the ball, right?
Yep.
And like I said, they'll address those things, but they're able to still somehow win. I mean, this isn't the first time they've lost players. In fact, they're getting players back this game. So they've been able to somehow win games, only lose one until yesterday throughout this season. So, yeah, we'll talk about it. I think, by the way, they'll still play the games, and I still think they have a chance to win a lot of games the rest of the year and ultimately make it to the Super Bowl. So, but, yeah, I mean, injuries are a big concern. I tell you what, one of my other biggest concerns from the game was, Doug, is the lack of physicality on the line. Like, it just seemed like the Lions' offensive line and defensive line, there was no movement. There was no push. And I get it, they got down kind of early, so they had to, throw the ball more than run the ball. But when they did run the ball those few times, it didn't seem like there was a lot to go with. And defensively, we saw what Josh Allen was able to do out there. Their running backs getting out of the backfield. I mean, this is what happens when you're down your third, fourth, fifth string linebackers.
Yeah, they attacked the linebackers.
Yep,
There's
absolutely.
no question. They saw a potential weakness, and they attacked them.
And you got to give Josh Allen and Buffalo credit. That's an elite offense over there. That guy right now is the front runner for the MVP, Josh Allen. So when you have a Quan Alexander trailing a Ty Johnson, which, by the way, he had pretty decent coverage.
Yeah.
That's a small window. Josh Allen can hit that window, and he hit it multiple times yesterday, whether it was to the tight ends or the running backs.
And when you get into the playoffs, you're going to play a lot of quarterbacks that can hit that window, which is why you might have to win a shootout. We talked about the trend defensively, and some of it is short fields. Buffalo had a super short field yesterday, starting inside the 5.
Oh, is that short?
Yeah, but in the last 10 quarters, going back to halftime of the Thanksgiving Day game against the Bears, if you eliminate the end of half possessions, 24 possessions by opposing offenses, 13 touchdowns. The Lions are still amongst the best in the league in touchdowns per game allowed. They're at 2.1, which is tied for 6th in the NFL. I'm sorry, tied for 5th in the NFL, which is great. The worst team in the league in touchdowns allowed per game, Cincinnati and Carolina at 3.4. The Lions, the last 10 quarters, an average of 5.2 touchdowns allowed per game. They have allowed the most. Like, this is an absurdly high rate, and it has to be better. And it'll probably bounce back next week in Chicago. It probably will, but Chicago's not a playoff team. And what we're concerned about is what can you do in the playoffs? You know what you can do in the playoffs? If this is what it's got to be, it's what it's got to be. Win shootouts.
You do. I think you got to have a bend but don't break type defense, right?
Field goal attempts.
Exactly.
FGA might become their most important defensive statistic.
Yep. You got to get timely turnovers. Those are huge in games where your defense isn't, as elite as other teams.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to get the third down. I think the issue right now is teams are getting first downs on first and second down. They're getting chunk yards on those downs where it's if it is third down, it's short, or they're just getting first downs on their second down plays. The Lions entering yesterday's game was one of the top teams, if not the best team on third down stops. Like, you got to get them to third down, and they just couldn't do it yesterday. There's 4 play drives that Buffalo was running down the field. It was nonstop.
All right, Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Gators out today, so Kang will have his Champ and Chump. My Champ of the weekend, I'm going to go with Dan Skipper. That was awesome. And ball security was my favorite part, putting his head down and getting into the end zone. Lost in this game will be how much fun that was. And a play that worked, another Ben Johnson special. I'm going to give Dan Skipper with the touchdown my Champ of the weekend.
Yeah, that last 4 or 5 yards must have been the longest 4 or 5 yards in Skipper's career, right? In his lifetime. He's just.
And this is why the offensive linemen run 40-yard dashes at the combine, is obviously to know whether or not they can execute that play.
Yeah, I'm on my champ of the weekend is going to be Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter. You could tell he really, really wanted it, emotional speech. But even if he didn't win it, what an incredible year playing both sides of the ball. Over 1,400 snaps, Doug. That's just incredible in itself. And he was great in receiver and cornerback, so I'm going to give it to Travis Hunter.
My chump of the weekend is the NFL. Let's play a 17th game, they said. Hey, let's add an 18th game, they are saying. Hey, maybe we'll expand the playoff field. Really? Because what I see is a game that is unfortunately too much about attrition. And we're seeing it firsthand with the Lions. We've talked about it in the past, but nobody really cared because we weren't in the dance. But now we're seeing how it adds up when there are critical games that are being played. Who knows what's up with Mahomes' ankle? But yeah, I've never been a fan of the 17th game.
My chump of the weekend is going to be in the NFL as well. It's going to be a player by the name of Jonathan Taylor, running back for the Indianapolis Colts. Did you see what he did this weekend, Doug?
No.
It happened again.
Oh, he dropped the ball.
Doug, it happened again. Doug,
it
will happen for the rest of time as long as we're playing football in the National Football League. Somebody, or college for that matter, is going to drop the ball right before they cross the goal line.
So weird.
It happened
so weird
again.
No idea how that happens.
So, yeah, Jonathan Taylor, my chump of the weekend, dropping the football before he crossed the goal line. Unbelievable.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. If you want to get your championship votes in, you can. Tony's in Walled Lake. Hi, Tony.
Hey.
What's up?
I think we got a great team. If in the beginning of the season, the big thing was Green Bay is getting Chicago's getting better, Minnesota's getting better. We all thought Green Bay was going to be the one challenging us, number one. But if you were to say at this point in the season we're going to be 12-2, there isn't a person in southeastern Michigan would have said, we'll take it. And no, I mean, everyone says, yeah, we got a chance for the Super Bowl. But, look at the 16-0 Patriots. They didn't win the Super Bowl. Look at the Seattle. They're on the 1-yard line. They got the best running back in football. They throw the ball and get picked off, and they blow the Super Bowl. So my point is this, and I called you guys way back when. When you play teams like Buffalo, you have to, the way you slow Buffalo down, obviously, is to control the ball, the running game. We have a good running game. But you can't start your running backs 6 and 7 yards off the line of scrimmage and expect the linemen to hold their block for that. And you got to scoot them up closer and run north and south, run them off the shoulder. And you can't start the game off the 2 times you get the ball with passes.
Well, I guess, Tony, I don't know about your solution, whether or not I agree with that, because they've done a standard running game. But they do need to run the ball better. There's a whole bunch about running the ball and the success and failure, and they didn't run the ball yesterday. And I opened the show, I said my concern about the offensive line is because they've set the bar so high. They did not have a great game. There weren't a ton of holes there. I like that Jahmyr Gibbs gave him a little bit of juice, but only a little bit in the run game. And, yeah, they have to run the ball. As far as, the scheme being flawed, I'm just going to say I trust Ben Johnson when it comes to that. But, if if they don't run the ball, those are major issues. David Montgomery got 5 carries, and I get time and score impacted that. It always does. But
I think he left the game hurt too as well.
Yeah. But that wasn't until later.
Yeah, it was third quarter when he finally left the game. Yeah, but that's why it was one of my major concerns, other than the obvious injuries, is Doug, the offensive line, Ragnow got pushed around yesterday. Let's just be honest. Ed Oliver owned Ragnow yesterday.
And that's not,
Zeitler was bad, I thought. Glasgow didn't play his best game. That's is where this team is built, is the offensive line. So once the offensive line shows some leaks, then you get really concerned. But it's just one game, people, against, Buffalo's a good team.
Yeah.
I know that the first caller we took thought we should have dismantled him. I don't know what he's on. But Buffalo's a good, if not great, team.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. This version of this song is kind of ominous, and it fits the mood today here in Detroit following a Lions loss to the Buffalo Bills 48-42. Look, there are growing concerns, but I feel like there's some conceding of this season going on and true panic after they didn't play well. And the thing is, if you look at things and you go, okay, what are things that contributed to the loss that I don't think are repeatable? Like if you go through and say, okay, how did they win a game with something that isn't repeatable? How do they lose a game with something that's not likely to happen again? I think that they, especially offensively, can be better in the trenches. And that group, which is a strength, I don't think they had a great game. Now, they didn't have a terrible game. The offense scored 42 points. And the most amazing thing is they were able to make plays through the air late in the game when Buffalo knows, pin your ears back and rush the quarterback because they're not going to run it. So it wasn't like they were awful for 60 minutes, but they weren't good at the beginning, fell behind, never really got the run game going, which would be really effective against this Buffalo team to keep their offense off the field and wear down their defense. They didn't do any of that yesterday, and I think they're capable of it. The turnover, Amon-Ra's not going to fumble very much. Amon-Ra's not going to have a tough catch that he's not going to catch. Amon-Ra's a great receiver and really had a really good game. But those are two plays that I expect him to make. I've grown accustomed to expect him to make. When you lose and you do things that are out of character, kind of same thing happened in the San Francisco game. All the talk about the fourth downs, the go for it, they fumbled an exchange. They had a face mask bomb completion. Like they had drop passes. Like those are not things that are consistent behaviors by the Lions. And I credit Buffalo with some of it. But at the end of the day, that's why I'm not panicked today. Do you know how different that game would feel if the Lions started running the ball the way they usually do?
Yeah, and before you knew it, it was like 14-0 though, and I think that played into the play calling.
Without question.
And another thing that, Doug, we haven't had to do this show since week 2, a Lions loss. So this is, people aren't used to this, so they're a little more panicked, and then, like I said, since week 2, I guess. But what happened to all the people that said, hey, the Lions need to lose a game before the Super Bowl, before the playoffs, right? Like, this is your game, people. And by the way, a little positive, you want to look half glass full. Yep. If you're going to lose a game with those last 4 games of this stretch, this was the game to lose, the game against the AFC, because you don't want to lose the conference games, which plays into tiebreakers. So the Bills are a great team, okay? It's okay to lose to them. Sometimes the other team is just better that day, and it was an AFC opponent. So check those boxes. Let's move on. If they win out, according to your math, Doug, and it seems like everyone else's math, the Lions will still hold the number 1 seed.
Yes, they will.
In the NFC.
And barring massive movement from, and when we're talking about the strength of victory thing between the Lions and Philadelphia, it could swing the other way, but it would take a series of upsets. Look, and again, you go back to say, okay, Josh Allen's a great quarterback, and you're going to face great quarterbacks in the playoffs, and they're going to create problems, without a doubt. But you know what the Bills weren't great at? Stopping the run. And they stopped it yesterday. This was an out-of-character, poor performance from the Lions' run game, everybody involved. The Bills averaged 4.7 yards allowed per rush against, it was one of the worst in the NFL. And you know what the 2 running backs did yesterday? 2.7 yards a carry. Okay? And it was ineffective. I think if they played the Bills again, they'd run the football. They just had a bad game. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Aubrey next on 97 a ticket. What's up, Aubrey?
Hey, guys. A couple things. One, I'm going to hit a lot of topics quickly, but I would pay to have a camera in the studio to watch your faces as some of these calls come through. I got to tell you.
You can go on to twitch.tv and youtube.com and you can watch the show. So it's available.
Well, look, I've been rolling across from West Michigan this morning, so I've been listening all morning. I've heard people say, to your point, that Buffalo should have been dismantled. You got to be kidding me. Dan Campbell's a lousy coach. You got to be kidding me. On and on and on, the stuff that you've heard here all morning. But let's talk about it. Oh, real quick, chump of the day. The guy Janty from Boise State. Talk about sour grapes. You know, him saying that he should have won going away. Give me a break. Go back down to Tennessee and you can sit and commiserate with the Peyton Manning folks from 1997. But in any event, that's my jump of the day.
Hey, just real quick, did you hear him say that, or did you read the quote?
I read the quote. So
Yeah,
if it's a misquote, then shame on me.
The way, first of all, there was a headline saying he said he should have run away with it. Then you read the quote, and it was more like, I really thought I should win the Heisman. I thought I'd run away with it, but hey, congratulations to Travis. And it's interesting. I don't love it, but I think in the context, and he's a 22-year-old kid, but whatever. Sorry, go ahead.
No, not at all. I stand corrected. So
You don't have to
I appreciate that. So think about what the Lions have in front of them. Let's look at the AFC. We don't have to play Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, whomever. You only get to play one of those teams. So let's not worry about them. The reality, guys, the Lions take care of business with the Bears, the 49ers. You've got a home game with the Vikings to really get the number one seed. If you win those next two games and you lose to the Vikings, then, hey, shame on us. We get what we get. So that's the way that I look at this thing. It's the difference between obviously having to play 4 games to get to a Super Bowl versus 3 and having home field advantage. So no panic here. And, the last I checked, Buffalo lost 3 games this year.
Yeah, look, thank you for the phone call. You're wrong about it doesn't take 4 games to get to the Super Bowl. If you're not the 1 seed, it takes 3 games to get there, 4 games to win it. If you are the 1 seed, it's 3 games to win it, 2 games to get there. It's a huge deal, closing the season strong. And, the Bears game this coming Sunday could be a get-right game, should be a get-right game. If it's not, you'll find me in more of a panic a week from now. If they don't run the ball against the Bears, you'll find me in more of a panic. If they don't run the ball against the Bears. But the things that they have grown to count on, I'm not going to say 1 game means they're not going to do it anymore.
So nationally, Doug, people are saying, well, the Bills, a team to watch out for to make a Super Bowl run right now. Or maybe this is a preview. They're going to be back in it. They gave up back-to-back weeks of 40-plus points themselves.
Yep.
So hello, right? Like, why are they okay, but the Lions aren't okay? They do it one time.
Chicago, yes, you're right. And Chicago's a worse yards per attempt team than Buffalo. Like the Lions, you go back to what you do well that you didn't do well. Lions got to run the ball this Sunday against the Bears. They got to get back to that.
Yeah, get back to your grassroots, right?
Get back to what you do well. This defense is looking a lot like it might be like last year's defense. And I think they would have gone to the Super Bowl had they just not fumbled in exchange, not dropped some passes, not had a face mask catch.
But speaking of last year, Doug, if people believe in the script, that like everything's scripted in the NFL,
yeah,
are we going to count on Kindle Vildor again? Seriously.
Yeah.
Kindle Vildor again is going to play a role, a major role in this run.
He probably will. Hopefully he's.
And I think he's better than last year. Looks like it.
Pick it.
And yeah,
we pick on him, and I hate it. Because
I know, me too.
He's like a 6th corner in an NFL where any team's 6th corner is going to struggle. But
this is where we're at. No Dorsey, CD3.
Mm-hmm.
Robertson plays the nickel.
248-539-9797. Kelly is next. Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
Hey.
I just wanted to pipe in real quick. I've been a Lions fan since I can remember. My grandpa raised me right, and I never turned my back on them. And I try not to let my mind go back to the days when we were 0-16 and, just a downer. But last night I just saw some things, and I was like, oh, God. They looked like they were off from the beginning. It didn't look like they were in sync at all, and the run game wasn't working, and there was no pressure on Josh Allen last night. I was just like, what is happening? So I'm not going to lose my faith, but I'm not going to lie, it kind of put me into a mindset of a little worry, just a little bit of what's to come.
Oh,
here.
Sure. Yeah. I think that it's it's a reasonable take to not have concerns coming out of that game. To have you absolutely. But, there was a reason why during the season, Kelly, I kept saying long season, lots can change, because I didn't want to overreact and count on a Super Bowl before it happened. And I'm not going to overreact now either. It goes both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And I hear you guys talking about, we're still contenders, and I understand that, but I'm worried about Minnesota, Chicago I'm not really concerned with, but for some reason, and then you got, Philadelphia is just winning games quietly. They're just out there winning games. I don't know.
Yep.
So
Well,
anyway,
that's the
I
way
just
they're
wanted to-
portraying it. That's the way Philly has said all along. The last few weeks, you've heard him say more and more, hey, we're just over here just quietly winning games. Keep paying attention to Detroit. But, hey, there's a reason why Jared Goff said this isn't going to be easy. We will have injury updates next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. We do have some injury updates from the Lions from yesterday, and they are not great. Aleem McNeil, a knee injury, according to multiple national reporters. They say that he is indeed done for the season. Their big defensive lineman will not play again this year. As for Carlton Davis, maybe not the worst, but his jaw injury is still going to keep him out about 6 weeks, so still could technically return in the postseason. The Lions are now tied for the second best record in the NFL after their loss last night, 12-2 with the Eagles, who have now won 10 straight games. Jared Goff is asking for a little chill out there after their first loss in 3 months. Well, their next opponent is lowly Chicago, who have lost 7 straight, might be 8 straight, but first the Bears will play tonight in Minneapolis in a pretty important game for the Lions. The Vikings are 1 back of them and trying to catch up. It'll be Detroit versus Minnesota in the final regular season game in a few weeks. Also, it is the final Monday doubleheader of the year. The Falcons and Raiders will also be playing in Vegas. Tobias Harris won't be available tonight for the Pistons as they get back on the court after a weekend away. They're coming off that lopsided loss to the Celtics in Boston and are back home to face the Heat downtown for a 7 o'clock start. That game right here on 97.1. No bowl games tonight. They'll resume tomorrow, and we'll have at least one every non-Sunday through January 4th. The semifinals will start on January 9th. And in golf, it sounds like players are going to be paid for the Ryder Cup participation now. The league sent out a memo saying that $500,000 will be allocated, with $300,000 of it donated to the charities of their choice. It used to be only $200,000, with all of it going to charity. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Okay, Gators out today, and you heard during the update there the injury news. Lee McNeil, it's a torn ACL. Season's over. And there's just no sugarcoating that loss. That blows. And they can't. We use a term for weeks. They're up against the tolerances defensively. And they've exceeded them. All right. The defense is probably going to be a problem. The good news is we got an offense still leads the NFL in scoring. Scored a ton of points yesterday against another Super Bowl contender, and they are equipped to win shootouts. I don't know that anybody's more equipped to win shootouts. Things we're accustomed to them doing, they didn't do yesterday. The Bills do not stop the run. They stopped it yesterday. Lions' run game wasn't good. And, Amon-Ra fumbled. That's not going to happen much. Amon-Ra is having a great season, had a great game. I'm not putting the loss on him by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just pointing out these are things that we're accustomed to coming through for us, and they're more likely to come through than not. But Aleem being out hurts. Carlton Davis, fractured jaw, is out 6 weeks. This goes back to why it is so incredibly important to win the number 1 seed. 6 weeks from yesterday, according to Ian Rappaport, is January 26th, the NFC title game. So Rappaport writes there's a possibility Carlton Davis could return if there is a deep playoff run. It wouldn't even take a deep playoff run. If you're the 1 seed, they would have to win 1 game to get to the NFC title game. So they could get Carlton Davis, who we've all hailed how critical he has been to this defense. They could get Carlton Davis back for the NFC title game. If you ask me, can they win 1 playoff game without all the players that they don't have? I think the answer is yes. That would be against a team seeded 4 through 7, which, as it stands right now, they've already defeated Green Bay while depleted. Green Bay is one of those teams. They've already, it could be, no, it can't be Tampa, because Tampa would only get in as a division winner, and that would put them, well, they could be the 4 seed.
Yeah, Tampa could be
the 4 seed. It
Mm-hmm.
could be Tampa. And I would love another shot at Tampa. Mike Evans would have a huge day, but
could be Minnesota, right?
Could be Minnesota. Minnesota could be, if they win the 1 seed, that implies that they beat Minnesota at the end of the year, which means, of course, they could beat them again if necessary, because they're likely to be depleted at the end of the year. It's grimmer than it was. Like, it's not as the road to the Super Bowl doesn't look like as smooth a ride as it did a few weeks ago. But that's why a few weeks ago we kept saying long season, lots can change. So here we sit.
Yeah, the journey was never going to be as easy as I think people kind of thought it was going to be, right? They were just rolling. Like I said earlier, we hadn't done a Lions Monday loss show since week 2. So I think people are riding high, feeling super confident. Hey, we show up, we win games. That's what we do. That's not what happens in the NFL, though, really. And they took their loss yesterday. And hopefully that's the only loss of the rest of the year. But it ain't going to be easy, especially when you get into playoffs. Teams turn it up in the playoffs. Look what Baker did last year. Look what Stafford did last year, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to be tough. And they're going to do it probably with a depleted defense. Now it's up to Aaron Glenn, up to Dan Campbell. Get those guys in the right positions, get them in the right mindset. All this technique, lane integrity, all that stuff matters even more when you have less talent, right? It's going to be bend but don't break defense. Give up field goals. Get them to third down.
When we were trying to craft a path for Michigan to beat Ohio State, I said the most important stat in that game might be FGA, field goal attempts. Michigan held Ohio State to 3 field goal attempts. Oh, regrettably for the Buckeyes, they only made 1 of them. But it might be the same thing for this defense. Hold other teams to field goal attempts.
And you talk about things that normally Lions do well that it didn't happen Sunday.
Yep.
Jake Bates missed the field goal.
Yep, you're right. And in the end, that field goal, that 3 points kind of loomed out there, making the game feel a little bit more desperate than it was. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bob. Hi, Bob.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, Doug.
Sure.
You have to win 12 games. You have to be very, very good, which the Lions are. But you have to have a little bit of luck also. I think you'd agree with that. Go back to the first game of the year against the Rams. Remember, if Detroit doesn't when the 10 costs, perhaps Stafford gets the ball back and they go on and win. But you win that in overtime, and then they win 1, 2, 3, 4 games by a field goal this year, and win a couple games by a touchdown. But that's the NFL. I mean, they're all professionals.
Well, they had the highest scoring margin of any team in the NFL.
Right. But they haven't really mowed down a lot of teams, which doesn't make any difference. You understand? I mean, even mowing down Seattle. But if I remember right, I think Smith had about 400 yards passing. So it's just tough to win 12 games. Which is, I think, fantastic. The talent and luck have got to go together. I'm worried about the last 3 games. It's going to be tough against Williams and the Bears. Even though we gained 200 yards against them on the ground the last time around, that may not happen again. But like you said a long time ago, there's lots of the season left, right?
Yes. I mean, I think that the Lions probably, I don't know what your definition of mowed down is. I think they probably did it more than most. They have the highest margin of victory in the NFL. But it is important to remember that most seasons, most games are 1-score games. They just are in the NFL. And I remember doing shows with Terry Foster back in the day, and I was looking for moral victories on an organization that wasn't very good. Hey, it was a close game. And Terry said, and he said to me, and he was right, young Douglas, look around the league. Most games are 1-score games. Doesn't matter who the opponents are. That's why some of those crazy point spreads. So there's a ton of 1-score games. And I would argue that that's the sign of good teams. And the Lions, probably had more bad luck than good luck. I look at that injury report, and I don't think that's them having good luck. 248-539-9797. Sean is next. Hi, Sean.
Hey, what's going on, man? I wanted to first comment on this Elaine McNeil news. This is another reason why I thought this signing was terrible. $25 million, season-ending injury. He wasn't a factor for us even when he was in the game. I think that our defensive ends were terrible. We definitely need to check Pascal. I don't know why Muhammad wasn't in the game. He's not better than Pascal, but Pascal wasn't giving us anything. I do think that we shouldn't be concerned for the season, but there should be high concern for the Super Bowl because we're going to face one of those top quarterbacks who can extend the play, and they're going to torch us. And this was my last thing, which is why I think when we talk about the offense, we're asking for them to run the ball more. When you're playing against a Josh Allen, trying to run to set up the pass is not going to be it. Yes, they gave up 80 points in the last two games, but it was against high power offense where, hey, like the Rams game, Stafford was attacking them the entire game. And I think Jared Goff, it might not be his forte, but he looked ready to take on that task. It wasn't until pretty much the second half to where they just opened it up. Hence why Amon-Ra had a career high yesterday. The O-line definitely got to play better and protect it, because he was getting hit early in the game, which is 14-zip is kind of how that ended up. But I do think it's high concern for us, Super Bowl concern for wise.
I agree with your take on the offensive line. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Hey, this NFL Monday Night Football, FanDuel wants you to win even bigger. Right now, all customers can get a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost on either Monday Night Football game. That means you can boost your next NFL catch-a-pass bet by 30% and take home even more winnings during the Bears-Vikings or Falcons-Raider game. Bet on over-under, spreads, player props, and so much more. Plus, if you win, you'll get paid instantly. So don't wait. Download America's #1 sportsbook by visiting FanDuel.com/Doug to take advantage of a profit boost today. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Maximum wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We just took a call. Kang, I want your take on this. Previous caller would not have extended Aleem McNeil because he got hurt. That's why he said, that's why I wouldn't have extended him, because he got hurt. So, I mean, should they have not drafted Hutch because he got hurt? And then on top of that, he said he didn't even notice him when he was in there. And I'm like, dude, he's one of the best run stuffers in the NFL.
You can never be wrong in hindsight, Doug.
Well, so when they signed him, when they signed Aleem McNeil, and if you're just joining us, unfortunately, it's a torn ACL. He's done for the year. My man said, wouldn't do it. He's going to get hurt. Would you not re-sign anybody?
Does he know it's a physical game? High contact?
All right, back to your phone calls. Keith is in Detroit. Hi, Keith.
Dougie Fresh. Mr.
What's up?
Kang, how you guys doing?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, good, man. You guys took my champs. Two-way player, getting the Heisman.
Oh, that's
it was great to
you
see
vote
that.
for him, yeah.
That was awesome to see that because, dude reminded me so much of Woodson. And I just kind of like to see, a non-offensive player get it, kind of break that tradition a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then Big Skip, did you notice that he could have ran it in the end zone, but instead he dropped his shoulder and gave that dude the business?
Yeah, I was
I'm
interested
like,
in
yes,
you know
Skip.
what happens so often when players who aren't accustomed to having the football and when they get hit, they fumble. And his ball security was elite. Loved it.
Oh, yeah. Skip was my man. I just yelled out for him. Now, my chump is AG. It's like, Buffalo, high-powered. It is. It's a hell of a team, hell of a coach team. But you got to make adjustments. Now, look, if you switch to zone and you guys beat zone, hats off to you. But you got to make it. You got to at least try. You know what I'm saying? And as far as the depletion, do you see the Lions, I don't know, maybe reaching out to Jacobs, bringing him back, for the corner position? And what's the deal on Iffy? I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys.
I don't know what's up with Iffy. They could use him back, though, that's for sure. And look, what's really interesting to me, and I'd like to sit down and at some point I'll see the percentage of times they played man and when they played zone. I'm not saying that I think it's a great question for Aaron Glenn that he probably would never admit publicly. But if they play Buffalo again, which would be awesome because we know where it would be, would they play more zone? And they might. Whatever percentage it was, would they play more zone? That would be one of those in hindsight kind of questions. You could be onto something there. Because if the Lions offense, which has consistently been the best in the NFL this year, there's no reason to believe they can't keep it up. But can the defense, if you think about, if you hold Buffalo to their average, you have a much better chance of winning the game. I don't know if the Lions are like in 2 minute and moving down the field quickly. They aren't. But Buffalo averages like 29 points a game. Can you do enough to force some field goals and hold them to 29? Because I'll take that. And it might be a simple switch like that. It's a great question, Keith. It's a great point.
A lot's going to be put on Aaron Glenn's plate the next month here because, with the confirmation of Carlton Davis's injury and Aleem McNeil's, this isn't like leaking. This is like, whoa, we're taking on water now. Those are two humongous blows to the defense.
Yep.
Two guys that play every snap, the best at their position on the team, and they're not going to be here. Carlton Davis maybe NFC title game, but Aleem McNeil's done for the year.
Yep.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn's going to have to scheme up and figure a way how to. We've mentioned before, this team leans on the offense, so the defense has just got to hold a little bit. They've got to bend but don't break. The field goal attempts that we mentioned throughout the show. If you force field goal attempts, that's a huge thing in this league. If you can force a timely turnover here and there. You mentioned, where's Iffy? Jerry Jacobs, I don't know if he's still available. I know he was out with the Rams for a little bit, if he's on a practice squad or not. Mosley, by the way, is still on this team. I know he was inactive this last game, but this is a guy that they might have to lean on all of a sudden.
Yep. And Fatou Melifonwu was a playmaker at the end of last year. He really helped.
But as we already know, is he James Houston, though? Was that just a thing that happened for a stretch, or is it real? And then, because the one thing that we think that might have contributed to James Houston's downfall is an injury.
Yeah, it'd be an experiment worth putting him on the field to find out.
At this point, yeah.
Rick is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm not panicking yet, but I'm real close. Obviously, we at least have to win our division, preferably be the best overall to get to the Super Bowl. But the point is that I think we'll end up playing somebody like Josh Allen again in the Super Bowl. And think about who we've lost to. Josh Allen and Baker Mayfield, those kinds of quarterbacks. Now, the good news, I think, is that Jalen Hurts can't throw as good as those guys, even though he's pretty mobile. And then, can I throw in my champ and chump, or you want to comment on?
No, go for it.
My champ has got to be a Josh Allen. I've seen him play a lot, but he must have played the best game he's ever played in his life. And then my chump, unfortunately, is our coach. I mean, that onside kick try with 12 minutes to go was borderline stupid.
Well, look, it's something we're saving for later in the game or later in the show to get into a little bit. I think an argument can be made for it, but he didn't make that argument post-game. He said he thought we were going to get the kick, and I'm like, how can you ever think you're going to get an onside kick? But we'll play what he had to say, and we'll comment on it more at length. Then Bob is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
How we doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, but I just wanted to say, if you're going to play a team like Buffalo, you can't spot them 14 points. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if Dan maybe didn't have the offense ready to play. I mean, at this point, like, the onus isn't even on the defense. That we don't really need to worry about them, but what the offense needs to do is just come out on fire. Like, the best thing we could have done yesterday is score a touchdown first drive and then just try to hold serve. I mean, you get down 14 mid-game, okay, that's what it is. But you can't just start a game and give them guys 14 points, man. Never going to work.
Well, you're playing catch-up the whole game against an offense that's extraordinarily difficult to stop, even if you have a healthy defense. You can play them better for sure, but yeah, I mean, it was a bad start. And the offense is reliably good. They didn't run it yesterday. We're accustomed to them dominating up front. Yesterday's the first game all year where they didn't have a good to dominant performance from the offensive line.
Yeah. Quick question for you, Doug. Did you think when the game started, I mean, did we have like an offensive game plan? Sometimes they'll say, okay, we can do these things. They'll script the first 8 or 10 plays. I don't think so.
Oh, come on.
It just seemed like we went out there and we're flat and then didn't get it done and punt, and there you go.
Well, I can assure you, Bob, that there was a game plan offensively, and they weren't just trying to wing it. I can assure you that they put together a game plan that they tried to execute. I can assure you that the plan wasn't, just willy-nilly call some plays and then go from there.
Listen, guys, the plan is 3 and out to start the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course Ben Johnson has a game plan, which looking back at it now, though, knowing now what we do moving forward without, a bunch of defensive starters is lean on that run game more, though, Doug, right? Moving forward with the Bears, Niners, and Vikings here. Control the clock. Your defense needs time off the field. They weren't able to do that because they got behind so early.
We talked a little bit about, the trends with the Bills, and one of the things, they didn't get anything out of James Cook against the Rams. You knew they were going to correct that this week. And not only did they get a lot out of James Cook, they got a lot out of the running back position on the ground and through the air. I feel pretty confident that the Lions are going to look at this game and go, all right, against the Bears, we're establishing the run and we're going to run the football again. I would think that is something that they'll be hell-bent on doing. Do I think that Ben Johnson had a game plan? I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty confident he did. And it was probably something that the best OC in the NFL that so many teams are going to want had faith in that game plan, and it simply didn't work. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There are concerns. Certainly there are concerns. I also just want to say here, an hour and a half into the show, I think our collective lack of experience with having a good football team is showing today. I think it's showing today. I think some of the responses to yesterday's game are way over the top. There is a reason, I'm going to say it, there's a reason to play the rest of the regular season. They have clinched a playoff spot. I'm going to go ahead and say they should play that playoff game. They still have a chance. There's probably no team in the NFL more equipped to have to win shootouts, if that's what it's going to take, than the Detroit Lions. And guys can have a bad day at the office. It's no different than you and me. If it weren't, if football players aren't chess pieces that only move the same way all the time. A lot of variation on how a game can go. They had a bad game. Like right now, if you ask yourself, you still like this offensive line? I bet you do. Did they run the ball yesterday? Not really. Running backs average less than 3 yards a carry against a defense that gave up more than 4.5 yards a carry. It's not like they came across a great run defense and got exposed. The encouraging thing is they were playing a bad run defense and they didn't play well. That, to me, is ultimately and wildly correctable. 248-539-9797. And you fix that, you fix a lot in a matchup like this.
I think fans forgot how to lose, actually. It's been since week 2 we've done one of these shows, you know? And so kind of a reality check a little bit. I think last week you were taking calls about, I think the Lions might have to lose the game, like it's some kind of prerequisite to winning the Super Bowl or something like that.
Yeah, where's that crowd today?
Yeah,
celebrating the loss.
Yeah, I don't think they're celebrating the loss. But you know what? Maybe the Lions fans needed a loss, you know what I mean, to step back a little bit. Not as far as back as we've, some of these calls and texts have done so far, but just, hey, teams have bad games, right? Players have bad games.
Yep.
Coordinators, coaches have bad games. I mean, Dan Campbell took a lot of the blame himself for this loss, he said after the game.
Yep.
So it happens. These things seem correctable. It's time to correct them.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Mike is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
What's up?
I just had a couple things real quick. I think the O-line, I'll piggyback on what you just said. The O-line just didn't have a good game yesterday. And do we really expect them to be perfect every week? I don't think so. I agree that it's good that we lost this game versus any one of the others that we have left, and I do think it was necessary as a reality check where collectively we say, oh, that's right, we can get beaten any week, any team, any day. Let's refocus, let's regroup. We abandoned the run pretty quick yesterday, and I was looking for them to run a little bit more because Buffalo's run defense was so bad, but the O-line just didn't have a great start yesterday, and I think we just abandoned it because we had to, because we were down so quickly. And the second point I'll make is that at some point or another, our defense was going to get exposed. Josh Allen is too good to not expose all of the injuries that we have on defense. We've got fourth and fifth stringers in the secondary against a guy who has, for his entire career, just thrown it all over the field against whoever they were playing on any given Sunday or Monday. But if you told me back when the season started that through 15 weeks we would be 12-2, I don't know a single Detroit Lions fan that would have said, nah, that's not good enough for us. I don't love panicking everybody, but it feels like no matter what this team does, there's going to be a collective portion of the fan base that says, well, that's just not good enough for us. And if I could just throw out a chump real quick, that would be Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. That broadcast was hard to even listen to last night.
I saw a lot of that. Why?
It just felt, they're just homers, right? If you're not Patrick Mahomes and you're not Josh Allen, then it feels like no matter what you do, it's just not going to be good enough. Even in the loss, I mean, Josh Allen did it last week against L.A., had a great game. Jared Goff did it yesterday. Statistically speaking, he outperformed Josh Allen. Yeah, we lost, but he still outperformed Josh Allen, statistically speaking, and they very rarely mention that through the entirety of the broadcast.
I hope it didn't. I don't know how that ruins your broadcast. If you know it, that's fine. I'm a little surprised at how much backlash I saw against those guys, and maybe it's partly because of what I do. I think sometimes we can get oversensitive, and I don't know that I would say that Goff outperformed Josh Allen. Goff had some bigger numbers. Josh Allen was an absolute stud yesterday, extending plays, making things happen when nothing was there, staying alive in the pocket, bouncing out of the pocket, rushing for almost 70 yards. I mean, Goff was good too. Don't get me wrong. He was very good. But anyway, 248-539-9797. Garrett's in Brighton, and he's on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Garrett.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Okay.
So two kind of quick things. I mean, our offense fell flat on their face coming out to start that game. I mean, it's a dogfight to come back from 14 points, pretty much off rip. But the biggest thing, because there's a few callers ago where she said that we weren't getting pressure on Josh Allen. I don't think that was the case from what I saw. I think we were getting some pressure. I don't think it was enough, but we weren't able to contain Josh Allen in the pocket. And from watching Buffalo play this year, Josh Allen struggles when you keep him in that pocket and you continuously give him pressure. He gets happy feet. He starts missing throws. He's scrambling around but contained. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I saw that contributed, obviously, to the loss. I do think that it's a reality check for the Detroit fan base. And, if there was a game to lose, this was the game to lose. I think it's going to put a fire back under their butts. And they're going to come out, and they need to come out against Chicago on Sunday and just shove the ball down their throat.
Mm-hmm. Well, that I agree with, and I think they'll try, and I think they probably will. And, as much as you sit here and we talk about the defense, I think the defense looks a lot better if the Lions are on long, time-consuming drives running the football. I really believe that. And I think they can be I think they could definitely present a different challenge. Now, let's keep in mind here, what we're talking about is a different challenge in the Super Bowl. If we have to be discussing how to stop Josh Allen again, that means they've done a lot right to get there. They got the train back on the tracks. They're not going to play poorly and go to the Super Bowl. They have to play better. So if we're talking about this, already they've played better. You know what I mean? Like, to even get there, they'll have to have played better.
Yep, they got to play complementary football.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Campbell said it after the game. Like, those long consuming drives that you're going to need now because the defense is so depleted with injuries, that complements the defense. Not just scoring, but if you can run the ball like we know they can.
Yep.
Probably two best running back, tandem in the league right now. With that offensive line, they can score quick. They can also score slow. Right now, you probably want to take a little bit more time off the clock because of the defense. And the defense has just got to hold a little bit. And you're right. If they're playing Josh Allen again, they've done something right for 2 games.
Yeah.
Costa just put up a stat that the Lions are no longer the Vegas favorite.
No.
The Vegas favorite for the Super Bowl, sorry.
To get there or to win it?
He put it to, I think it's to win it, outright bet, winning it. Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to assume it's Buffalo, right?
The favorite now to win the Super Bowl is Buffalo.
Yeah.
Buffalo just went back-to-back weeks giving up 40-plus points. Okay?
Yeah. They have defensive problems, too.
Exactly, yes. That's what my point is. Like, the Lions have defensive problems, but it is not over. And by the way, you don't have to beat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen.
Nope.
In fact, for the AFC, you only got to beat one of the AFC teams. Now, you may have to beat Jalen Hurts and Baker Mayfield or whatever, you know what I mean? But I remind people, you don't have to beat the entire rest of the NFL. You just got to beat the team in front of you.
Yeah, and the first, like, getting that 1 seed, like, the as we go down the stretch drive here, that's a massive storyline, is winning out and securing the 1 seed. They lost the least hurtful game to their resume because the Lions still own the tiebreaker over the Philadelphia Eagles. We did the whole thing. Could they lose one of any of the last 4 games and still be the 1 seed? It was a strong likelihood. I mean, the Lions' strength of record is still way better than, it's still 11 games better than Philly's. So the teams that Philly played that Detroit didn't, Philly's got to root for Washington to keep winning, the Giants to keep winning. And they got to root for the teams that the Lions have beaten that Philly hasn't played, like, Arizona to keep losing. Philly, I think, played Jacksonville, maybe Houston to keep losing. Like, they need all the teams that Detroit beat to keep losing to affect that strength of record. But that only matters if they both have the same number of conference losses. So Philly would have to lose an out-of-conference game, and Detroit would have to lose an in-conference game to even make that possible. The tiebreaker still favored Detroit. Okay, winning out though, I mean, there's a reason to play out the string. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy holidays, everybody. Carson Anderson. Welcome those of you streaming the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show and all the coverage on all the stations. From anywhere in the United States, same thing through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birch Kid and Evan do a great job with the content. Also, there is streaming of video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Appreciate all of you that are watching online. Thank you very much. All different ways to take in the show. Gator out today. It's the Carson Anderson program. Mondays mean champ and chump. Light voting so far because most people are just venting. And we vacillate between absolute panic, and this team's been exposed, to RELAX. Back to your phone calls. We go to Chris next here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, moving forward on my thought process on the Lions, giving up this game and this move. What can we do to move forward to win these last games? And I was thinking of the ratio of offensive plays that the opposing team can run in a game, and how many stops we need to give the offense a chance to excel at what they do. I was kind of given a 2 to 3 possession stop, or at least keep them to a field goal to be successful in the future. What do you think of that?
I mean, field goal attempts might be a huge goal for this defense. Is just say what we're going to put on the field, whatever we're putting on the field. We're not giving up defensively, but we're going to emphasize red zone defense.
Right. Yeah, and I think, with the injuries and everything, you can only expect so much. And basically, I think if they were to accomplish this, that's a good plan going forward, at least in my estimation anyway. I can't.
Chris, I don't want to move the goalposts, and I don't think Aaron Glenn should move the goalposts. They should achieve and strive to be the best that they can possibly be and be a dominant defense and playmaking defense that creates turnovers and sacks quarterbacks and does all the things you want a defense to do. But when you sort of talk about realistic paths to victory against great offenses now, could be as simple as stiffening in the red zone and forcing field goals. 248-539-9797. Min's in his truck and next. What's up, Min?
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
How you doing, sir?
Okay, so I'm just going to be like Jameis Winston today. I'm just asking the Lord to deliver us from all these injuries because, golly, this is a trouble. Holy cow. I cannot believe we are this banged up. But I just have a real question, though. Now, do you think this game being a low risk regarding to seeding played a factor to how the players played in some type of way?
I would hope not, and I would think not. But is it possible that they, in the deep recesses of their mind, they probably wouldn't admit it?
Yeah.
But it was an AFC game, and they're fully aware of all the tiebreakers. But I can't, again, I just can't imagine saying, that's not that important. I would have to think that it would have to be subconsciously.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we're going to be okay. I think that, I don't know. I just have faith in this team, man. I don't know if I'm delulu or delusional. I think we're going to be okay. Of course, we have really concerns on the defense, but that's what adjustments are, and that's what we need to make our adjustments. And hey, it's a small thing to a giant. I think we're good.
Thank you, man. Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. When you hear Dan Campbell say, I didn't do a good job preparing the team, and Jared Goff agreed with him when it came up to him, and I'm thinking, how is that? How do you that maybe deep down that's part of it? That's part of it is that they didn't. I mean, we're looking for answers on something that didn't seem possible, and that is for them to just get rolled so much defensively and offensively. Look, all the numbers are nice, but when you're in catch-up mode, it's great that they stayed in the game, but honestly, did they ever have the ball with a chance to tie? I don't think they ever did.
No, you never felt confident that they were going to come back and catch up and take the lead at any point. And I think with the Campbell thing, taking the blame himself. First of all, that's what he does, right? He's the head coach of this team. He'll always take the full responsibility of whatever happens on the field. And I think what he meant by he didn't have him prepared, my guess is, it's my guess, that after seeing how flat they came out and kind of the game went, that's when he knew, like, hey, I didn't do my job then. You know, it's something that you don't know until it actually happens, right? On the field, you see it, and you're like, well, I didn't get these guys up or whatever it is. I didn't scheme it right or whatever, because what I just saw out there is not what was supposed to happen. It just never felt like a real fight. You know, you were always behind.
To answer my own question, in the first half twice, when Buffalo scored first and was up 7-0, the Lions had the ball with a chance to tie. And when Buffalo missed the field goal, the Lions had the ball with a chance to tie. And they didn't do anything with it. Second half, they never had the ball with a chance to tie the game, which is why it felt like they were constantly in a scrambling to get back in at trail position. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Josh and Troy. You're next. Hi, Josh.
Hey, fellas. How's it going today?
Okay.
Just want to first say I'm very empathetic for you both for some of these callers today. I'm listening at work. I just have to vent. Like, we sit here, and it's preposterous how, like, people are calling in talking about we don't have a game plan. We shouldn't have signed Ali McNeil. Like, this is the NFL. The last time somebody went undefeated and won the big game, they had one bar face mask. Like, Tom Brady had an undefeated season, but he wasn't able to get it done. Where is the reality at? It's like drinking the Kool-Aid, but in a different way now. It's the NFL. They're banged up. Of course, Dan Campbell has a game plan. Of course, Aaron Glenn has a game plan. Yes, there's things we can work on, but, like, we lost by one score, one touchdown, less than that. It's like they're already selling us short, talking about put Dan Campbell on the stake, whatever you want to do. Give them a chance. They're professionals. Amon-Ra fumbled. You don't think he's going to pick himself up next week? You don't think that the guys are going to go out there and want to keep winning? It really just frustrates me, and I like I said, I'm empathetic for you guys, because it's like, where is the clarity when, yes, they've lost the game, they're also 12-2. How hard is it to be 12-2 through 15 games in the National Football League? I just think that Detroit as a city needs to, like, take a chill pill and just realize that the Lions are in a great position. Yes, we're banged up, but with a good coaching staff and a great culture in the locker room, the sky's the limit for these fellas.
Well, Josh, I have a little bit of I have a lot of patience today, because we don't have a ton of experience with being called the best team in the NFL for so long and then suffering a loss. And our inexperience, I think, collectively, some of it's showing. And everybody's going to see it differently. The reason why I am not losing sleep is, A, I still think the Detroit Lions have a great coaching staff. B, there's no team more equipped to win shootouts than the Lions. C, the Super Bowl favorites giving up 40 points in back-to-back games. That's Buffalo. So we can sit here and talk about our problems. All the other teams that are in contention have problems too. Our problems got worse today. For people just joining us, Ali McNeil, season's over, torn ACL. Carlton Davis, 6 weeks with a broken jaw. But I go back to the 1 seed. He is a huge part of this defense. And 6 weeks from yesterday is the NFC title game. If you're the 1 seed, you only have to win one game at home to get there. And then you host it. And you get your guy back, most likely. And you get Anzalone back for that. You might get Derek Barnes and Fatu Melifonwu back for that. Like, things could be looking up in terms of personnel that's on the field compared to who was on the field at the end of the game yesterday. I guess it could get worse. Everybody has injuries. Most don't have this many. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls, your Champ and Chump nominations, and your freakouts. Next, 97.1 The Ticket. Gators out today. It's the Carson Anderson program, 248-539-9797. Hope you're doing well. We're doing okay here. Let's face it. There's a concern level on a scale of 1 to 12. Some people are at a 12. Others are at a 2 or a 3. I'm probably a little bit more than a 2 or a 3, but I'm certainly nowhere near a 12. We have overwhelming evidence that this is a legitimate Super Bowl contender. And while it was really fun dominating games from start to finish and winning mostly by comfortable margins and beating a bunch of playoff teams in some close affairs, losing this game does not, in spite of what some people believe, does not eliminate them from Super Bowl contention today. They may just have to win some shootouts along the way. But at least they have an offense that can do that. You know, I don't change my opinion that the coaching staff is really good because of one game. I do think the coaching staff understands, even though Dan Campbell refuses to acknowledge that injuries are playing a role here. I like the idea that, you know, I don't say I like the idea. I do believe that Aaron Glenn and the defensive staff can do some things better. I don't know what percentage of zone coverage they played, which is better against more effective against mobile quarterbacks. Probably wasn't enough. And I wonder if they face Josh Allen again or a quarterback similar. Do they have a completely different game plan? I think it's quite possible that they'll play more zone coverage. But what really the thing is, this is something that weeks ago I started talking about. Hey, it looks great, long season. The biggest problem with the playoffs, they're so far away. They don't start for months. A couple of months away is when I first started saying it. Then Jared Goff said a couple of weeks ago, guys, this isn't easy. And we toiled a little bit with the idea that they were any given Sunday proof, meaning they won't have letdowns. One of the reasons, though, why I'm not panicked, because the Lions have been a damn resilient group under Dan Campbell. The Detroit Lions take all of the good teams in the NFL, and the Lions have the longest streak of not losing back-to-back games. The Lions, under Dan Campbell, have been the best in the NFL at responding to adversity and bouncing back. When you lose a game, deficiencies are discussed and highlighted. That's not unusual. Believing that those deficiencies are now here to stay, I think that's unusual. I don't think we need to do that. And we can sit here and say, oh, Doug, if you believe in this defense, well, I'm not talking about the defense. You know what helps? When you do things that you're fully capable of offensively. That helps. They didn't do that yesterday. I don't think the offensive line had a great game. I think they did some good things, but they did not run the football. And then they got so far behind they had to give up on the run game. And then the offensive line, when you're in hurry-up mode and the defense is pinning their ears back and rushing the quarterback, and they know what you're trying to do, the offensive line held up. But that was not a great rush defense that just stopped the Lions' run game. That feels like that falls on our team more than what they did. I don't think they exposed anything. I think the Detroit Lions rushing attack is pretty darn good, and that will come back. You know what I also don't think happens every week? I don't think Amon-Ra fumbles every week. And I don't think Amon-Ra has a pass go off his fingertips. Amon-Ra had a great game. Set some career highs. But those things are unusual, and they happened yesterday. You know what else happened yesterday? Jake Bates missed a field goal. Do I expect Jake Bates to miss a field goal? A lot of them? No. No, I think Jake Bates is pretty damn good. Is this why Evan came running in?
Oh, are you seeing it now?
Yeah.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, Doug.
From Adam Schefter. Lions running back David Montgomery is now out indefinitely after suffering an MCL injury in Sunday's loss against the Bills. Sources tell ESPN Montgomery is undergoing additional testing on his knee, getting a second opinion to confirm, but he could be lost for the season.
So I got to have everyone who's doing injury reports at this point. Let me know, does season mean regular season or the entire season? Because if I'm reading loss for the season, that includes the postseason, right?
That's what I think.
I just want to be accurate. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I hear you.
I want to know what I'm dealing with at this point. Because get me to the postseason. But if these guys aren't even going to be available for the postseason, my God.
Rex Ryan had a line this morning. Okay, remember when I said I'm like a 4? I'm not like a 5 or a 6. Rex Ryan had a line this morning about how the Lions are putting Hey Yous out there. Hey, you, go cover Dalton Kincaid. Hey, you, do you know this blitz? Hey, you, inside and in front. And you know what the cool thing is about the way they were built? I think we were okay with going, God, I kind of like Craig Reynolds is a useful guy. Pat O'Connor can make some plays for him. Al-Qadim Muhammad, he's done some good things. Trevor Nowaski, like that's a good backup. What we never thought about was what happens if you have to play all of them.
There's attrition, and then there's what's happening to the Lions. And I feel like this is hitting a new level at this point. No Aiden Hutchinson, no Lee McNeil, no Marcus Davenport. 3 out of your 4 starters, right, for the season. If you want to take out Davenport, fine.
That you should have never counted on.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
There's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, okay. Hutch and McNeil are not just starters. They're game changers. They're two of the best at their position. Carlton Davis is your CB number 1, okay? Alex Anzalone, playing great, the captain of this team. All right, we got good backups. Malcolm Rodriguez. No, you don't have him either. Derek Barnes. No, you don't have him either. Germ. No, you don't have him either. They're getting deep, man, and it's getting sketchy in these waters, Doug. Mm-hmm. And it's getting. I'm at the point. It sounds crazy. Yesterday, I was like, "Where's Pat O'Connor? Come on! I can't count on Pat O'Connor, even though we have to count on Pat O'Connor, right? And guys like that. No disrespect to any of these guys, but there's a reason why they were the 3rd, 4th string guys.
Yep.
And if now you're down Montgomery, and it's going to be Gibbs, Reynolds, and Vaki?
Yeah, I was about to say the truth.
The truth is about to find out. Can he play safety as well?
Is he going to have to play both ways?
Yes.
Sione Vaki played running back and defensive back at Utah, but people don't know. Oh, boy. David Montgomery, latest news, Adam Schefter saying an MCL injury. He's undergoing additional testing. He's out indefinitely, looking for a second opinion. But Schefter words that he could be lost for the season. That is added to the injury list today. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Marty next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Marty.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I had a different take on the game, but, man, the Montgomery news is really putting a damper on my view anyway, but I'll tell you what I was going to say anyway. My brother and I talk a lot. When Campbell came on board, they played a whole different style, 4 quarters of tough football, which they never used to do. But the balance just was a little in favor of losing, right? They were losing by a little bit, a lot of games. And we were like, they just need to get a little bit better on offense, a little bit better on defense, one of those, and they'll be winning games. And they did. And, Campbell and his crew, they know how to do it. They did it once. And yesterday's game was just like that to me. We could talk about the bad things they did on offense, defense, but if they had scored one of those opening drives, gotten a stop in the first half, They lost to the Super Bowl favorite right now by less than one score, with 12 guys out from the start of the year, who weren't there yesterday. I don't know. I'm not ready to give up. It's really going to be a miracle now with Montgomery gone, because the scoring drives are going to be less. But I don't know. I'm not ready to give up. They've pulled it off, and they play a different style than they used to. So that's where I was coming from. And by the way, the Bills, they've lost 3 games. We've lost 2.
Mm-hmm.
We're still better. So I'm not giving up.
I don't know if I can make that claim today, but they still have a better record, yes. And Buffalo's playing damn well right now. But, I mean, they did lose last Sunday. But Detroit, I'm not panicked. But losing David Montgomery indefinitely here, it does change the concern level, yes. Because what did I keep saying? All morning, we're more equipped to win shootouts than anybody. We're well equipped. We're well equipped to win shootouts. This takes away from the offense.
Yeah, and also run the ball so the defense doesn't have to see the field as much.
Yep.
This is part of running the ball. This is actually the guy who drags out drives, right? Now we know Montgomery can take it to the house, but he's not Gibbs as speed-wise. He's the guy who just chunk and chunk and chunk, right?
Quite frankly, he's such a physical runner. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten hurt already, because he is a brute. He is a wrecking ball. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback reacting to the news today. Earlier, we told you Lee McNeil, unfortunately done for the year, torn ACL. Carlton Davis out 6 weeks, could take us to the NFC title game should the Lions get there. He's out with a broken jaw. David Montgomery, now out indefinitely with an MCL, seeking another opinion. There is a chance he could be done for the year, but there's just a chance. So let's not go there yet. He could be back. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Attention Detroit Lions fans, UMCU is the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, and they've teamed up with stars like Jameer Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold to bring you something special. Hi, it's Doug Karsh. I am a member at UMCU, and you can be too. The Lions charge forward with this season. UMCU has given fans exclusive access to the sleek Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. It's the ultimate way to show off your team spirit. Maybe in some ways, when you break out that Black Debit Card and you plop it down, and someone says, "Oh, all the injuries," you say, "No, this debit card tells you I still believe." If you bleed Honolulu blue and black, now's the perfect time to join the Detroit Pride. This exclusive Lions Black Debit Card is only available to UMCU members. Choose from the Black Card or 3 other existing designs that represent the Lions' fierce spirit. Become a member. It's easy and join. Visit umcu.org for all the details. Some restrictions apply, insured by NCUA. UMCU, where success deserves to be celebrated. Gators out today. It's the Carson Anderson program. Look, the loss was, it sucked because the Bills looked unstoppable. The Bills looked like the better team, and that sucked. And on that day, they were. But then Lee McNeil, done for the year, torn ACL. Carlton Davis, out 6 weeks, broken jaw, and now news. David Montgomery's out indefinitely. It is a knee sprain or knee injury. MCL injury is what it's diagnosed as. And we don't know. We don't have a timetable yet. And so any speculation at this point is just that. We await news on that. But that's not going to help, because the one thing that I have built the most hope around for this team is that they have an offense that can win shootouts. He's a big part of it. That sucks. Jahmyr Gibbs is exceptionally good. Probably right now the better of the two anyway, although I'm splitting hairs a little bit. But now he's going to have to shoulder the load. Craig Reynolds is going to have to step up. Sione Vaki. He becomes a factor there maybe in the run game. Probably not a ton, but who knows? They weren't using Reynolds. They were just going with the top two, but you have to spell Jahmyr Gibbs. You have to try and, massage that situation. Jamar Jefferson is back on the practice squad, a 7th-round pick from a few years ago. But they may have to sign somebody else from the outside. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Stan in Southfield. You're next. Hi, Stan.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I got a couple of points I'd like to make, and then I got a question at the end. And, one thing, people need to take a breath. They need to do a few woosahs and remember last year's Baltimore game and what the Lions did after that game. We got our butts spanked really bad that game. We couldn't stop them, and we couldn't score on them. But we still went to the NFC Championship game. And then, the one thing that my champ's Travis Hunter for winning the Heisman. Mm-hmm. And then my chumps with the S are Jim Flash in the Pants, Nance, and Tony Homo. They look for everything.
All right, look. I'm taking I watched the game, and at no point did I think Romo and Nance were that bad. And I don't quite understand why, even if they were, don't let it ruin the day. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. We do have feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. You can text us along with call us. You can tweet us as well, and we do appreciate your text. From Jason in Chicago, Champ Jeff Petrie played his best game as a wing and helped them lead them to a win over the Leafs. Chump the Lions defense, invisible all game, and an exclusively bad performance. Excusably bad performance. Next text. My champ is Goff, almost 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. My chump is the linebacker room. The Bills targeted and took advantage of our linebackers all game long. Yeah, look, I thought that was clear. Tight ends and running backs, big part of their pass game. Makes sense against the Lions team that has linebackers off the street. Maybe losing AG won't be a bad thing. We can't have that defense in such a high-profile game. That's quick to pull the trigger on AG, man. AG has done some really, really good things.
You're not allowed to lose a game with Ben Neiman as your linebacker, Doug.
No, apparently not. I have a massive level of concern at this point. Losing McNeil and Davis and knowing how important both those guys are in Aaron Glenn's scheme to an already decimated defense is the tipping point for me. That's from an unnamed texter. Champ Jared Goff, chump the lame SOL fans ready to jump ship. Well, you're the first one that's used that term today. Nobody has said that. Some of them are acting like it, and we've heard it. But this David Montgomery injury. Seriously? Next text. My champ is Jared Goff. My chump is the Lions defense. We couldn't stop a running nose yesterday, let alone an amped up Bills high-octane offense. Here's another one. It's over. Please stop pretending. We have no defense and lost 3 more guys for the season yesterday. 2 very impactful players. The draft is 5 months away. Let's please not blow a second and third round value picks on projects, seeing where these injuries ravage this defense. Unnamed texter declares it's over. I'm freaking out. The defense is suspect. Unnamed texter. Why is Aaron Glenn considered for head coaching jobs? Aren't these coaches a dime a dozen? Terrible when you don't have your great players. I don't know what to say. Aaron Glenn didn't become a moron overnight. And if you think losing great players is supposed to come without having a pretty big impact, I don't know what to say. I'll give this guy a chance. You know, there's people saying, why is Pascal playing over Quan Alexander? Because they got a track record. They know what Pascal is. They know what he can be. And what are the percent chances, not Quan Alexander, El-Quadin Muhammad, my apologies. What are the chances that El-Quadin Muhammad is going to be better than Josh Pascal moving forward? They have way more evidence of Pascal having potential to be a pretty good player. Way more than El-Quadin Muhammad, who was a practice squad guy that they signed. Like the looking back at that and saying that's a mistake on Aaron Glenn's part. I mean, come on. From Scott, David Montgomery. We shouldn't have signed him because he got hurt. Well, that's in response. That's a response to one of the first callers today that said he knew they shouldn't have signed Lee McNeil to a deal because he got hurt. It's wild.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little shook with this Montgomery news.
I am
because
too.
It's not just Montgomery, which absolutely already hurts. It's now you pile it on with the rest of the stuff. I was trying to cope with the other injuries, but this is the ultimate. We say it all the time. Injuries are the ultimate equalizer in sports. You can't account for them for the most part, and this might be too much, Doug. And I'm not waving the white flag by any means, and I'm not saying they don't have a chance to win the Super Bowl. But is my confidence shook a little bit? Yes, it is. I mean, they cannot have nice things. And it was one thing to kind of maintain on defense because you could lean on the offense. Now you start chipping away at my offense? Yeah, I'm a little rattled. Doug.
Ian Rappaport has more details on the Montgomery injury. He's saying it's a torn MCL and could be out for the season, including the playoffs, sources say. He's having more tests to figure out the severity and the next steps. Montgomery somehow finished the game, is what Ian Rappaport says. That one is rattling. Because all along, they've, for the most part, escaped without offensive injuries piling up.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, this is the idea that they could win shootouts was built in large part around David Montgomery. But this is why weeks ago we said over and over again, seasons are long. Seasons are long.
I mean, look what happened to the Chiefs. A little more important with Mahomes not finishing the game yesterday,
Yep.
And that's not considered to be season ending or anything, but he was definitely – he left, the field on a cart because it's a high ankle sprain. That's going to linger. Their offensive line is already leaky. They've turned into a defensive-sided football team. This is happening throughout the league. The Lions aren't the only one. It just seems like numbers-wise it's happening to the Lions more as far as how many players are getting hurt.
248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. 'Tis the season to save at Sarah Chevrolet. Here's a crazy offer, a 2025 Equinox EV. Right now, Sarah's offering a brand new 2025 Equinox EV for just $39 a month. That's $39 a month, a 2-year lease on an Equinox EV LT front-wheel drive with just $19.99 down. I love my EV. Check them out. Unlock your savings with a GM employee discount, Costco member private offer, lease, and Chevy EV private offer in your household. Also this month, get a 2025 LT Blazer, 2025 Blazer LT for just $279 a month for 24 months. Again, GM employee discount, Chevy lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harshgater out today. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. Mondays mean champ and chump. No, there's not good news coming out today. Lee McNeil is done for the year, torn ACL. Broken jaw for Carlton Davis. He's out 6 weeks, which would mean he could return for the NFC Championship game should the Lions get there. To get there, they might have to do it without David Montgomery, as now Ian Rappaport saying torn MCL could be done for the year. They're still trying to figure out the severity of that. It's just speculation of how long it's going to keep him out. He did finish the game. There's starting to become they have no shot. People are saying no shot. And that the Super Bowl dreams came to an end yesterday. And I feel comfortable with the Lions team that has this offense. If they have to win a shootout, they're capable of doing it. Without David Montgomery, it gets harder. I'm only a few weeks removed from a no-shot scenario. Nothing is apples to apples. I understand it. But with Will Johnson out, Colston Loveland's ruled out on game day, Donovan Edwards gets hurt, Michigan is a 20-point underdog, goes into Columbus and wins. It was one game. It was a one-game scenario. The Lions were asking him to win a bunch of games without people. But that's why sports are great. Sometimes the unexpected happens. Sometimes you lose your starter, and Nick Foles leads you to a Super Bowl. Sometimes you lose your starter, and Tom Brady leads you to a Super Bowl. Sometimes sports are great because of the unexpected, and we might have to account for some of that. We might have to expect the unexpected. Other people, you never know when you come across a team that they have injuries. So it's all about what it comes down to matchups. Matchups in that one game, that one playoff game. We know they're going to the playoffs. The question is, can they go to the playoffs as a 1 seed? It is going to be tough.
Well, thank God this isn't the college football playoff committee of last year where they just wouldn't vote the Lions into the playoffs because of injuries.
Right, that's right.
You actually have to play it out in the NFL. You earn your keep. They've earned the opportunity to at least make the playoffs. Right now they're playing out the rest of the season and try to get that number 1 seed. I said last segment, I'm a little shook because of all the injuries.
Yep.
But you move forward. And Dan Campbell, he is never going to make excuses for the injuries on this team. That's his job. That's his job to get the next man up and get him in position to win each game. You just mentioned there's always a path to victory. You just might have to find a different path now. You've got to find a different way. Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, Dan Campbell, they've got to find that path and execute it. And this team is talented enough to win games. I just mentioned the Bills now, according to Vegas, are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. They literally gave up over 40 points in back-to-back weeks, and they're the favorites. So the Lions do they have enough? Yes. They don't have what they had a couple weeks ago, though. I mean, this game was brutal, man. Aleem McNeil, Carlton Davis, and now David Montgomery.
Yep.
3 huge key pieces to this team.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Greg in Dearborn. You're on 97. Want a ticket? Hi, Greg.
Hey, man, this Mountain news is rough. But talk about a throw it in the trash kind of game, huh?
Yuck, throw it in the garbage?
Yeah, just throw it in the garbage. Just get rid of it. Because, I mean, even with this throw in the garbage scenario, they still put up 42 points with limited money. So I guess that's kind of a good way if you want to try to look at it like that and not freak out and not blame this on who was it? The first caller today was blaming this on Holmes. It's like people need to RELAX for sure.
Well, look, it's Greg. It's frustrating because there's been some wild takes today, and I'm not mad at people for feeling bad. Look, there's very little encouraging about yesterday. They still have a great running back in Jahmyr Gibbs. What they had was what most people didn't have, and that is 2 great running backs. Now, a lot is going to fall on Jahmyr because some weeks were Monty games and some weeks were Jahmyr games. Well, now they're, for a while here at least, it's going to be just Jahmyr games. And, they kept Craig Reynolds around for a reason. Kang, you love Sione Vaki, so if anybody should have faith in him, it's you, my friend. But this is
Ben Johnson will adjust too. I mean, the game plan will change, and he'll figure that part out for the offense to keep rolling.
Yep, hope so.
Yeah, but I was calling my champ and chump, Billy Huso. I've been really down on him. I thought he was cooked, but he stole one away from the Leafs. He played a best game all year on a Saturday, so that was great. And then I don't know if you want to address it yet, but I was calling the chump Dan Campbell. I mean, going for that onside kick. They've made the rules now where basically if you're going to have an onside kick, you should only do it when you absolutely need to do it. I think it was emotional, and I think it was telling at the end of the game what he said about it.
So really, I didn't agree with his reasoning, and I if he had said, and look, I'm not going to turn this into a federal case. If he had said, I just thought we had to steal the possession, and at that point in the game, we still had time to overcome it if we didn't get it. But I thought we had to steal possession, and this is the rule, and this is how you do it, so that's what I did. He said he thought they could get the kick, and I'm like, I don't know how you can ever plan on getting a kick, an onside kick, because it's just too much luck involved. So I didn't agree with his reasoning behind it. They were, at that time in the game, they weren't in a need to situation with the onside kick. They still could have won the game without going for an onside kick. But if you never thought you were going to get a stop, and there was reason to feel that way, then I guess I got to, but he didn't say that. So I don't know. I did think it was an odd decision. I still think the net of Dan Campbell is overwhelmingly positive, but that seemed unnecessary.
I ride with Dan and his calls because I think he's built something within those calls for this team, as far as mentality-wise, DNA, what they are about. But just to focus on that one call, the onside kick, that early onside kick in the third quarter, it made no sense to me. Fourth quarter.
Yep.
There was just too much time left.
It's 12 minutes ago. You're
12
down 2
minutes
scores
to go, and they had finally cut it to 10, which seemed more reasonable, right? Because up to that point, I mean, they come on a halftime touchdown, and it's 28-14 again, and then it's 35-14. You're down 21. I'm thinking the game is over. They score, then hold Buffalo to a field goal, then score another touchdown. It's 10 points at this point. Even if you hold them, if you think you can't stop them, but you can hold them to a field goal, it's still 2 possessions. To give up the onside, to do the onside kick there, it just made no sense with 12 minutes left in the game. I just think it was a bad call, the wrong call. And it's not like the fourth down calls you can rationalize more because you're in control, Doug. If you feel you can, quote, get it, it's because you're dictating the call, you're dictating where it goes, who gets the ball, right? An onside kick is almost like it's pure luck almost.
It's a roulette wheel.
Yeah, like that. You can't count on that.
No, and he thought the way he worded it, he was like, yeah, we thought we were going to get the ball. And I'm like, Anyway, 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. If you're just joining us, terrible news on the injury front. Lee McNeil, season over, torn ACL. The Carlton Davis III, broken jaw 6 weeks, and now David Montgomery, according to Ian Rappaport, a torn MCL, out indefinitely, but not looking good. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. going to be really interesting to hear Dan Campbell tomorrow morning on the morning show. Dan Campbell, I'm sure he'll know, he will have given a lot of thought as to what he's going to say when the guys interview him, because he always does. He's usually an extraordinarily interesting listen, and I'm I'm really looking forward to hear what Coach Campbell has to say, because right now, I'm gonna predict that after he speaks tomorrow at 8 a.m. on the morning show, people will feel a lot better. We're in the immediate wake of some bad news. But let's see what the head man has to say tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. We'll talk about Jared Goff tomorrow at 10:30 here on Carson Anderson. Let's get back to your open line calls. Who do we got next here? Greg in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Wow, the day just got gloomier, but nevertheless, to that one caller where he says, everybody needs to take a Sawasi, because he was listening to the game on the television. You don't listen to the game on television. You listen to Dan Miller, 97.1 The Ticket. You never do that. And, I'm really surprised to, hear these fair weather bandwagon fans, here they are, these fans who don't know what it is to be 0-16. I mean, fired Glenn? Oh, my gosh, this is ridiculous. But I did want to say, you remember when we opened up the season last year against Kansas City?
Hey, I'm going to have to ask you to back off the headphones a little bit. You're really breaking up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Is this okay?
It's better. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. You remember the beginning of the season last year when we played Kansas City? Mike Tirico said, well, you're going to have to put an Astro star by this game. So how many Astro stars do we get?
For the loss yesterday, put an asterisk next to Buffalo's win. Yeah, as you can see, it doesn't really make you feel any better if we did that, right? That was another announcer freak out. A lot of people freaking out about Romo and Nance today, but that even if they say nice things, it doesn't make it any better or worse, the reality of where we are. And there's a lot of people saying nice things about Josh Allen. There's a reason why he is a strong candidate, if not the leading candidate to win league MVP. Sheldon is in Livonia and on 97.1. Hi, Sheldon.
Hey, guys. My chump is the callers and the ticket texters just being negative. We are a 12-2 Lions team, and I think we forgot about how much we used to lose, how we were the laughingstock, and how the coach that we should fire because of his gambles has got us to 12-2, or the running back we should have never drafted that early, or Jameis J-Mo, who we should have never picked because of all the trouble he get into. We have turned this team around. We galvanized this whole state. We got people all around America going crazy, and we coach from the offensive coordinator at the beginning of the game, the defensive coordinator with a bad game plan, and Dan Campbell with a bad call. So what? We're 12-2. We're still in first place. If we lose the rest of our games and our first playoff game, we were decimated with injuries. Be happy for what this team and our organization has turned this team around and gave us a great football year. And remember who we used to be. We can still get to the Super Bowl possibly, and if we don't, still be happy. This team has put a lot of happiness into our Sundays, and we need to quit being crybabies and people that act like we deserve something. And this guy that turned this team around in 3 years.
Sheldon, I love the pep talk, and I'm not really it's not on my to-do list today, but I just want to add this, is while this team might be doomed because of the injuries, at least they're not built to be a one-year run, okay? I'm not ready to turn the page on this season at all. But keep in mind, this team is built for the long haul.
All right, I want to say this real quick. Last year, after we lost, Dan Campbell said, we're not promised to get back here. And I understand that with all of these injuries and stuff like that. But next year, I'm not looking forward to the draft. I'm looking forward to people coming back from injuries and having even a better year than this great season we're having right now. And what other year as a Lion fan can you be looking forward to the next year to have even a greater year than a great year?
Sheldon, thank you. 248-539-9797. TJ is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, TJ.
Hey, Karsh. I was just calling about basically what you had touched on earlier, and I think we kind of need to pump the brakes on saying there's no shot at the Super Bowl now. This team is still 12-2. They hold a stronghold on a very good division. We all know the Packers and the Vikings are trying to get us, but Philly lost 2 linemen yesterday on their offensive line. I'm not sure if you saw that. I mean, I'm not sure the extent of the injuries, but the other teams that are competing with us are also going to run into these injury problems. Now, is it as severe as us? Probably not. But I think to just keep it in perspective, like you just mentioned, with the team is built for the long haul, Dan Campbell's going to find a way to make the adjustments needed. Is it the adjustments he wants to make? Probably not. But to say that we have no shot at the Super Bowl is a bit far-fetched to me. I think they have their work cut out for them, but I definitely think we have a chance. And I just wanted your opinion on potentially other teams, having these injuries also.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, we brought it up, and, it could be, in the end, it could even things out. Look, I've talked about this for a long time, and nobody cared because we weren't involved. But the NFL has turned into a battle of attrition. There's so many players that go down for injuries. Remember, and again, I go back to the beginning of the year when the practice squad was set, and we were talking about get to know the practice squad. Those guys are going to play because it's a battle of attrition. And now it's to the point where practice squad guys that we were counting on are getting hurt. And it's just an endless cycle at the bottom of the roster, bringing guys in to try and help. That's life in the NFL. This is tougher than most have to deal with, but others have to deal with it too. And
100%.
And so, you're not going up against the best version of Philly either.
Right. And I mean, it's a great point you just made. And my champ for the weekend is actually going to be Vildor. I think if you look at his last few games, he's actually made some really impressive strides with his game, covering people downfield. He held the Bills receivers yesterday that he was guarding to only 7 yards. So he's my champ, and my chump is going to be Steve Eiserman until some significant change comes with the Red Wings. I know we won against Toronto, but something's got to give. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it. 248-539-9797.
I said earlier, if the NFL was scripted and they wrote in Vildor would be the one, it's poetic justice to come back from last year, right, in the NFC title game and come back and help this team and maybe even a game-sealing interception in this year's NFC title game to send him to the Super Bowl. How crazy would that be, Doug?
It'd be fantastic.
Because he's got to step up now.
Yep. And look, there are guys that are better than what they're putting on the field. I mean, yesterday Emmanuel Mosley was a scratch, right? So because
they elevated somebody else instead.
Yeah. So he's at least under consideration. He's on the roster where he's deemed inactive,
Oh, I think he's going to be active real soon here with CD3 out.
Yep. Waiting to hear good news.
And Dorsey.
Right. Waiting to hear good news on a Fatu Melifamu. That'd be helpful. Because, look, this whole thing, I mean, it's piling up. And, again, I know people don't listen to every moment of every show. Lee McNeil out for the season, torn ACL. Carlton Davis, broken jaw, out 6 weeks. And now David Montgomery, torn MCL, out indefinitely, getting a second opinion. 248-539-9797. Kareem is next on 97.1. Hi, Kareem.
Hey, good morning, guys. Or afternoon. How are you?
Okay.
So, any franchise would be happy to have a team start at 12-2, but it's kind of hard to with this year with the injuries and obviously like Philly and Minnie not wanting to lose games all of a sudden. But I definitely think the Montgomery injury made me completely not lose faith, but maybe not expect the Super Bowl this year. Now I'm just looking forward to all the guys coming back from injury next year, having a stacked team. But then it's like, are we going to get Ben Johnson back or Aaron Glenn back? There's just so many things going on in my head. And, I think Sheldon mentioned it. Like, we should be grateful that we are in this position and that we can look forward to multiple good seasons potentially. But, like, we had so much hopes for the Super Bowl, and now it's like in one game, like, it just kind of gets swept under the rug or under our feet. I don't know how to feel, like, beyond disappointment right now, So.
Oh, I mean, it's disappointing. Even before the Monty news, we had legitimate concern levels. It's gotten that 100%. Much deeper. It's gotten that much deeper with the Montgomery news. It's not impossible. I can't wait to hear what Campbell has to say tomorrow because knowing him, I bet people come out of it feeling more encouraged.
Well, I'll tell you what. I love Dan because he's trying to be diplomatic and try to show everybody that he's on a strong front and not panicking. But he's not. He's lying if he doesn't believe the injuries are affecting us or going to affect us, because it definitely affects the players at the end of the day.
Well, whether he does or he doesn't believe it, he doesn't say it, and I think that's very.
He doesn't say
intentional.
it.
I
That's
think
fine.
it's very
That's fine.
intentional.
He has to. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Lisa in Birmingham here on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Lisa.
Hey, good afternoon. I'll lead with my least interesting point real quick. I feel like the Onside's kick, while regrettable, is a little bit like the Red Wings when they pull the goalie. It's a last-ditch effort meant to be, a last-ditch scoring opportunity, and obviously it didn't work. It doesn't work very often. I feel like people should have expectations that it probably wasn't going to work anyway, but should have been maybe saved for the last few minutes of the game. But as far as negativity with the coordinators, I have to disagree with that, because I feel these gentlemen are part of the reason our team is so good is because they've developed them. They have taught them routes and schemes that might not be available on other teams. And so I feel, I don't know if there'll be enough time, but I feel that they have the chance to develop some of these guys coming in, and maybe we could still pull it off with the remainder of the team. But, the Aleem McNeils and the Angelonis and the Hutches are like your heart and lungs. They keep working silently and efficiently, and they're not really noticed until something goes wrong. And and something's definitely gone wrong, but there is still reason for hope. The other team, hopefully will buoy the new guys up, the guys that are developing, and the coordinators will do their work.
Yeah, they were hailed. At least I think it's a very good point. We're up against a break, but I think it's a very good point. We were praising how great these coaches were. And so great coaches have an opportunity to take still a solid core of a roster to great things. They get to prove, we get to find out now just how great these guys are. I do expect a much better performance this week against the Bears, as it should be. As it should be. But it's going to be week to week from here on out. Just find a way to win that next game and get to be that 1 seed and get to be healthy. What if I told you Montgomery's out a couple weeks? We don't know yet. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, look, so the news today isn't great. Injuries all over the place. Things have changed quite a bit in the last couple of weeks. And it's mostly because of the injuries. But we're even, the criticism coming out of the coaching staff, Aaron Glenn. Oh, I don't know if he's even a loss anymore. Dan Campbell, his decisions are killing him. Like they're coming out of the wood. We had a call that Goff needs to be better after throwing for nearly 500 yards. Did Ben Johnson even have a game plan? Like, seriously, we've had some really over-the-top calls. Here's what's happened. The Lions were operating in an environment in which everybody was constantly telling them how great they were and how wonderful it was that this team was going to win the Super Bowl. We finally were getting that. To an environment where people are freaking out. We've had plenty of people say it's over today. Now, there was a reason why weeks ago we kept saying long season, people. Lots can change. It's a long season. And because it's a long season, unfortunately, the playoffs are too far away to start counting on things. Now, I'm going to tell you the season's not over. I think they should play out the string. I believe they're contractually obligated to do so, for one, but for two is sports are filled with crazy stories where the unexpected happens. The point is to have a seat at the table when the postseason starts. And if that seat is in your home stadium, which is still possible in spite of all the injuries, it's a good seat to be in. They've got it down to 3 weeks. The game that they lost was probably, the most realistic one that they were potentially going to lose the rest of the way. The best team they were going to play. And 2, not in the NFC. Meaning the tiebreaker scenarios, they took a loss, which means that now the tiebreakers are in effect. But that's the one to lose. And I don't hear a lot of celebrating today, even though oddly we were getting calls over the last couple of weeks, people wanting them to lose a game. And I think people sometimes think, I want them to lose a game, but look great doing it. Huh? It's become one of my least favorite calls, actually, doing this for a lot of years. Guys, it's not that they lost, it's how they lost. As if everything's supposed to look great. Look, I want them to look 100% efficient and still lose. What? You always lose a game for a reason. Something goes wrong. And so we haven't gotten that call today, to be fair. Nobody has called up and said it's not that they lost, it's how they lost. But when you lose, something goes wrong. And so all you're doing is pointing out what led to the loss, as if you were going to lose, but nothing was going to go wrong. That doesn't happen, typically, if really ever. All right, so here we sit. Can they overcome all these injuries? Well, there's no final word on David Montgomery and how long he'll be out. If they can secure the 1 seed, and I wouldn't call it impossible, they'll still probably be favored in the next 2 games. If they lose one of them, maybe Minnesota becomes a favorite. But getting that 1 seed means they could get Carlton Davis back with just simply 1 postseason win. It feels as though Fatu Melifonwu's been on the brink of coming back. Emmanuel Mosley, who's a player that we barely have ever seen, but was a player they identified that could help them. Maybe we'll get him back here in the next couple of weeks. Alex Anzalone will be back. There are guys that are coming back. What we do need, I will say, we have gotten to the point of the season where we've broken through the tolerances of what they could take defensively. What we do need now is some luck with the injuries. Like enough. Enough. We've endured enough. 248-539-9797. Mondays mean champ and chump. Get your votes in for that. Let's go to John in his truck on 97.1. Hi, John.
What's going on, big man? How are you?
Doing good.
Okay, I'm gonna press the button on the injury thing, man. I think we had enough injuries. I think everybody can agree here. The Montgomery stuff is kind of crazy. I'm not losing hope yet, but I do think we still got a really, really good chance. And that, like you said earlier, man, I think we got to depend on these coordinators to be really good. Put the right people in position to win. Or it's easier said than done. I take it, man, but I still think we got a very viable chance just because we got to this point with what we have. You know what I mean? And my champ and my chump, I'm gonna go with the champ has got to be Jared Goff because without him, man, we don't score almost any of the points we had yesterday. And the chump has got to be these Lions fans, man. We can't just say we're going to the Super Bowl. Like, it doesn't go 1, 6, 9, 12 show. Like, it doesn't go like that. You still got to play all these games, but more importantly, you got to win. You know what I mean?
Look, it was fun, okay, when people were calling saying, this team's going to the Super Bowl, this team's going to the Super Bowl. And I wasn't going to sit here and tell people during the season, you're wrong, man, no way. But I did say, look, it's a long way off. Playoffs are a long way off.
Yes, sir.
And there are ebbs and flows to a season. And now it doesn't look, it's not as easily predictable that they're going to go and make a postseason run, that they could go to the Super Bowl. But if they do get to the postseason and they do get a bye, that's a week to get people healthed up. And if you can just find a way to win that first game, and that first game, if they are the number 1 seed, it probably means it's almost assuredly against a team that they have already defeated. It could be Tampa. Yes. It could be Minnesota. And if they're the 1 seed, they probably beat Minnesota twice. It could be Green Bay. So,
but this is how good teams are made. You know what I mean? Fortitude. And you got to find a pair and grab them and go forward. The Dan Campbell way. You know what I mean? Hey, JP, I love you, man. Easy. I'm out there.
Did he say you got to find a pair and grab them?
I hope he means a pair that are your own. Because I don't advocate grabbing someone else's.
You got to find a pair and grab them, he said.
By the way, the Lions did lose to Tampa, though. So if they played Tampa in the playoffs,
that's right. You're right.
They wouldn't have not beat them.
I don't know why. But they certainly can, but you're right.
Yes, but the thing is, with all these injuries mounting up, and I told you before, my confidence is a little shaken at this point because of the injuries. It's not because of the loss of the Bills. Losing to the Bills, people have done it this year. Yeah. That's a damn good team, okay? It's the attrition that happened from the game. And that makes it more important, if not than ever, to get that number 1 seed, Doug. You want to play the least. You got to play the least amount of games as possible. And also, health up, like you said. I don't know if you just made that up, Doug, but health up. They're healthing down right now.
The team that they'd be lined up to play that they've beaten is the Rams, not Tampa. So my apologies. 248-539-9797. Hell, who could get in there is another team they beat, Seattle. Another team they beat still in the mix, the Cardinals. Like, these are all still winnable games, even if they are banged up.
So speaking of banged up, we know CD3 is out for at least 6 weeks, and Dorsey's definitely out for the year. Defensive back that used to play here. Remember the name Jerry Jacobs?
Yep.
He just tweeted out 22 minutes ago. The secret of success is to be ready when your opportunity comes. 3 100 emojis. He could be on the phone with Brad Holmes for all we know. I mean, the guy who's played here before, but, had some ups and downs here, forced into starting duty. Like, I feel like everyone that has played for the Lions has at some point.
Yep.
But that's a name to look out for, Doug, because they are thin. I mean, Mosley, we're hoping he can play at this point. Vildor is probably going to start next week. We don't know the issue with Iffy so far. We could see a Jerry Jacobs return.
Interesting. 248-539-9797. Danny is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Danny.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How we doing?
Good. Not gonna lie, I agree with you 100%. Obviously the injuries, but with the offense, I trust in Goff enough that we can win shootouts. And then, just kind of finishing up on my lunch break here at work, and to read that Montgomery injury, it's just, it's gutting, and it kind of, obviously season's not over 12-2 and things like that, but it's like, geez Louise, when will it end? It's stacking up like, the linebacker depth. It's, Josh Allen, the MVP of the league for a reason. And I'm not going to, blame that on Aaron Glenn. I mean, Josh Allen's just, in a league of his own. It just, man, these injuries, it just, a season that looks so promising and, it still can be, but it just, it just bums me out and, just a little down, to be honest with you.
Well, there's not, we shouldn't be more encouraged after that game. Okay. But a couple things that make a huge difference that were uncharacteristic. When Amon-Ra fumbled, that led directly to 7 Buffalo points. When Jake Bates missed a field goal, that was directly 3 points. I know Buffalo missed a field goal too, but that even if they make that field goal, it's not even the point. The point is things we've grown accustomed to that you can count on. That didn't happen yesterday. And I'm not blaming Bates and Amon-Ra. Bates and Amon-Ra have been great, okay? Those guys have been great for Detroit. And even without David Montgomery, look, what's the secret to the Lions sauce in the rush game? It's the O-line. That is not an elite rushing defense. Yards per carry allowed is one of the worst in the league. Talking about the Bills. So that offensive line can do better, and they're going to need to do better. Those are things that we've been able to count on that didn't come through yesterday. So, I think they can absolutely do better. 248-539-9797. Hey, it's the most wonderful time of year, and it's even more wonderful at Twin Peaks. I know we just made it through the weekend. Party doesn't stop, however. They got football action tonight. Detroit basketball takes to the court. Why check out Twin Peaks? Well, I'm sure you heard me talk about before. It's more than just a sports bar. It's a scratch kitchen, puts the best food out there you don't expect from a bar. Staff is in every day at 7 a.m. prepping the dishes. Like their hand-cut New York strips, hand-cut and breaded to order, boneless wings and tenders, house-smoked ribs, brisket, wings and thighs, hand-smashed and seared burgers. Pair those good eats with an extensive bar that boasts the coldest beer in the state, poured at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees, and some of the best craft cocktails featuring your favorite bourbons and tequilas, and you've found your man cave. And the best part is, it's all brought to you by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Since it's a season of giving, stop in and grab gift cards, perfect gifts for family, friends, and colleagues. And Twin Peaks gives back to you with every $25 gift card purchase. Get $5 back yourself. And they've upped the ante. Each lodge is hosting a VIP Tuesday night party. $100 gift card gets you in the door with a chance to win autographed memorabilia of your favorite Detroit football team and some of your other favorite players as well. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. You know what was really cool? Was really cool when our football team here in Detroit spent a whole bunch of time convincing everybody it was going to be easy. I think we spent much of this season thinking it was going to be easy to get to the Super Bowl. And the reality is it's very, very hard. And I'm not, I mean, injuries are unpredictable. And this team has been hit more than most. Specifically, it's almost comical that on the two deep from the beginning of the year on defense, 12 guys are currently lost. So these are guys that were expected to play. Like the David Bottas of the world, got it. He's on IR, but I'm not sure he was ever going to play. He probably would play now, and he'd probably be better than some of the guys that got off the street. But these are players that were being counted on that can't play. So as it stands right now, it's the stark reality in our inexperience or lack of experiencing having a good football team probably showed over the last few weeks, few months, and maybe showing a little bit today. Guess what? It went from looking like it's going to be easy to looking like it's going to be difficult, which is actually what it's supposed to look like. Winning a Super Bowl is not easy. Did they build a powerhouse team that made it look like that? Yeah, maybe. But winning a Super Bowl isn't easy. Guess what? We're slapped in the face with that reality. So, Dan Campbell and his coaching staff, they're put on the Russian front. What do you got? What do you got? You got to cross the Rubicon or not? 248-539-9797. Chuck is next, and he's on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Chuck.
How you doing today?
Okay.
Hey, listen, coming into the season, I was real concerned about the defensive line and the linebackers, but more specifically the defensive line. And I was wondering at the beginning of the year, is it possible that we could have signed Ndamukong Suh? Now, for some reason, I was laughed at when I was worried about that, so I didn't. So here we are now. We're down about 8 defensive linemen, and we need a defensive line. Houston is gone, and McNeil is gone now for the season that we know. So what do you propose?
What do I propose?
Yeah.
Look, I think there's a reason why Ndamukong Suh, who only played 8 games back in 2022, didn't play all of 2023. And at this point, just about anything would be a long shot. That would be included. I think thinking that a 37-year-old Ndamukong Suh, if that's what you're implying, but yeah. I don't think Ndamukong Suh is likely the answer. But I'm not sure anybody's the answer. What they're doing right now would have to be, as far as defensive line is and defensive tackles, signing guys off the street, and he's on the street. There's probably players on practice squads that have played this year that probably project and are a little bit more likely to be able to play.
Okay. Well, that was my proposal, was Ndamukong Suh at the beginning of the year. Maybe you could have, even if you had to stash him on the practice squad so you could get in some kind of shape. And
why do you think none of the other 31 teams have gone and gotten Ndamukong Suh?
I thought he was maybe too expensive and asking for too much, but we're trying to win a Super Bowl, so asking for too much at this point, when we're trying to win a Super Bowl, if he's not coming in
if he's not willing to play for whatever any team wants to hire him at this point, he's probably not worth getting.
Okay, and you know what? And my champ, and I know it's going to sound crazy, is Jake Bates, because I don't know if anybody paid attention, but on that last onside kick, he almost made that possible. That we almost had that ball. And I don't know if anybody really paid attention, but he kicked that ball and ran down about 5 yards pretty quickly, I might add. And I think he made a way for that for the second guy to come in there and get that ball. We just didn't get the ball.
He put his nose in there. Yeah, your chump real quick.
You know what? I can't chump anybody.
All right, fair enough. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Yeah, I've noticed Bates didn't shy away from the contact. He was trying anything he possibly could. Give him credit. Give him credit. The kicker he got physically involved and tried to knock the guy off the ball. I mean, he's not going to replace any linebackers anytime soon, but
The Lions actually had a shot at that.
They did
felt like I felt like that was like the rest of the game, to be honest with you. I felt the Lions were flat, man. It didn't, it looked like, just from my point of view, sitting on my couch, of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
That there could have been some more urgency because Bates is, what's he, 150 pounds? Like, he did what he could.
Yep.
He actually kind of dislodged the ball. The ball was there to be had. No one else came in and cleaned it up and grabbed the ball like they were
the
supposed
weird
to.
thing was when it was loose, Ezekiel Turner,
Yeah,
his knee knocked it back towards the Buffalo player, which was unfortunate because he can't know that the ball's going to bounce kind of towards him.
No,
but it was, if he had missed that ball, it looked like it was headed back towards Detroit.
Yeah, and that's why onside kicks are extremely hard to get.
Yeah,
and so that one, I think we all agree, go for your onside kick there. It's the one earlier in the game that we're like, that's a bit of a head scratcher. So
248-539-9797. Jack is next. Hi, Jack.
Hi.
Hey.
How are you guys?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just here to give a positive perspective. With all the injuries, I would still rather be no team than the Detroit Lions. I mean, if the Eagles lost Saquon like we lost Demont, they don't have Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, our team has lost defensive linemen left and right. We played the Packers, I think, a week ago, and all of our defensive line felt like they were out, and then McNeil was there, and now they all come back and McNeil's out. We still have a playmaker like Zadarius Smith. We still have DJ Reader. And our coaching staff is the best coaching staff at keeping people ready in the NFL. So I still think there's hope. I know they'll be competitive, and I know they'll have the right mindset. So I'm not as worried about it. It's still, it's hard to eat food. It's very difficult right now. It stinks. But, I still, with all the injuries that we've had, if any other team had the injuries we'd have, I'd still rather be the Detroit Lions.
Not sure. It's hard to eat food? What was that?
It's hard to eat food. I just don't feel good. I mean, David Montgomery's out. It's just difficult, and morale's down.
All right, gotcha. Yeah, would I rather be the Lions than the Bills right now? Would I rather be the Lions than the Eagles right now? This is interesting because the thing about the Bills has been pointed out multiple times. They're the Super Bowl favorite. They've given up over 40 points in back-to-back games.
And they lost one of those games. It's
And
not
they
they
lost
won
one.
both. Yeah.
And they are the team that has to go through Lamar and Mahomes, potentially both. Is Philly in better shape than Detroit with all the injuries? Well, Philly lost a left guard yesterday. We don't know for how long.
And the Steelers, I know the Eagles just beat the Steelers, but the Steelers are a tough out for the AFC too.
Yep.
Right now, it's the injuries that knock your confidence down from what you had before this game. It's the Lee McNeil, Carlton Davis, man. Now the Montgomery. These are big players in this offense, in this defense. And yesterday, I think, that last caller has confidence in the coaching staff. I do too, but there's only so much you could do with lesser talent in this league. It's still a players' league in the end. And I think yesterday, Doug, it looked like guys that are off practice squads playing defense. It did. Quan Alexander's getting chewed out. Turner's getting chewed out. Guys are missing assignments or whatever. Jamal Adams, what could he really do? These guys were all on practice squads or something like that at some point this year. And it kind of showed yesterday, man.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Gator out today. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Kang, can you go look at our last tweet? At Doug and Gator 971.
All right, your last tweet?
Our last tweet, yeah.
All right, I wonder, is this from you or Gator?
It's from me.
All right. Just making sure.
It's just a mystery to me. Tell me when you have it.
I have it.
All right, what does it say?
The what you wrote?
Yeah.
This doesn't have anything to do with anything. But did Jake Bates disappear here? Does anyone ever see him come out of the pile? Did he slip through a vortex in the parallel universe?
He never comes out of that pile. You watch this replay to see guys getting peeled off. I never see Jake Bates come out of the
watching.
pile. So I hope Jake's okay.
I mean, he's smaller.
He is. The only thing I can think of is that he is at the bottom of the pile, and at the very end, he might be buried under the last bill that's on the field, but you never see him come out of that pile. You can go see it for yourself at Doug Gator 971. And someone already tweeted back, not today, Doug.
We can't lose Bates, too. We lost him to the some kind of parallel universe.
Literally lost Jake Bates.
Out. Can't find him. Is that the injury report says?
The last onside kick. Jake Bates disappears, man. All right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris in Flint. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Okay.
So I was just going to say that, obviously, I don't want to speak in, cliches or anything, but it's got to be next man up. That's kind of how this team's built, with the attitude and the mantra, the grit that Dan Campbell's been saying. Hopefully the coaching staff does get these guys on the same page, because I agree with Kang. A lot of those defensive players, they look like they were fresh off the practice.
Hey, can you take us off headset there, Chris? We got a ton of background noise.
Yeah, I know. I'm in the plant. I'm sorry.
We can tell. We can tell you're in a plant.
All I really wanted to say was it's got to be the next man up. And the Bills played, they're one the contenders like the Lions.
All right, I can't do it, Chris. I can't. We can't. It's the audio's too bad. 248-539-9797. Joe in Oxford, you're next. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
First off, I'm going to go Champ and Chump. My champ stands Skipper for catching his first career touchdown pass.
Yeah.
He finally gets one. Chump is going to be the Steelers for losing to the Eagles and failing to help us out.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the team, this season's been absolutely insane. It's a different roster every single week that this team has had. And the coaching staff has just done a tremendous job with the revolving door that is the roster. And there's something else I can say. I can't remember. I lost my train of thought.
It's okay. I mean, look, they have done a great job, and people have been praising the coaches. Today we've had a lot of criticism of Aaron Glenn and a little bit of criticism of Ben Johnson. I'm just like, look, you can only do so much with the personnel that you have. And they've done a great job identifying player skill sets and then putting them into their system and letting those players excel, and they have. So now, they're a big ask of Aaron Glenn to try and put a serviceable defense on the field they start to major in field goal attempts. Like that is the new realistic goal, is try and keep teams out of the end zone. They're going to move the ball. Major in field goal attempts.
Right. And so two last things. One, this was the game that if the Lions were to lose, this was a game that's not going to be, as far as seedings, I don't think it's going to cost them much, but unfortunately it's cost them a hell of a lot more than seedings. And the other thing is, the development of Jack Campbell has been absolutely incredible this year, and everything that's been thrown onto his shoulders, and he is going to be a beast for years to come.
He looks great, and I'm far away from talking about next year. But they have put together a model that should be able to roll here for a few years. Should be. If this season does indeed get derailed by injuries, which will suck, but it doesn't feel like a lone kick at the can here. But I'm not ready to give up on this. 248-539-9797. Tim is next on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Okay.
Hi, Kang.
Hey, great job on Michigan football this year with you and John.
Thank you. Appreciate that a lot, Tim.
Yeah, I got a chump in my champ and chump.
Yep.
My champ is Jared Goff for flirting with Norm Van Brocken's passing record. He got kind of close.
What is the record? I don't even know.
It's 530 something, I think.
Okay.
But he was close. I mean, you know.
Well, if they got the onside kick.
Yeah, right.
Well.
Right. And my trump would be the defense. They just look bad, really, really bad. And I know they got a lot of secondary people in there and everything, but, man, there was no pressure on Allen at all. He had all day. So that's it. I just hope the injury reports get a little better.
Yeah, they need some good fortune. Look, they look like they were going to make it easy. And Jared Goff said, hey, this isn't easy. And so now it doesn't look like it's going to be easy. But this is probably more real-world stuff than what they were doing in the middle of the season. 248-539-9797. Ronnie's in Lake Orion and next on 97.1. Hello, Ronnie.
Hello, how are you, sir?
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas
to you and your family.
Thank you very much. You as well.
I just wanted to ask a question that's a little bit outside of what everybody else is talking about. Do you think that possibly the amount of games that are scheduled and, you know, having a Thursday night game, then you're coming off a Sunday game, and then you get 10 days rest, and do you think there's too many games? Do you think that we're paying, when I say we, but the teams are paying all of this exuberant amount of money to all these players, and I think that they're going through a lot more pressure on their bodies, and I just wonder if maybe a scheduling of, do we need a Thursday night game? I'm just spitballing here, maybe, because the whole league is going through a lot of this kind of stuff, and I just wanted your take on that. And thank you for taking my call.
I chumped the NFL. 17th game. This has been going on for years. We've never been at the table. We've never been in the dance. So people in Detroit probably didn't care. But I've been saying it for years. The unfortunate part about the NFL is the injury rate. It almost becomes a battle of who can survive as much as who's got the better team, who's put together the better team. There's so much bad luck involved, period. And now that it's happening to us, it's frustrating. But this has been going on for years. We just haven't really noticed. And yeah, 17th game, probably soon to be an 18th game, maybe expanded playoffs, more Thursday night games, more short weeks.
Yeah, ironically, though, this was a 10-day rest.
It was rather
for the
ironic.
Lions, And I don't know, man. It's part luck. It's part knowing how to take a fall. You know what I mean? It's part avoiding injuries. It's conditioning, of course. It's training staff. All of it plays a role, and they spend tens of millions of dollars into this every year. Every team does to try to keep players safe and healthy, but it's going to happen, and you just have to have – everyone says next man up. It's not just the Lions because every team has to deal with injuries, and right now the Lions are dealing with a ton to key players.
An absolute ton. 248-539-9797. John is next on 97. Want a ticket? Hi, John.
Hello. How you guys doing today?
Okay.
I just wanted to let you guys know I'm at work right now. So
I got to tell you, you got to take us off headset so we can hear you, John, because right now we got a ton of background noise.
Yeah, hold on a second.
All right. This is a hard and fast rule.
Yeah. No, you're good.
John, I'm sorry. We got to get to a break. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. Hey, there's still time to get great tasting, worry-free water for the holidays. Save $1,000 or more from CGC Water when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. We love our water so much. When I get home from work and I didn't finish the entire water bottle, I feel like I'm pouring an asset down the drain. Don't do that. Drink it all. Plumbing. If you need plumbing, they'll take care of your plumbing needs as well. You can save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater. We got one from CGC and we love it. All the kids will be home over Christmas. We'll never run out of hot water. Call 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242. Back to your phone calls. We got a Varn. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Varn?
Happy holidays, Doug and King. How are you guys?
Thank you. Happy holidays to you.
So just a really quick champ and chump. I'm going to champ the quarterback play from yesterday. I'll start with the opposing side because I've been on the pendulum for Josh Allen for the past 3 years, whether with the turnovers and whatnot. But yesterday, my jaw was on the floor yesterday with what he did. And then also, Goff almost became the second quarterback to put up 500 yards. I'll leave it at that. And the chump is the Minnesota Vikings because they're the Minnesota Vikings. And I'm rooting really, really hard for you guys to not let them win a division because that would be great. So thanks. Have a good one.
Appreciate it. Look, the Vikings are pretty damn good, and they've found a way to win some football games. But they're not infallible, and we know that the Lions beat them. So, we'll see what happens next. That game's still weeks off. Right now, it's all about Chicago. Can't wait to hear Dan Campbell tomorrow. Can't wait to hear Jared Goff tomorrow. And we'll start with this. Jared, when addressing the media yesterday, was asked about the sky is falling. People are going to say the sky is falling. And we knew at that time that Lee McNeil and Carlton Davis III didn't look good. But we find out today McNeil's done for the season. Davis out 6 weeks. Could be back for an NFC title game if the Lions get there. And then David Montgomery, torn MCL. And right now it's not known how long he'll be out. He's getting another opinion. So is the sky falling? Here's Jared Goff yesterday. You know, it's interesting. Every week we talk to him, I look at it as a chance because he doesn't offer up a ton of cliches. He puts thoughts into his answer, and he really does a good job of helping, well, me, I hope everybody, understand how they're thinking. Like, when I ask it, I almost can predict what he's going to say to a degree, but I'm like, how do you not get down with all the injuries? And it's part of being a professional athlete is, hey, what are we going to do? Give up? But we'll ask him about it. All right, more. Can you learn from a loss? That was a big, people were calling, oh, I think they need to lose a game. I think they need to lose a game. Although we're not getting those calls celebrating the loss today. Here's Jared Goff about whether or not you can learn from a loss. You know, it's interesting that he says that. There'll be urgency now. Not that there wasn't today. You could try and sometimes when things are going so well, you almost have to manufacture the motivation. And I mean this in the way that you can say you want to win every week. And you can say we're doing everything we can to win every week. But there's always a chance that you don't feel that inherent and very organic sense of desperation that that the opponent does. If you are left standing as a Detroit Lion, there is a very organic sense of desperation now. And it's not the loss. I think that's pretty clear, although some people it's about the loss. To me, it's not about the loss. It's about you've lost too many guys to win, right? How are they possibly going to win a Super Bowl with all these guys down? Well, everybody who's left, I don't think they have to come up with reasons why they have to play with an authentic sense of desperation. It's there now. It's there. No fooling anybody. You have to play desperate. You have to find that next level. You have to, or it's going to be over.
Yeah, and for the guys that didn't get hurt yet, like I'm talking like the starters that are still healthy, the Brian Branches, the Kirby Josephs, the Jack Campbells. I know they do a lot already. Mm-hmm. Need more. Yep. Need more. I mean, took a call earlier that said you really appreciate the way Jack Campbell played. I do too. I need more. Yep. I saw a play where he could have got Allen down. I need you to make that play because we're dealing right now with a lot of holes, right?
Yep.
Guys that third, fourth, fifth stringers. We need more from the guys that are still there. Terry and Arnold. I know you're a rookie. You're CB1 now. You're DB1 now.
Yep.
So I think that's the job of Aaron Glenn, Dan Campbell, and all the position coaches. Scheme up the right, put them in the right positions to make plays, but also the one-on-one battles that you have to win. These guys have to beat their man now.
There's when you think that you're great and everybody's telling you you're great, it's easy to say, I'm not going to let down at all. It's when people start telling you can't do it that it becomes a far more easy thing to step up to. Like, they have to step up to the challenge ahead. And if you're a true pro, you do. I mean, how many times did we hear yesterday postgame that the Bills had a better sense of urgency and they were better prepared for this game? And I'm like, I don't think that's a cliche. I think there's something to that. It doesn't mean anybody's not doing their job. It's just when you go on the road into that environment against every team, everyone's saying this is the best in the NFL, best in the NFL, best in the NFL. You're at full attention.
It's kind of where the up-down theory came from, too. When you lose a game, you feel a little bit more urgency the next game. The Bills just lost that game to the Rams. And that's why what the Lions were doing was so impressive. To continually win every week, even though you're being told you're great, you're good, all this stuff, and to build that urgency up. And so now they lose, and so hopefully they turn it around the following week.
248-539-9797. Mike is next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's up, Doug and Kang? First time, long time.
Appreciate it.
Hey, I wanted to touch on two things. It sucks that we lost. Those players to injury, but we got that experience against a playoff tested team in the past before. So hopefully they can, like Jared Goff said, learn from those mistakes and everything. And the second thing is, with all the injuries, we all these DBs, linebackers. Pretty much on the whole defense out. Aaron Glenn, he needs to scheme differently. That man-to-man blitzing everything, it's not doing nothing. Hopefully he can figure something out, get to maybe they run zone coverage, do some zone blitzes. They look pretty good. The few times they ran zone against the Bills, they got some stops. So hopefully they can.
I hope it's that easy. I suspect that it's not. I will tell you I don't know what the scheme is. I just know that the guy that's in charge of the scheme, we spent much of this year thinking he was pretty damn smart. So it doesn't change. To me, it doesn't change. 248-539-9797. I still think Aaron Glenn's a damn good coach and will squeeze out of what he has to put on the field whatever he can. Dan's in Brighton, and he's next. Hi, Dan.
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to just quickly comment about one thing that maybe not everyone's even looking at right now at the moment. But in light of where we were a few weeks ago with the trade deadline that came up, and I know that it felt like most fans were all about needing to make this monster move like a Max Crosby or Myles Garrett at the time, which, again, I was all for as well, because I think that I'd still love to have those guys on our team. But given the fact of the way it worked out, maybe because those options weren't available or however it worked out, and the fact we got Zadarius Smith, we didn't give up very much draft capital, which with where we sit right now, given all the injuries that not anyone could have predicted, but given where we sit right now, I have to say I'm pretty happy that we didn't give up all that draft capital. Zadarius Smith has played great. I think he was kind of quiet last night, but and I would love to have one of those players on our team, but I'd rather be sitting right now looking forward and still having some of that draft capital to continually replenish our team, because the way injuries are going, you never know what players may come back and truly be 100% again. Sometimes players get injured, they don't come back full strength again. You just never know. So I just wanted to point that out, because it's something that I think everyone felt like we had to make that gigantic move.
Yeah, I don't know. One of those guys would have helped. It's funny, though, because Max Crosby might be done for the year, and I wonder if that was a cumulative effect that had the Lions traded for him. They were trading for a guy that was eventually going to break down. I hear you, but I guess you can't change it. They did make a move that everybody thought was solid. And Zadarius is one of those guys that they probably need more from moving forward. He's got to step it up. If you are left standing, you got to do more. You got to do more. Carson Anderson, we welcome Rico Beard in studio. Those guys are on deck.
So sorry, Doug.
It's okay. How are you?
Doing some last-second notes. A lot better than the Lions.
Yeah.
Hits just keep on coming.
Didn't expect the Montgomery thing today.
Yeah. I don't see this as a Super Bowl team anymore.
Don't you?
No.
Okay.
We'll talk about that next.
All right. That is straight ahead. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Per Adam Schefter, Lions running back David Montgomery is out indefinitely after suffering an MCL injury yesterday. He's set to undergo further testing along with a second opinion. He did not rule it out being season-ending, though. Dave Burkett chimed in, saying that Montgomery was one of the last Lions to leave following the game yesterday. Graham Glasgow also had x-rays. Ian Rappaport says that Carlton Davis will be out 6 weeks with a fractured jaw. Lee McNeil's season, in fact, over with a torn ACL. The Pistons are back on the court this evening at LCA while they host the Heat. Miami riding a 4-game winning streak with wins over the Lakers, Suns, Raptors, and Cavaliers. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:35. Tobias Harris out with a right thumb sprain as well. After losing to unranked Arkansas last week, Michigan basketball has dropped 10 spots in the rankings to 24. After not playing at all last week, Michigan State moving up a spot to 20. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, blow it out your ass. Kill this song. There's no vibes. How could there be vibes, David? This team's dead. Hi, everybody. So listen, I can't do what the other shows have done. Namely morning show. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to do this nonsense, and I don't think Rico is either. Next man up, nothing to worry about. I don't know if John was all cracked out of his mind this morning or what that was. You're effed. There's your update. I'm Jeremy Otto.
Technically, it was denial. Montgomery news hadn't been out yet.
It's Aleem McNeil done for the year. It's Carlton Davis done unless you, at a minimum, made the NFC title game, and Montgomery's done. He can seek a second opinion, do whatever he wants. Even if the guy plays, he won't be David Montgomery. That's on top of the injuries. That's on top of everything you're dealing with. You don't have any bodies left. You don't get to keep saying next man up and continuum, because the more you do it, the more it's just tough guy talk. It's cliche. The next guy up died. You don't get to say next guy. You're playing people that should be working at Blockbuster. Now you've lost your lead dog corner. Your lead is now a rookie. You did everything last offseason, so you never had to look at Vildor again. Cutscene. Hi, it's me again. You're down every linebacker you have. You're signing street free agents. Your entire D-line. Davenport, dead. McNeil, dead. Hutch, dead. Kaminsky, dead. Peku, dead. You want me to keep going? They're all dead. You're out of gas. You're out of bodies. And if there were two guys that you couldn't lose on defense, just couldn't lose them, no circumstances, it was Carlton Davis and Aleem McNeil. And they're both gone. One for the season, and he's going to miss the start of next year. Who are we kidding? And Carlton Davis is gone, and if everything goes well, no setbacks, everything's perfect, maybe he can play in the NFC title game after having not practiced and done anything for 6 weeks. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go great. So I'm just at a point where I think what I've heard on this station all day is copium. I don't do it. It's got nothing to do with Dan Campbell. It's got nothing to do with Brad Holmes. This is as unfair as it gets, but the NFL doesn't care. This was your year. You were the best team in the league. It's been taken. It's not excuses. It's a reason. Yeah. I mean, Rico, your season got upended. Why? Injuries. Yeah. It's not an excuse.
Yeah. And here's the thing about Carlton Davis. I was talking with a friend. I didn't even think about this. Even if he comes back, Mike, with your jaws wired shut, he's going to be weak. He's going to lose weight. He won't be the same person in 6 weeks with jaws wired shut. There's only so many protein drinks you can have.
Bro, you know what's going on. This town, this is the other side of euphoria face. Now people will irrationally minimize the injuries because they can't face the truth, which is it has gone from me saying we are winning the Super Bowl to now it would be a miracle to just get there. I mean, you've got like a 10% shot. It's unsustainable. I can't ask Aaron Glenn to put a good game plan out there. He doesn't have 11 NFL football players. Straight up, right here, right now, how many guys on this team are NFL football players on the defensive side of the ball? You got Brian Branch. You got Kirby Joseph. You got DJ Reader, who, by the way, Reader was awful yesterday. Got absolutely bodied.
You got Arnold.
Okay, so couple, right?
Jack Campbell. Yeah.
You see where we're going now. So you guys can do whatever you like. If you're looking for someone to make you feel better, you got the wrong show. I can't do it. I'm disgusted. I feel like you got absolutely robbed because you could have sold me, hey, bad day at the office yesterday. They couldn't play man cover. Allen was splendid. Taste your own blood a little bit. Rally up. Let's go do the damn thing. But when you take Aleem McNeil out of this thing, you're taking Chris Jones. You're taking Aaron Donald. You're taking Dexter Lawrence. You're taking the linchpin to your defense. You take that player out on top of the other injuries? No. Oh, and on top of it, we're going to, and by the way, Carlton Davis now, third straight year, he'll miss at least 4 games. Yeah. And he's your lead corner.
Yeah. And that's one that I know they say he's going to be back. I don't see how he's back and in playing shape.
No. It's all hopium and copium. That's all this is. That's all I've heard on the station all day. I'm not into it. I'd rather have a cathartic show, let people vent, because you should be angry. It's been taken from you. and it's not fair, but that's why winning a Super Bowl is so hard. Guys, the only player that could have got hurt yesterday that would have been worse than the two that got hurt would be Jared Goff. Like, if Goff got broken in half, that's the only player worse than losing Carlton Davis and Aleem McNeil off of a defense already missing 6 or 7 starters.
No, you're right. I would have said Panay, but yes, Goff is, now you're in the Hendon Hooker phase. Now we're going for draft picks.
Yeah, so look, I don't know what to say. I just shoot you straight, just like in August when I told you you're winning this thing. I believed it up until this week, where losing David Montgomery for the year? Are you kidding me? The heartbeat of the offense? He's what makes Gibbs effective because you can have the 1-2? Yeah. Losing McNeil? Losing Davis? These are all season enders. Guys, you get to a point. Look, 2008, this happened to my team. The Giants were ready to go back-to-back. They were the best team in football. I think they were 11-1 at the time of losing their Kareem McKenzie, their best offensive lineman, and Plax deciding a gun in sweatpants was a good idea. And you know what happened? They lost 3 of their next 4, and they got dummied right out of the playoffs in the first round. Why? They weren't the same. It's players, not plays, right? Mm-hmm. Lose the wrong players. It's not about the quantity. It's about the quality. I feel for Aaron Glenn. Look, Ben Johnson's the one who has all the toys. Mm-hmm. Aaron Glenn's got nothing right now. If anything, I find what Aaron Glenn is able to do more impressive. Mm-hmm. So if you want to call in, you can go whatever way you want with this. What is your faith this team's going to deliver on the promise of a Super Bowl? Mine is down to under 10%. And it's only that high because, well, bleep happens. Things happen. Football's a weird game. Mm-hmm. But I'm out of belief. It's all hope now. These injuries are just brutal.
I'm only going, I would say 10%, Mike, but the only way I would go 10% is you have to have the 1 seed. Because if you have to play that extra playoff game, I don't think you have enough bodies to last game after game after game. And especially now, if you're playing 3 NFC games in the playoff, chances are you're playing some of these on the road. So now that's a whole different element, because at the beginning of the year, we're all talking about home games, and this place is going to be rocking, and oh my God, and the crowd and the noise level. I was there yesterday, and it was amazing at the beginning of the game just how loud that place could be. That's going to be gone. And now you're going to have to look at it and say, hey, can we make it limp our way to the finish line the final 3 games, not tripping up once, and get to 1 seed? Because the way it's going, we'll see what's going to happen tonight with Minnesota, but Philly just looks like they like the fact that everybody's focused on Detroit and nobody's talking about them, and they just keep winning. That's okay. We'll be here in the end, and everything has to come through Philly. You got to see what Minnesota's going to do. Is that final game against Minnesota for the division where the winner gets to play at home and the loser's the 5 seed, and you're on the road for the entire playoffs. So, yeah, the chances of them getting to the Super Bowl, I don't feel it would be disingenuous to say, yeah, because Aaron Glenn, there's only so many times you can just keep blitzing with the people you pick up off the street. The talent just keeps decreasing and decreasing, that teams are just going to start picking you apart. That was Josh Allen, but that was Buffalo out there. It wasn't all pro receivers torturing you. It was just some guys, but these weren't like that's not A.J. Brown out there. That's not Devontae Smith out there. So
Aleem McNeil, Aiden Hutchinson, Marcus Davenport, Derek Barnes, Alex Anzalone, John Kaminsky, Jalen Reeves-Maben, Melifonwu, Rakestraw, Rodrigo, Mosley, Carlton Davis, Kyle Pecco, Mekhi Wingo. Oh, and the DB who died yesterday, the backup.
Khalil Dorsey.
That's who are all gone. And they're all on defense. So you want to call up and say you're not worried? God bless. Do whatever you like. You're not living in reality. And that's fine, because it's easier than facing the pain of knowing that, yeah, likely you had the rug pulled out from under you. The football gods effed our season. But no, I think the most dishonest thing I could do today is go on the air and tell you it's going to be fine. I can't do that. I mean, can you get there? Is it possible? Sure. Anything is possible. But you are down to You're as decimated on defense as I have ever seen an NFL football team entering the playoffs. I've just never seen this ever. So it's possible. But I no, now it's hope.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to go to hope phase with you guys. I hope they can do this. But the expectation and me being all brash about it, no, it's done.
No. The best thing that happened to this team with the injuries is that it at least happened in week 14, which allowed you to win games, but still sets you up. If this happened earlier in the year, you'll be struggling to make the playoffs. But you've won enough game. You have enough equity in the books. You'll be in the playoffs. You've clinched the spot. It's just where you're going to go.
248-539-9797. We start a therapy Monday. Montgomery out for the year. Aleem McNeil out for the year. Carlton Davis could be out for the year unless you make it to the NFC title game. And even then, I'm with Rico. I temper my expectations. 3 more devastating injuries. You do what you want with it. Rico, you can tell people things.
All right. Well, you know what? Here's something that you can do to get your mind off of Detroit. If your family is obsessed with Wicked, you're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle at your kid's next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet is powerful enough to handle hundreds of devices, so you can get that magical connection with fast speeds and amazifying powers, even when everyone is online at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that is truly thrillifying, one might even say Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. Now, through December 22nd, get thrillifying fast 150 megabit internet from Xfinity for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month for internet service and $15 for Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
All right, so let me do this. Ross Tucker did this. This is your 3 deep on defense. Okay, here's what you've lost, and sometimes maybe it'll provide further context. All right, you're starting left defensive end Marcus Davenport, dead for the year. You're starting right defensive end, all-world player Aiden Hutchinson, dead for the year. The linchpin of your defense, your highest-paid guy, Aleem McNeil, dead for the year, gone. Your starting left corner, Carlton Davis, gone. The backup to Aleem McNeil, Mekhi Wingo, dead, gone for the year. The backup to Aiden Hutchinson, James Houston, dead, not on the team. The backup to Alex Anzalone, linebacker, Rodrigo, gone. Rodrigo's backup, Jalen Reeve-Maben, gone. So now you're 3 deeps eviscerated. Campbell's backup and Derek Barnes is only a backup because, well, Barnes got hurt. Barnes was the starter. Well, Barnes is dead. Your backup to Brian Branch, Melifonwu, gone. Your backup nickel, Dorsey, gone for the year. The backup at right corner, Terrion Arnold, gone. And now both backup nickels are hurt. Rakestraw, gone. Strickland, gone. Anything's possible, but I'm not here to sell you a lie. I picked them to win the Super Bowl. I stayed with it as long as I could. Yesterday, to me, was the end. If they pull this off, it'll be one of the greatest Super Bowl victories in history. But David Montgomery is the heartbeat of that offense. And losing Aleem McNeil, I would term it the same way if the Chiefs lost Chris Jones tomorrow. He is the glue that holds this thing together, Rico. That's before we talk about Carlton Davis.
Wow. Yeah, that's very sobering when you put it that way and you
Should I
break
lie
it
to
down
you?
by positioning. No. It is very sobering when you hear it broken down just like that because, yeah, it is. This is where, yes, next man up is you need a cornerback, and this is where Rakestraw comes in as a rookie and just balls out, and you're like, okay, you know what? He just needed a shot. He just needed a chance. This is, we joke about it, but this is Aaron Glenn walking into his defensive meeting rooms and the guys with name tags on. Who are you? Who are you again? I mean, we kind of saw that in the Green Bay game where Campbell came out and said, we just had to go for it because he didn't say, I don't trust my defense, without saying, I really didn't trust my defense. I'd rather just keep the offense on the field at all times. Now, yeah, that's just got to be a staple. You can't punt. You can't kick field goals. You just got to score each and every time in these last 3 games because I don't know what you have on defense, and I don't know if you can stop anybody. Now, granted, you won't have to play against a Josh Allen for your last 3 games, but
Baker Mayfield, Matthew Stafford, Jalen Hurts. I mean, dude, come on. Any quarterback worth the damn is going to be able to kill this defense. They got nothing left, and now I don't know how they're going to stop the run. They're out of bodies. They just are. Let's go to the people, see what they got to say. I'm distraught because to me, they were winning it all. They were. Somehow going to the Super Bowl and losing would be easier than having the chance to go taken from you, and that's just what it feels like. It feels like the football gods just won't allow it this year, and that's awful. I feel terrible for the people. Sucks. Jerry, 97.1. What's up, Jer?
I wish I could say I was having a good Monday, man. I got to tell you, each time you say it's been taken from you and it's not fair, I feel like a little kid and I want to get all emotional and upset. It sucks.
It does.
The thing that really, the one thing I don't want to hear today, and I've been hearing it today from my friends, and it makes me want to blow up, but don't come at me and say, I had a friend use these 3 words with me, Mike. You ready with these 3 words?
Sure.
Giving up already? What?
Oh,
Giving up already? What do you mean? And then has the audacity to go, oh, it must not be a real fan. Sorry, I choose to live in the real world, and our season's cooked. This sucks, and there's nothing else to say.
Yeah, it's not like you're not. It's not like you're not rooting. It's not like you're not going to hope beyond hope. But
Of course,
I've
still
at
going to
least
watch every week.
right. I've just crossed the bridge from expectation to hope. And when you reach hope
Correct.
phase, that's a whole different thing. It has
Right,
nothing to
your
do with being a real
expectations have
fan.
to Yeah, you have to be able to alter your expectations when you're presented with what we've been presented with.
Yeah.
If you're still sitting there going, we're still going to win it, then you're just being delusional.
Right, but that's where people want to reside. And it's like, this isn't on Dan Campbell. This isn't on Aaron Glenn. It's not on Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes spent the whole offseason remaking a secondary so you'd never have to look at Kendall Vildor. Well, guess what? You got to look at Kendall Vildor again.
It's me again.
Big fan, Mike. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for a hell of a season.
Yeah, Jerry, you got it. And listen, I mean, you got to line up and play. You got to try to get the home field. You got to try to get the bye week. And you see if you can duct tape this thing together. But it's the injuries are too much. And the Montgomery thing, he's just like he's the pacemaker. He's the heartbeat of this deal. He's your short yardage guy. He's your physical guy. He's the perfect complement to Gibbs. Gibbs is not meant to be a 25-touch guy. It's just and by the way, what happens if you incur another injury or 12 in the next 3 weeks? You know what I mean? Like, it's not static. The idea of no one getting hurt, holy hell, what do they have left?
On the defensive side, not much.
That's what it feels like. They got nothing. Let me ask you a question. How am I supposed to ever get upset at Aaron Glenn? Or better yet, how could I expect anything from Aaron Glenn moving forward? There's not a defensive coordinator in football that could work with what's left on this defense.
Funny, but you know what? The last caller, Mike, there's a difference between fans and realistic fans. And some fans, a friend of mine was texting me, this is all Aaron Glenn's fault.
What?
What is? Look at him out there. He's not making adjustments. With what? He's got nothing.
Oh, my God.
Like, seriously?
Here's the other thing. Here's an adjustment. Have your front four be able to hold rush integrity and lane integrity and not let Josh Allen out of the pocket. Look, at that point, everything's FUBAR. But beyond it, now you're playing with, at the linebacker level, no one who's supposed to be with this team outside of Jack Campbell, who's only a second-year player. And you lost your lead corner. And we just told you about the injury. So you know what? Everybody needs a boogeyman. That's how this stuff works. Yeah. People get uncomfortable when I can't blame anyone and I just blame the football gods. There's an element of luck to winning a Super Bowl. My team's been lucky to do it. Sometimes you get unlucky. The universe just, I don't know. They won't leave you guys alone. And those injuries, it just feels like it's been taken. I mean, hey, maybe we're sitting here in a month and they're the cardiac cats and they're winning a bunch of shootouts and it's 38-35. And it would be the most impressive coaching job in the history of football if they can pull that off.
Yeah, but I also think you're going to need a lot of luck from the football gods where all of a sudden other quarterbacks from other teams in the playoffs just start falling by the wayside. And all of a sudden you're like, hey, we're not as bad as them because they're in their backup QB and they're here. You're going to need a lot of help, whereas before you didn't need any. You're
the best team in the game.
Yeah.
And this isn't one injury. No one's crying. This is 19 guys on the IR.
I haven't felt like this since when Hutch went down, and it was just like, man, I don't know if this defense, you're taking away a large piece of this defense, and Aaron Glenn made it work. And it was almost like they got better because everybody picked up the slack for Hutch, but
you kept losing guys. Yeah. There is no next man up when the next guy up fell down a flight of stairs.
You know what?
You can't keep saying that.
How much of this do you think 4 days and 18 games? I mean, 4 games in 18 days.
I think a lot of it. I mean, I do. You know my thoughts on Thursday Night Football, but then again, the Lions did come in rested 10 days, right? But Rico, I'm with you. You're late in the year. The Lions had the early bye week. It's killing them, right? It's been 3 months since they had a bye week, a full bye week. The human body's not meant to do this. I do think there's a connectivity there. Maybe I'm crazy. Go to Sully 97.1. Sul, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, brothers, I'm spot on with you guys today, man. Enough of this already. But is it just me, like the other caller said? I live in a real world. You know what? This season was over. Oh, Hutch went down. Yeah, that was terrible. But when Anzalone went down, that was the chair break, spinal cord backbreaker right there. That was it. I mean, There's nothing left now. I don't care if you bring all these corpses in, and yesterday just proved that they're going to be corpses, but they had no chance. And when Anzalone went down, he was the last defender. I mean, really? And now you got this? It's like these guys, I don't care what kind of miracle happens, at your best, you probably wouldn't beat the Eagles the way they're playing now. You're not going to do it. And you've seen what the Bills, if you happen to make it to the Super Bowl, the Bills and Mahomes would eat you up. So what do you guys think about that? They had no chance after Anzalone went down.
I'm not ready to say that. I mean, I know I valued it. It hurt. It's your green dot linebacker. It's your starter. I don't think they won or lost based on that. I don't think their season ended based on that. It's the collective.
No.
It's all of it together.
Now I sit there and if you talk about the playoffs, I look at not just Jalen Hurts, but I look at Baker Mayfield. I look at Matthew Stafford. Those are three quarterbacks with this defense as depleted as it is. They would have their way. And I don't think any Lions fan wants to see Matthew Stafford come into Detroit and eliminate them from the playoffs.
Well, you may not have that problem. Lose one game, you're the 5 seed.
Okay, I don't think any Lions fan wants to see Detroit go to L.A. and lose to Matthew Stafford in the playoffs.
No, it's just no fan base deserves it, but no fan base deserves it less than this one. This was all set up for them. I don't fear Baltimore. I don't fear Kansas City. I don't fear Buffalo. You got to have a full deck of cards if you're going to play them, and they don't. And that's why that game looked the way it looked to me.
See, it was funny because Kansas City, I didn't think this game was going to be like this yesterday with Buffalo. Baltimore is still, because for some reason, Baltimore is built to beat this Lions team.
But remember, playoff Lamar. 248-539-9797. Go Super Bowl, your ass. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen, all in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, David, we'll check in on Ticket Text the first time all day. And again, our mood matches the weather. It's a bummer. I mean, this Lions season has been seemingly derailed here, with just critical, devastating injuries centered on your defense. Now, Ali McNeil being out for the year, Carlton Davis out for unless you make the title game, and David Montgomery looks like will be out for the year. So anybody else? I mean, I'm sorry that Goff didn't die yesterday. But, yeah, we're taking a day of venting because you've gone from Super Bowl favorites to I can't imagine them getting there. David, what do you got?
Montgomery and McNeil now gone for the year. Are you kidding me? That's going to be it on Super Bowl talk for me. At some point, the amount of injuries just has cost you. These two are the latest dagger. Spot on, Mike and Rico. I tell people as long as Davis and McNeil are still on the defense, we can survive. Well, now they're gone for the next 6 games if they can make it to the next 6 games.
Yeah, it's crazy. Holmes did such a good job building this team. They had everything to do this. It was all there. And the best part is they have such high caliber coaches, and they got such good leadership in that locker room. They were able to weather several storms, but eventually your house blows down. And I do. I feel like they lost the roof yesterday. Ali McNeil, without nerding out, but yeah, if you have an elite defensive tackle in this league, there's a reason you pay him $30 million.
Yep. It's your run stopper. It just plugs the middle. Yes. He's the anchor.
Together. Yeah. Yes, Dave.
Yeah, there's only so many times that that a tornado can come through your town and it just skips over your house.
Yeah.
It's only so many times that can happen. I just can't remember a team having this many significant injuries on one side of the ball. It just doesn't feel fair.
It's not fair. You have every right to yell, scream, cry, do whatever you like. It's not fair. You've had it taken from you.
Thank you, Mike Rico. Everyone kept saying all day to me, we're still a 12-2 football team. No, they're not. Half that 12-2 team is on the sideline with a broken bone or a pulled tendon.
Yeah, it's.
You're a 12-2 football team, but you don't get a trophy. You don't get a banner for being a 12-2 football team. Your hardest work was about to come up next, and now you don't have your defense. Most of your starters, most of your backups, they're not there. So you're playing with third stringers, guys you pulled off of practice squads. So while you celebrate being 12-2, okay, you don't get parades for that.
Goff needs to put up 42 points per game. No problem. He's being sarcastic.
Was that John from the morning show?
The only problem with that is you don't have David Montgomery.
That
so
changes
that's
everything.
problematic.
Yes, it does.
The Montgomery injury is just that's like the chef's kiss on this deal. Because even if we go, all right, we're going to have to win shootouts. This defense is baked. It's over. All right, but the offense is whole. I mean, outside of Goff and Sewell, yeah, you could say Amon-Ra, but the reason your backfield is as effective as they are is it's a 1-2 punch. You don't get to touch your chandelier talking about Sonic and Knuckles and then not value when one of them dies.
Yeah. And the fact that David Montgomery is the type of person that you need in games like this because he eats the clock, he chews up and gets the yardage, and you control the time of possession. That's what you need. You need to keep your offense on the field longer. He's now gone. And now you're going to have to use Gibbs a lot more. And we're going to see how durable he is because he's your guy. He doesn't get the relief. He doesn't get to tap the helmet and have Montgomery come in.
Let's go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. My percentage confidence here is about 1%. I don't understand the hope. We had to go for an onside kick with 10 minutes to go, down 10. If you think that's a normal thing to do, you must not watch a lot of football.
No, the last two games, Dan Campbell is telling you, I don't believe my defense can force a single punt. He did it against the Packers, and he did it here. And he's openly telling you he doesn't believe in the defense.
Our number one corner is Kerryon Arnold with a PFF ranking in the 50s. That's below a serviceable NFL player. Our next man was Rodriguez. Our next man was Nowatzki. We're on the next guy, and that's for the D-line. I think if you're a Detroit fan, you say, hey, look, our organization's going in the right direction. We have a solid core. We got screwed this year by injuries, but I guess the one question I have for you guys is, in the NBA, they rest players, they give them nights off, and maybe they get fined for that.
Yeah.
Where do you say in the 17-game NFL season that an early bye means we need to play the subs, down the road for a game?
Look, it's the folly of the sport right now. I mean, David, we've talked about this. The Lions got hurt with an extremely early bye. I don't know that you can manage it. Now, the NFL is about to offer the Players Association a deal, in heavy quotations. We're going to go to 18 games, and we're going to give you more money, but also a second bye week. That's really what has to happen. There just needs to be another bye week in here. And again, don't even get me started on Thursday Night Football in the month of December. 72-hour turnarounds at this stage of the season? Get a player off the record and ask him if they enjoy that.
I mean, as bad as it was for the Lions, I mean, you look at what the Chiefs have to go through. They have a game
To hell with the Chiefs.
Saturday.
I don't care.
And then followed by, I'm just talking.
I know. I'm tired of them. I hope they play every day.
I'm talking about the scheduling because then they got to turn around and play on Christmas.
I'm sorry. I'm bitter. I'm angry.
You are.
This was this town's Super Bowl. I'm pissed.
I was just trying to reinforce.
I know, and you're right. And that's what I hate about it even more. You being right is just something.
Merry Christmas, Rico.
I have had it. This is worse than when Clark Griswold got the Jelly of the Month club. All right? This sucks. We're 12-2, and we don't even get to feel good about it.
All right, let's just talk the Wings and Petrie. Kenny?
Oh, yeah. Hey, hope you're happy with Lalone. You just cemented he's staying here forever.
Well, I mean, Jeff Petrie is doing his best impression of a competent defenseman now. I can't believe that happened.
Right, he pulled an Eric Carlson from 10 years
Right.
ago. All right, we'll go to Jonathan 97.1. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey there. I agree with everything you guys are saying, and I don't want to sound like I'm smoking anything. But at the end of the day, we really lost by a touchdown yesterday. Does that say anything about maybe a miracle we can pull off with all the
Jonathan?
Hear all the heartache. It was difficult to watch.
Jonathan, I'm going to say no because when you really break that game down, Buffalo knew it's the clock. Clock's on our side. So if you want to take all this time to score this last meaningless touchdown, go ahead because you're going to need a miracle and a half to get the ball back and then get down and score again. So they wanted you to take all the time off the clock. They didn't care that you scored that touchdown.
Got it. Well, by the way, really, it's probably less than a touchdown because they each missed that ridiculous field goal early on. But your point still stands. Disappointing to see, but hey, we got another year coming. We'll pray.
No, it's the holidays. I didn't want to be mean, so I just avoided the whole call. 248-539-9797.
Yell at me.
No, I just it's if you think that was a 6-point game, God bless. Have a good time.
It was not a 6-point game. And like I said, Buffalo knew, you want to score? You go right ahead. We're going to let you just chew up all the clock that you want. Oh, J-Mo scored the final. Good for you and all the fantasy owners who have him.
And nobody cares.
But you're not going to win this game.
Well, and again, part of your success yesterday as well. I mean, Buffalo certainly is healthier than you. They had one rash of injuries to both starting safeties, plus they lost a backup safety. By the end of that game, their instructions were don't let anything behind us.
Mm-hmm.
Just let them take their time. Let them work their way down the field. Somebody warm the bus.
Yeah. Can't let that Amon-Ra touchdown. We can't let that happen again.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get more to people coming up. When it's an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Look, they're real lawyers, real experience, and they will craft and create a real plan to deal with the IRS and advocate for you. Save your dollars and some headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today. Just call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right. Everything sucks. Let's do a football today. Well, why don't we just get to the story of the day? Can we say the Lions Super Bowl dream is dead? You're fine if you say no, but can you say that?
Yeah, you can. You absolutely can say that, Mike. I was building up to that, but you know what? Let's just start with dessert first. Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was a foreplay element to this.
There's a process. You have to trust it. Oops. But yes, you can say that their Super Bowl, being the Super Bowl favorites, that's over. Can they make it there? It's a slim chance. But, yeah, right now, making the playoffs, winning a game or two, maybe the best that you get. And you hope that the games are in the Ford Field.
Yes, you can definitely say that their Super Bowl chances are dead. They're done. Sorry.
You're saying done dead?
They're done.
Zero. David, you sure?
Yes. Too many injuries. I'm sorry. I just can't see it. I know we got to wait for the bracket. I know everyone's to say, let's wait and see how it plays out. No, I'm sorry. I don't see it. No matter what it is.
All I'll say is I'm not ready to say it's dead, but it's in a coma.
Oh, I think I'm in like single digits.
Yeah, I'm making like 10% shot. Why? Because football's weird. But you went from being the favorite and a team I expected to win the Super Bowl, minimum expected to get there, to a team now, it's all hope. That's how bad the injuries are. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin the day.
That's okay.
That went 0 to real quick.
Can we say, well, I was going to start with some college stuff first.
Yeah, let's do it. Go ahead. Rewind.
Can we say that Army was broken by Notre Dame?
No, because they bombed Tulane. I just think we could say Army wasn't that good.
So overrated?
Yeah. Okay. And that's fine enough. Like, they had a really nice year for them, but they played one real team, got smoked. I think what we can say is we're living in Wonka land. Army played a conference championship game the week prior in 20-degree weather and then had to play Navy. Navy got to sit by the fireplace. I think stuff like that matters.
And that does change everything, because usually normally they get 2 weeks each where they can prepare, put everything together. But 1 week for one team changes everything.
You know what? I'm about to just throw another log on this fire of hate over here.
Sure.
All right.
What's up?
Can we say, I already know the answer, but can we say that college football has to do some serious reevaluation with the bowl systems and the transfers and like Army situation of playing a conference game and then you still have a regular season game that you have to play.
And then your bowl opponent opts out?
Marshall opts out because they don't have a coach or players.
Well, and today you saw Penn State's backup, who is their Wildcat quarterback, a guy they've used in short yardage, Pabula or whatever his name is. He hit the portal. That's a playoff team. I mean, Drew Aller rolls an ankle. Who's the quarterback? The answer is yes to all of the above. My faith that it'll happen? My faith in that is lower than the Lions winning a Super Bowl.
You know what? I write these down in cryptic language and you can still read them. The next one, David, can we say that Drew Aller made the right decision going back to Penn State?
I'm going to say yes, but David, please.
Yes, he did. He's not an NFL quarterback, and where else is he going to go?
Well,
but to stay at Penn State.
The transfer portal?
Yes.
Some ding-a-ling will pay you $3 million the way this is going.
To be fair, you're right. Anybody will pay you.
But year 2, under Andy Kotelnicki's offense, I do think they'll have better weapons next year. Yeah, return, get a first-round grade.
Can we say that the right person won the Heisman this weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, I voted for him. I'm guilty. If you want to take me to task because I didn't vote for Genti, yeah, I did. I had Travis Hunter 1, Genti 2, Cam Ward 3. It was boring to me. I watched a lot of Genti's games, and I love them. But, man, when you're surviving 17-13 in Laramie, when you're barely beating San Jose State, when you're like, and I'm sorry, but it wasn't the dominance that he displayed against Oregon. In totality, great year.
Right.
I just decided to go with Hunter because He's something you just don't see.
Well, it's funny because you didn't even have the guy I had number 1 on your list.
Who's that?
I had Dylan Gabriel.
Really?
Dylan Gabriel. This is what David and I were arguing about the other day.
I just enjoyed seeing you two yell at each other.
Dylan Gabriel just had big game after big game after big game. Never disappointed. Just went out there, 3 touchdowns. He runs for 2. He does everything that you ask him to do. He had 1 scare all year, but other than that, in a big-time game, he stepped up, got the job done.
He had big-time game. UCLA, Michigan State, Purdue, Illinois, Michigan, Maryland, Wisconsin.
Okay, so David, tell me the difficult game that Travis Hunter played.
Now, that is the part where you get me,
I'll
because
hang
you're
up
right.
and listen.
There was no difficult game on his schedule, but he did dominate who he played.
If that's the case, then put Curtis Rourke up there.
I just think it's pretty special to see a guy who could be a first-round pick as a receiver or a corner.
Yeah, either side.
And he does both. No one's wrong. Like,
Right.
I don't think he's crazy for voting for Gabriel.
Not at all.
I'm like, the only thing that happened with Gabriel was he just kept winning, and we just dismissed him as, it's just Oregon.
They're always, they're number 1 again. They're number 1
That's
again.
Oregon,
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
And he didn't have the hype train he didn't have a coach like Dion out there just pushing this guy saying, vote for him. All right. Can we say that Kansas City should sit Mahomes in one of the next 2 games, or maybe even both, to try to keep their Super Bowl dreams alive? High ankle sprain came out that Patrick Mahomes has.
If the doctors say that some rest could help him, my answer is yes. No one's catching him. I would, but
You
again,
may lose that number 1 seed, but they didn't need it last year.
I don't want to lose that. But what? Who's close to them? The Bills with 3 losses.
Yeah.
So you've got 1 game to play with. Rico, if the doctors said it would help, yes, because it's going to take everything he has to drag that corpse across the finish line. Your injuries on defense or their injuries on offense?
See, here's the thing. You just said it, Mike. I don't think anyone's catching him for the number 1 seed. So, yes, while everyone wants to say, yes, the regular season is great and wonderful, you want to see him on Christmas Day.
I don't care.
What's important for them is they want to try to three-peat. So sitting your quarterback for 2 games to prepare for the playoffs may be what's best.
Okay. Can we say that Josh Allen wrapped up the MVP yesterday?
No. Because Lamar answered with 5 touchdowns, too. Got to let the last 3 weeks play out. For me, I'm fine if you say he's a leader in the clubhouse, but I'm not ready to say that. No.
See, I'm ready to say yes. I wasn't even thinking of Lamar Jackson. I was just thinking the other guy for me was Saquon. But it's a quarterback award, so you don't see it.
You know what? But you're right. And Mike brings up a good point. We judge Lamar based off of what Lamar's already done. So it's like, oh, okay, well, I've seen this before. Do something else. Get 8 touchdowns, and then I'll say something. But you're right. You're right. He should be in the discussion as well. Can we say, based upon a radio interview where Jerry Rice kind of criticized Deebo Samuel, can we say that former players should just keep their mouth shut because they're not playing in today's games? They had their time. Or should they be allowed to come out and say what they, and criticize folks?
I think it depends. If a guy's using some intelligence and nuance and understands the game, he's welcome, certainly, with their perspective to comment. But when you're just going to be a meathead about stuff and you played before TVs existed, I kind of don't really want to hear from you. It's the same thing with like old NBA heads. Guys, the game was different. If you're not going to evolve, then why would I want to hear your opinion? That's just me. I don't know. Go ahead, David.
And I understand what you're saying, but for this one, Jerry needed to talk because he's right. You can't sit here and complain about not getting the ball. You get the ball and you drop it. You miss your opportunity. This one, speak. But on surface, what Mike is saying is right. It depends. If you're an old guy just trying to say, no, I'm sorry, the game has changed, you should shut up.
Okay. We got time for one more, David?
Yes.
Can we say, no matter what Las Vegas tells you, you never, ever, ever bet on Carolina Panthers? I had this conversation with Cookies yesterday.
So bad.
And as the game is playing out, I just kept pointing to the screen saying,
so bad.
Their first 3 drives were what? Interception, fumble.
Yeah, I lived it. Thank you.
Yes, it was.
I'm hitting the portal. You can say whatever you want. That was maddening. And that is, can we say, that. All right, Monday Night Football. So both these games are ass. So if you put these 4 teams together, you might get 2 good ones. FanDuel wants you to have a better time playing it. 30% catch a pass profit boost on either of tonight's Monday night games. Look, you can boost by 30% and take home even more winnings. So again, Bears, Vikings, Atlanta, and Vegas. Bet the over-unders, the spreads, the props, and more. But remember, bonuses on that to catch a pass stuff tonight. FanDuel.com/ticket. Take advantage of the profit boost today. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms, both offers. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Add another key injury to the Lions' laundry list. Running back David Montgomery sustained an MCL injury in yesterday's loss to the Bills. Adam Schefter said it's a possibility it could end his season. Per Ian Rappaport, Carlton Davis's jaw injury will keep him out 6 weeks, and also ruled out Lee McNeil for the rest of the year. The Pistons will be without veteran Tobias Harris tonight as they host the red-hot Miami Heat. Miami has won 4 in a row, while Detroit has lost 3 of the last 4. Hear the game over right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Bill Belichick may be landing a Spartan in the transfer portal. MSU receiver Isaiah Johnson agency says he's visiting North Carolina. Western Michigan football transfer Ontario Thompson is heading to Washington. He had 34 tackles and a sack this past season with the Broncos. It's his second tour of duty in the Big Ten as he began his career at Iowa. According to Pete Thamel, Penn State quarterback Drew Aller is returning for his senior season. Aller has 2,800 yards and 21 touchdowns so far. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. So obviously the Lions are the topic today. And we just have a different approach than the other shows. I'm not interested in trying to like lie to you or tell you things to make you feel better. Yesterday was devastating. I mean, not the loss. Losses happen. It's injuries that to me broke the camel's back. Like this team has done such a good job of getting through it, getting by, doing that next man up theater. There is no next man up for Lee McNeil. There's no next man up for Carlton Davis, and there's no next man up for David Montgomery. And for all intensive purposes, you are without all three of them the rest of the season. And that's on top of all the names we can recite. I think you have 18 or 19 defensive players on IR. You don't get to do the next of the next guy of the next guy. And I believe yesterday, I think your Super Bowl chances took a major hit to the point where I no longer expect you to win it. I don't even expect you to go there. Mm-hmm. I just hope. And hope is meaningless. Hope's just an emotion. It's not a plan. So we're talking about that. One thing, can we just, Rico, can you and I just do this? Like when they put John Dutton in the ground last night. Can we shovel some dirt on this one too? I'm not going to go crazy about this onside kick stuff. Dan Campbell knew you couldn't get a stop. Would I have done it at 12 minutes? No. But if you're going to do it at 12 minutes, you got to do it at 8 minutes. Either way, the team was getting their doors blown off, and it didn't matter. They could have played through the night. You were never getting a lead on Buffalo, ever. So did I like it? No. Do I think he would do that in the playoffs? Probably not. He's openly telling you the last 2 weeks, I don't believe in my defense.
And that's why I think he would do it in the playoffs.
Okay,
Mike.
Rico wins.
Because
Founders Day. That's why you have a crested blazer and I don't. You're probably right.
Because he doesn't believe in this defense. He knows that he had to create a turnover. Defense wasn't going to give us a turnover. What if we do an onside kick? And they didn't know that the guy was going to take it back to the 5-yard line. But the second one, for a second, looked like it may have worked, but it didn't. Because, you're knowing that you're not going to get the turnovers that you used to get before.
But I think it's the message it sent that I'm more focused on. He knows. We can't get desperation. Couldn't get a stop against Green Bay. We have to do things that are so outside the box, and he did it again here. Now, here's
Hold
my...
on. Before,
he's pointing his finger at me?
No. Because I want to... Because that was interesting with the whole onside kick thing, because Dan Gamble, he's done all this stuff for the last few years, and it's no big deal. You know what? This is what we do. This is who we are. Say it with your chest. Yesterday, he was like, maybe if in hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have. And I had to take a step back like, wait, Dan? Coach? Is that you?
Right. My point is I'm not going to kill him on it.
No, I'm not going to kill him, but it tells me that there's a little bit of, it's like, the difference between gambling and winning. Like, he's gambling right now. He is just trying to see whatever works.
He's doing whatever he can to keep this team afloat.
Yeah.
And I think that's where fans should take their cue from one of the best head coaches in the league. If he is willing to do things that are so outside the box, and it is telling you how bad things are. Now, without Aleem McNeil and without Carlton Davis and without David Montgomery, guys, I don't think, listen, you have 3 other shows you can call if you want to do copium and do, well, it's not that bad theater. Or maybe you'll cite a line from Emilio Estevez and the Mighty Ducks. Maybe the Lions will come out in the Flying V. The point I'm making is we live in reality between 2 and 6. The reality is, you're likely toast. It sucks. It's nothing Dan Campbell did wrong. It's nothing these players did wrong. There's no boogeyman. It's awful luck. It's the football universe saying it's not your year. Because I just don't know how anyone can expect anything from Aaron Glenn right now when he doesn't have more than a handful of NFL players to work with. And this isn't about scratching and clawing and making the playoffs. This is about winning a Super Bowl. And on the other end of this, even if you got there, it's Josh Allen, it's Mahomes, it's Lamar, and you have no front seven. None. And now with Montgomery gone, let me offer you this. The first 12 games of the season, Do you know what the Lions average per carry? First 12 games.
No.
4.8 a carry. Elite by NFL standard. Do you know what they've averaged the last
Damn
2
near
weeks?
first down and
3.2. You know what part of me is starting to think? I'm not used to seeing Frank Ragnow on the ground. I'm seeing that more. Zeitler is 700 years old. Glasgow went in for x-rays. Decker's been banged up. Here's a dirty secret for you, and I know TJ would corroborate this if he were sitting here. Offensive linemen play hurt more than any other position on the field. They play hurt. They will battle through stuff. Frank Ragnow has an inoperable toe. He plays through it. That's it. That's his reality. I think the line's getting beaten up. So your O-line, the last 2 weeks, nowhere near as good. I wonder why. Probably injuries.
Yeah, I mean, it was just almost like we were watching the old Tecmo Bowl highlights before the show, but Buffalo's defense looked like they knew the play and they were immediately in the backfield. And if those who played Tecmo Bowl, when you called the right defense, there was nothing that you could do.
So we want to ask you. You can go scale of 1 to 10 or percentages or just mental state. Wanted to offer you real radio. Like, no, this is cathartic. I'm pissed. I'm sad. I'm upset. On your behalf, I'm angry. And look, I don't care about being right 99% of time. It doesn't matter to me. I want to entertain you guys, and I want to do a damn good show. I tell you what I think. I meant with every fiber of my being, I believed you were winning the Super Bowl. I have no reason to lie to you. Just like 2 years ago when I said we're winning the division and we're winning a home playoff game. Look, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have built this thing, and the leadership you have in that room, that's why I'm so heartbroken, because it's been taken.
Different circumstance. It's not for infighting, but it does remind me a little bit of the Eagles last year, where they started off and they looked like they were headed back to the Super Bowl. Then they had the infighting, and then everything collapsed. Now, I don't know if this team is about to hit that collapse point, but yeah, after 11 weeks, you couldn't have told me that Philly everything was going to run through them, and in the end, they were done before you could even remember. Question for you.
Yeah.
So the caller that has the bet, should he take the buyout?
Oh, hell. Oh, the kid from Ann Arbor.
That's a great question.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Yeah, probably. I'd probably play it out till the end of the regular season, but could you hey, right here, right now. I don't know what they're offering him.
I take it.
But Rico.
It beats the $100 he put down.
Oh, and it was a free bet.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've just gone to Hope Face.
Would you go into the Vikings game? Because that could be the decision of 5th seed to 1 seed.
Yeah, you'll be able to beat the Bears.
Yes.
And I think you'll beat the Niners. No disrespect to Rico, but after what they put on tape Thursday night, oh, my God.
I think they'll beat the Niners.
That game should have been live from Cabo.
But then again, Garindo. You've been Garindoed.
248-539-9797. David, a few ticket texts. And guys, I got a couple open lines for the first time today. You want them? Come get them. This is a therapy session. I'm not going to sell you a bunch of lies. No, I don't think we're winning the Super Bowl anymore. And it's no one's fault. But you've had so many good players taken away, and devastatingly. Like, do you want me to do the 3 deep again on defense? I can do it. You're missing 6 of your front 7. Like, what? You're missing backups. Your lead corner, and now a rookie who I like and I know will be a good football player, but Terrion Arnold has struggled. Terrion Arnold is your lead corner. What? You have no backup corners. You have nothing. If Amik Robertson goes down, forget it. Yeah. Kenny's playing slot.
Or if Arnold goes down.
What? Listen, it's all.
Like, you're to that point where now it's just like, okay, we have to power rank. Who can we survive with if they go down?
I mean, yesterday, I'll put it to you like this. The only more devastating injury that could have happened to you yesterday would have been Jared Goff getting snapped in half. I mean, realistically, Aleem McNeil's one of your fearsome 5. If I got to name the 5 guys that I need to win a Super Bowl, and I got to make sure I have at least 4 of them, it'd be Goff, Sewell, Hutch, Amon-Ra, Aleem.
Yeah, when he walked off and stopped, I was like, oh.
No, when it was non-contact, that's when you know you're effed.
But I'm like, okay, maybe it's cramp. It's not a cramp.
He was a little distraught for it to be a cramp,
Right.
and
I was
went,
like, okay, this could be
man.
a cramp,
Not this. But
Black
the Montgomery
uniforms,
thing,
maybe he was a little too hype.
And let me say this. The Montgomery thing happening like 30 minutes before the show today, yes, I am emotional because I had just gotten done processing Carlton Davis and Aleem being out. When you get hit with that was one of these. Oh, really? Chef's kiss. Montgomery's dead too. We'll get to the ticket text momentarily.
And it is officially official from Dan Campbell at his press conference. Montgomery undergoing season-ending surgery.
Oh. Is he Sonic or Knuckles? He's Knuckles.
He's Knuckles.
I believe he's Knuckles. I don't know why I know that. If your furnace isn't running right, you need reliable service. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And Mastercraft, they can't get to you same day. They'll take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about that winter bundle-up discount as well. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, now the ticket text, David, then straight to the people. Lions therapy session. And again, the losses, whatever, they happen. Josh Allen had a day. It's the injuries. Ali McNeil done for the year. Montgomery done for the year. Davis gone for at least 6 weeks with a broken jaw. That's enough for me. I've hit my end. No more expectation, all hope. That's what I got. I don't live in delusional land. David, what do you got?
Divisional champs banner, is that even obtainable anymore? That is Brandon from Shelby.
No, it's obtainable, but remember, there was only one outcome that was acceptable at the end of this year. Parade down Woodward. I told you, those were the stakes to start the year. I'm not changing it now. You think anyone's going to buy a divisional champs t-shirt? I mean, you got to be a real boner you're buying one of those.
Not after you won it last year. Just saying. You're not going to do it again.
No.
Lions aren't going to be out the door. Carlton Davis will be back. Anzalone, maybe. I'm just not worried. The only game I see us losing is the Vikings, and I think we can outscore their offense.
Wait.
Well, if you lose to the Vikings, you lose the division.
I quit. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to let one person upset me.
You know what? Let's hear from Kenny. Kenny's the biggest Lions fan.
Jeez, you're talking to the most bummed out guy in the building.
Never mind,
right
David.
now.
I was going to say, I thought Kenny was in a bad mood Friday. Just talk to him today.
It's not great. It's not a good scene. And the Red Wings won, so hooray for that.
There you go.
No,
hey, who scored 2 goals?
Let's go. But David, what do the ticket texts have to say?
Where did you see Will Smith?
I blame the fans. Got way too high on their horses. The football gods knocking them down. But next year, a.k.a. Revenge Tour.
Oh, we're doing this now?
No, we're not doing. Who's the revenge against?
Your
players got hurt.
Right.
It's not like somebody cheap shotted you. Your players got injured. Okay, it happens. You were fortunate.
You're going to lose both of your coordinators. What do you mean next year? What does that mean?
No, because now they're going to be angry and want to come back and do this one more time. I'm speaking like a fan right now. Right?
Okay. Well,
I was being facetious. I'll wave the facetious flag.
Thank you. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Guy.
You're looking at me like, what?
Guy, how are you?
How's it going, gentlemen?
All right.
What's up, Guy?
What's going on, bud?
If the weather's ever been as indicative of how it feels to be a Lions fan.
It's today. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Basically, I feel that Lions have a mountain in front of them. And if they climb it and they succeed, it'll be the greatest thing I've ever witnessed in terms of sports.
I mean, if they win the Super Bowl with these injuries, with this defense now, one of the great Super Bowl journeys ever. I mean, it's anything's possible in sports, but I can't expect it anymore, Guy. Not after yesterday with those injuries.
No, neither can I. And however, one thing where I will disagree, and I know it's really tough to pin anything on Aaron Glenn, but did not love his game plan. I know he's limited. He has no options, but
man-to-man.
I feel when Ben Johnson can't get the offense going, he does something sneaky, something that's completely out of the box. I didn't see any of that. I would have loved to seen at least some kind of zone coverage or something.
Okay, but Guy, I know this isn't going to help you feel better, but think of it like this. I think that Aaron Glenn did have a wrinkle in the defense. How many plays did Josh Allen make because the play broke down? Because the defense did their job. They just couldn't catch up to him, and he scrambles, and instead of going out of bounds, he throws it across his body 40 yards down the field.
No, I completely get it. And don't get me, that's why I said it's very tough to pick on Aaron Glenn. But when rushing 4, rushing 6, if nobody's getting to the quarterback, maybe perhaps only rush 3 and then see what type of zone blitzes you can do. Something creative to a degree. That's my only thing.
Yeah, listen, Guy, I'll tell you what, I'll meet you in the middle on it. I don't know that yesterday, midstream, losing another couple superstars, and you're facing arguably the best player on the planet. If they don't have some answer or attempt at an answer over the next couple of weeks, all right, we can have that conversation. I want to see what they attempt to do moving forward. And I don't know that the Bears are some great litmus test for that. The Bears may have quit.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm willing to give him a little bit of credit because that was Josh Allen. I think any other quarterback would have run out of bounds on a lot of plays or they would have gotten to him. But he's an MVP candidate for a reason. Like, he knew I don't have much.
But you know you can't play man-to-man if you don't have a pass rush. See, these are the problems. You can't play man-to-man. No, I'm not. I'm saying
No.
Aaron Glenn didn't start the game going, okay, ready? My front 4 will be totally useless today. See, he didn't have that in mind with the install. Here's the other thing. Even if you can't get to the quarterback while playing man, hey, you have one job to do. Don't let him get out the back door. Maintain your lanes. Did Aaron Glenn start the day going, we will have the worst lane integrity of the season? So, like, if we want to knock what's going on with the coverage, you have to blame the front seven. There's never been a great secondary with a terrible pass rush. And there's never been a great pass rush that doesn't have a decent secondary.
Right.
It all works together.
Right. I guess
Thanksgiving.
I'm sticking up for Glenn because it's like, okay, if Ben Johnson didn't have all of those players on his offense,
Right, what would he be doing?
Well, he'd come up with a wrinkle. Well, it helps when you still have a bunch of all-pros still playing.
Here's your equivalent, all right? If Ben Johnson were living in Aaron Glenn's world, I'll let you keep Goff, but you're down Sewell, you're down Decker, you're down Amon-Ra, and you're down Montgomery. Show me your game plan.
Oh, I would even go further than that. You're down
I was
Laporta.
trying to be fair.
Oh, no, I think to be fair, you're down Laporta. You're down a lot of players. You're down Ragnow.
You mean we're not running such cute trick plays and pitchy woo-woos and having linemen score?
No.
That's the point. That's why I can't go at Aaron Glenn. What am I going to do? The guy, you can't
That's what I'm saying. I had to stick up for him because, like, guys, at no point did he say, you know what? I wonder what happens if I lose all of my defensive players, and just pulls out his notebook and starts scribbling down plays. Doesn't work that way.
Let's go to Q 97.1. What's up, Q?
Man, damn the football gods, man. With every new, breaking news of this Lions player is out, I feel like Florida James from that Good Times mean damn, man. Just because we had it, man. We had it. And
I felt like you did. I felt like
guys, for whatever reason, just do not want to give us a break, man. And it's just like I was prepared to wake up this morning not knowing the severity of injuries, being like, you know what? We're due for a bad game. Can't win them all. You weren't going to go 16-1. It's fine. And just these breaking news with every player going out on IR is worse than the result of yesterday's game by a mile, man. It's just like I'm not sure how we could recover from this. My only prayer, I guess, at this point is that, maybe there's a chance that we are like that Packers team in 2010, 2011, I think they had like 17 guys on IR and they somehow won, but I just don't know if you had that level of talent at quarterback that Aaron Rodgers was at that time. And Jared Goff did everything he could yesterday, and it just wasn't enough, man. So, man, I'm concerned. I say there's probably, again, about a 20% chance that things could happen just because, football is weird. And, again, going back to that Green Bay Packers example in 2010 when they had like 17 guys on IR. But
I was talking to TJ about that earlier today. The year they won it, they had a bunch of guys on defense. Now, here's your separator. And I know what we think of this guy today, but you got to erase that. They had a cheat code at quarterback.
They did.
Aaron Rodgers at that point in life, you could have made a case, is the singular best guy in the sport or number 2 to Peyton Manning or Brady, whatever. With all due respect to Jared Goff, mobile Goff season, we can't say that.
Q. Oh, he's gone. No, I was going to ask him a question. That's okay. Go ahead.
I failed you yet again.
That's all right.
Perhaps I should go home. 248-539-90.
Those who have a crested blazer, you can go home.
That's right. You had a big founders dinner Friday night.
I really did. I love how you could say.
You were dressed like Ryan Clark Friday night. Don't lie to anybody.
Mike, I went to Taco Bell. He had a feast of legendary proportions.
That's from crested entrees only. We'll get more of your phone calls. It is Lions therapy, I guess. Call it whatever you want. What do you want? You're pointing to something. What do you need?
Absolutely nothing. I'm good.
Be curious, will you please? What do you got?
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money. Hamilton has the inventory to find the car that fits you best, including the December Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $999 down, and you drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right. A new sleek Equinox for just $299 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found right there at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
That's Dan Campbell after the NFC title game last year. And it feels kind of prophetic now because with the injuries mounting, your inability to play defense. I mean, look, the last 2 games, Dan Campbell is openly telling you by his decision-making, I have no belief in my defense. None. I mean, think about it. End of the game. He didn't want to give Green Bay 40 seconds. This game here, you're onside kicking with 12 minutes to go. It's Dan Campbell doing the best he can, but you should listen to your head coach. He's telling you we don't have a defense that can win a Super Bowl. He is telling you we don't have a defense that can get a stop. And it's not Aaron Glenn's fault. And it's not a boogeyman, like blame one player. It's that you're down Davenport, you're down Aline McNeil, you're down Aiden Hutchinson, you're down Anzalone, you're down Rodrigo, you're down Barnes, you're down Kaminsky, you're down guys I can't even name.
Right. And here's the other thing about the flip side of the coin. Let's rewind earlier this year. Seattle came in here, was missing 5 or 6 defensive starters. Lions fans, raise your hand if you cared. I don't see any hands being raised. The NFL doesn't care that you're going through all of this.
Yeah, no one cares.
So they're going to say, oh, you're down? Sucks to be you. Let's go out there and hammer the Lions because this is our opportunity. So it's going to be difficult. You're going to see some weird, especially on defense, you're going to see some weird formations and weird things just trying to see what you can do.
And the loss of Montgomery breaking, a couple hours ago where he is now having season-ending surgery on his knee. Look, I don't even want to do the long view stuff, but Jesus, you just signed him to a deal, knee surgery. You just signed McNeil to a deal, he's going to miss the start of next season. These are some devastating injuries. And now you also have to pray you lose no one else. But this running game, this offensive line, the thing that you would say, hey, we got to lean on it. Well, the last 2 weeks, 3.2 yards a carry. And the O-line has gotten bullied. That was a disgusting performance yesterday against the Bills. Disgusting. So, yeah, I've gone from expectation of a Super Bowl to just hope because you don't have the bodies. That trio of injuries yesterday is absolutely devastating. Let's go to Frank, 97.1. Frank, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm sad, but beyond sad, I'm just confused. You know what I mean? I feel like I just got home from work. Wife's gone, took the kids, took the family dog, and I don't know what the hell happened.
It's the last scene of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and you're in the living room.
What happened?
Exactly. And I nothing at all. And the thing is, I was okay. I was okay after the injuries with Davis. I mean, it sucks, added on. And I was thinking Cookies was acting like a big baby, talking about how we were doing the disco. The double-digit disco, and he's doing his whole thing how he completely sold, and I get it. And I was like, you know what, it's Cookies, that's what he does. And then I was doing my work, and I saw the message come on my phone that Montgomery's gone forever. And I completely hit a wall. It's like, you know what, it's Christmas. Where's my Christmas? Yeah. How long have we been waiting for this? It's almost more difficult to be good and have it taken away than to be where we were for the last 155 million years. It hurts, and I'm over it.
Because you were so really close, and it looked like it was finally your time in line, and then the store closed. You're like,
yeah,
hey, I was
so
next.
True. You know what? But I can't give up hope yet, and I won't, just for the pure fact that I can't do it.
No,
one other thing I'll say, too, and
I
I'll get off.
understand that totally. And, Frank, let me be clear. I don't think you're a bad guy for having hope. The people I get upset about are the ones who call in, and I've heard it all day on this station. I'm not worried at all. Next man up, Dan Campbell's balls. And you're like, okay, we're not doing this today. Like, have hope. That's not hope. That's delusion.
Yeah. You know what I think it is, Frank and Mike? I think it's when you're in shock and you don't realize how bad it is because your body can't process it yet. So this morning, they were still trying to process everything that happened. I think if you ask those people now, the shock is wearing off, reality's kicking in, and you're realizing, wow, this isn't going to be the good rest of the season.
Yeah, it's getting ugly. The last thing I'll say is DC, I have his back. I have to roll with him. He's done great things. He's done better things than we've ever, witnessed ever in this city, in this town, so I'll roll with him. I mean, the decisions he makes, he makes these big ball decisions anyways, but now he has to because he basically has people. It's like the movie Invincible with Marky Mark. It's like anyone can come and play in the defense. I weigh 150 pounds, and I could be the starting cornerback at this point. So it's like you have to do what you have to do.
I'm with you,
I can't
Frank.
fault him for it.
I'm with you. He's lost even.
Thanks,
you know
guys.
what? Yeah, you got it, Frank. And again, it's almost like Dan Campbell's lost the ability to choose. He's being forced into this now.
Mm-hmm. So and your opponents know that, so they can prepare. The element of surprise is gone because I know. Oh, you have to go for it now. You have to do things, and we're going to start studying your plays now. The skipper play that worked. That was the element of surprise.
Look, I got to figure out the pathway, and it can't just be, well, we got to score 50 a game. Like, that's not how you're going to win a Super Bowl. They've got to find a way to manufacture. I mean, can you somehow just keep teams out of the end zone? I mean, give up field goals. I don't even care if they go on 7-minute drives. Can you bow up in the red zone? Because that's what your calling card has been. The problem is the last 2 weeks. I don't know. I'm out of answers.
No, because here's the thing. The next three quarterbacks that you face are not Josh Allen-like level, but the next three quarterbacks all have mobility to them. So if they escape the pocket, they can extend plays, and that's where the Lions keep getting in trouble.
Listen, the other angle, too, and part of what concerns me, the Lions have had this incredible season, and they've gotten no cushion. I've never seen an NFC like this. Do you realize if they lose one game, they're going to be the 5 seed?
Yeah.
That's not okay. I don't care if we sound like babies. I'm catering to the city of Detroit. Everyone's hurting today, so I think people will understand what I'm saying. That's not fair. That's not right. The idea that a team could finish the season 14-3 and be the 5, come on. That's like the 1 year the Giants missed the playoffs at 10-6, and I'm like, wait, that's illegal.
Right, but
I can't miss the playoffs at 10-6.
But see, that's the NFL.
Turn those machines back on.
That's the NFL playoffs, and that's is where I get it. You're rewarding winning your division, but if you win your division, with a 9-7 or 9-8, you shouldn't be rewarded and have somebody else like, well, you were 14-3. Yeah, but you didn't win, so you're on the road.
248-539-9797. We'll go right to the phones next. We'll do the back half of Can We Say That at 4. Does that work?
It works for me.
We got a lot of people with a lot to say. And again, hope is the order of the day. But this has been the show of expectations. I have laid down my sword like Jon Snow. Yesterday killed me. Those injuries are brutal. By the way, last season of Yellowstone, worse than the last season of Game of Thrones.
Just don't.
I'm not telling you anything that
you already
place.
said one thing. I'm acting like I didn't hear it. He did.
They heard it on the text. They heard it. Yep.
Wait, what happened here?
You mentioned something
We'll
about.
tell you.
Yeah.
Everybody knew Costner wasn't back. Come on, that's not a spoiler.
Didn't know how.
I didn't say how.
You did.
I did not.
I promise you.
You know what?
Did.
I don't think he said how.
I didn't. No.
He did.
I said factually you end up in the ground. That's true. You bury people. I'm sorry. No.
I enjoyed it.
What do you bury them in?
A box.
Yes. You mentioned all of that like, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Kevin Costner didn't do the last season of Yellowstone. You knew they had to kill him off.
That is public knowledge. That
Hello?
part, yeah.
Right. I knew he wasn't, but he could have gone off to...
Oh, to what? One of your UFO drones?
Work somewhere else. I'm moving and starting up a new thing. I don't know.
I'm
getting
never leave
married.
the Yellowstone Dutton Ranch. What the... You know what? We all know that Hungry Howie's...
I needed hope.
Well, too bad. I ain't your source for that. Bottom line is the last season sucked. All right, Hungry Howie's. Go buy some pizza. How do you cope with Lee McNeil being dead? Pizza. How about David Montgomery being out for the year? Pizza. I don't know, guys. Eat your feelings. It's all I can offer you. It's Hungry Howie's, and limited time only. You spend $25 on the website on an online order. They give you free Howie bread. So you get the bonus. It's a hell of a good deal around the holidays. You got the college football playoff coming up this weekend. And yes, the Lions do play again. Order some Hungry Howie's. Make yourself feel a little better. Limited time only on the deal at Hungry Howie's. 97.1. All right, straight to the people. We'll get to, I almost said who said it. Can we say that? Top of the hour. Let's go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Oh, God, Mike, I am just devastated right now. I feel I love the references I'm getting today. I get a you're alone in the living room on the last episode of The Fresh Prince. I got laid out in my sword like Jon Snow. You've been waiting for your chance in line, and then as soon as it's your turn, the store closes. That's why Rico's got a crest and you don't. These two guys are making me laugh.
That's right. Rico has crested dinners only. Go ahead. So where do you believe the Lions' chances at a Super Bowl are done?
I woke up thinking, all right, chances took a huge hit, but at least we have an offense. At least we have two units. You know, it's the better unit is still whole. And I turn the show on and I go, Montgomery's dead. And I go, okay, never mind. Mike, I'm with you. You said it best. I was walking around. I live in Florida. I see Bills fans everywhere where I live. Packers fans everywhere, all throughout the neighborhood. I'm talking so much crap to people. I'm like, too bad the little stepchild's winning everything this year. You guys are just going to have to get over it. And I've never been more confident in any team, more confident than I was in the Pistons when they were rolling people, more confident than I was in Michigan football last year. And then the injuries happened. I almost feel like when Hutch went down, I was tearing when he got thrown in jail even though he didn't poison Joffrey, they threw him in jail. And it's just despair. And he's just resigned to his fate. And then all of a sudden, he's watching the fight between the Viper and the Mountain. And it was kind of like when the Lions were still crushing everybody, even after they lost Hutch and Davenport and some guys. I'm going, God, maybe they're still going to do this. And then yesterday when McNeil was walking off the field, it was like when the mountain crushed in the Viper's eye. That's what it was to me. And I was just like, this cannot be happening. I will say, the caller that brought up the 2010 Packers, I do remember that vividly. I couldn't believe they won it. Without Montgomery, it's going to be tough. But I will say there is one person, because, Mike, you mentioned it's no one's fault. It's not Dan Campbell's fault. It's not the player's fault. I do have to lay this at the feet of Brad Holmes. And, Mike, you said it. I remember when we signed Carlton Davis, I knew who he was. I didn't know about the injury history till you brought it up on the show. And you were very concerned about his injury history, Davenport's history, and the callers want to go, oh, Mike, you're such a downer. It's a pity. Well, guys, look, this is why he brings that stuff up. This is why Mike, when we sign guys, when Holmes only wants to sign guys with injury history, and not like a little bit of injury history, long injury history. Marcus Davenport has not been healthy to finish a season, I don't know, in his career. He lasted 2 minutes. He was out there for 5 minutes. Gone. Carlton Davis, long list of injuries. He's been injured twice. Now he's out for the year. Brad, why are we signing guys that can't hold up for the entirety of the season? And look, they all went down. All of them. I mean, at some point, he's got to make a decision. No more.
Well, I think part of it, Chad, I think part of it, candidly, when you don't want to spend big money, right, and you got to get some bridge players. Look, he got Carlton Davis, but he backstopped it with Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw and Amik Robertson. He remade the secondary. Look, I told you, I don't think Carlton Davis is a bad player, but he's missed 16 games the last 3 years and at least 4 each year. Well, make that 4 years now of at least missing 4. The Davenport thing, look, if you want a really good edge player who doesn't have any knocks on him, it's going to cost you $100 million. So look,
or you got to get lucky in the draft.
And I think they're trying to, but this is something where they did everything they could with this secondary. The D-line is something different. Look, Davenport alone is not how you end up here. If Aiden's healthy, I don't think you consider Davenport. If the backups to some of these guys didn't get hurt, maybe we don't consider it. But yeah, it is a sick twist of irony that the two guys you signed that I went, well, geez, why are we still signing injured people, are both now injured at the worst time of the year. So yeah, but that's not anything I'm parading. I want to be wrong on those things. I'm not looking forward to sad shows. This sucks. This is not what we wanted to do.
So you weren't into the double-digit disco?
I thought that was an incredibly ridiculous bit. And then I got called a hater. Look, it's why I always say the NFL, it's a this or that, a binary thing, ones and zeros, right? Win or lose. When you get into the stylistic stuff, you're in some real trouble. It's hard enough to just win by any margin. So, yeah, when Cookies was doing a whole we're going to win by so much, I'm like, oh, you're on your own, kid. How'd that work? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, no. This is Parlay Mark, isn't it?
This is Parlay Mark. I'm doing just peachy. Just peachy.
We got to have a conversation, don't we?
Mike, listen, we can talk about the bet, but I'd love to talk about the Lions just for a quick minute.
Go ahead.
I mean, first of all, just piggybacking off that caller, I screamed to the rooftops on your show and to all my friends about we need more D-line help. Wouldn't it be great if we took Jonah Ellis instead of Ennis Rakestraw right there? Wouldn't it be great if we signed a bigger name than Davenport? Wouldn't it be great if we put more urgency into getting a pass rusher than a 32-year-old in Zadarius Smith? Maybe we all feel a little differently if Max Crosby's on this team right now. But aside from that, the defense is hurt, I know. But I think you guys are overreacting a little bit because when we get to the playoffs, the stars, the cream should rise to the top, and we still have pillars in Penei, Amon-Ra, Laporta. I think Gibbs can run with some power. I don't think that's some end-all, be-all with Montgomery being out. The one big hit was Aleem. I played nose guard in college. I know how big of a hit that is. I mean, he was one of my favorites. But, I mean, it feels like, oh, my gosh, we just lost an engine. Can we keep flying with one?
Right.
And it's a lot.
No, and listen, I mean, Mark, I'm no different than you guys is in the moment. I'm going to react to stuff. I had just gotten to the point of the Davis and Aleem injuries. And then you get hit with Montgomery as your lunchbox, and you go, all right, no mas. Look, I've seen mediocre teams win a Super Bowl. I've seen teams with backup quarterbacks win a Super Bowl. I've just reached hope. My confidence level. Mark, I expected them to win the Super Bowl this year. I just feel the football gods have taken away that opportunity. Hope I'm wrong.
No,
I want you to cash your bet.
I can't blame you. It sucks. The cash out for the record is currently sitting at $14K. I'm going to weather this storm, and I'm just sitting tight. We're just going to hold steady. This is going to be a time where a lot of those bandwagoners are going to hop off, call us crazy, call us Lions are frauds, as you're seeing all over the place.
Oh, who's calling the Lions a fraud? Can I hear that?
Oh, plenty of people. Plenty of people. Because, Mike, you're not on social media. You don't see it. But people, they put their chest out. They think nobody's there to talk back to them. So they say anything over the world. And it's the main media a lot of people my age talk through.
Oh, for God's sakes. Mark, you can't call a team a fraud when they got 19 defensive players on the IR. See, this is why I'm not involved with this social media. If that's the level of discourse, yeah, but you're in. Mark, log out. What do you want?
Watch yourself.
Oh, tell me I'm wrong with what I just said. You can't call this team a fraud. That's outrageous.
No, here's why. I'm not in these conversations. I don't care to be in these conversations. It's probably the other side of the coin from the people who brought to you by the double-digit disco and we're the greatest thing since sliced bread. Now you got the people who had to listen to that saying, oh, what about now? Your team is bad.
But you can't say they're frauds.
Okay, what did you just say about 5 minutes ago? It's binary. It's either 1 or it's 0. That's it. So either you think this team is great or you hate this team.
No, I think this team was great.
No,
I think now they're good, and the injuries have ruined.
That's what social media is.
Well, I don't want to be a part.
No, I'm just trying to explain it to you. So
you.
Yes, it's the fringe. It's like politics. Most of the fighting happens from the fringe left and fringe right. The people in the middle, they don't really care because it doesn't matter. It's like either you thought that the Lions, and you still think that the Lions are the greatest team of all time, or you are like, you know what? I tried to tell you, you're the Lions, and you will never have good things in life.
Okay, so I'm neither. Perfect.
You're in the middle.
I think the Lions are good. I thought they were great. And the injuries are what have wrecked what was supposed to be destiny.
I was just trying to explain the vitriol that is social media. Man, once you understand that that's how it works, you laugh at it and you move on.
Or you choose to not partake in idiocy. There is that as an option.
Or I've learned from it. Sometimes you just sit there and watch the world burn.
Okay, fair. All right. More of your calls. We'll get to Can We Say That as well. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Dan Campbell provided some clarity on the David Montgomery injury report from earlier. Campbell also confirmed that Aleem McNeil will miss the rest of the year, but didn't know if Carlton Davis would be in that same boat. Graham Glasgow is feeling sore, but his x-rays came out okay yesterday. The Pistons hit the hardwood again tonight at LCA. The Miami Heat in town. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. After he refused to enter the 49ers' last game with the Rams, linebacker Devondre Campbell is being suspended 3 games by the team. Per Adam Schefter, Patrick Mahomes has a high ankle sprain, which according to his source, the Chiefs, quote, don't think is bad, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, the music does fit our mood today with the Lions and the injuries, but we need different music for the part 2 of Can We Say This?
Guys,
Yeah.
can we say
No. Yeah, go ahead.
that this upcoming Saturday with the college football playoffs that we will have an upset, that one of the teams at home will lose a game?
I think for the validation of the expansion, it would be important for that to happen. Or at a minimum, can we get these games into the fourth quarter, please? I think if all these games emulate the point spread, that's a dirty diaper to me. Hey, Feinbaum, what do you think?
I just want watchable football. Is that so much to ask for? I think you nailed it when you said for the validation of the expanded playoffs, because if all the favorites just win and it's just boring and it doesn't make it into the fourth quarter, I think that's a real indictment towards this process.
You know what I think that we need? Different sport, but you need a 5-12 upset. You need something that like, oh, didn't see that happen. This team was a 10-point underdog, and they rose up and they won, or it goes to overtime.
At a minimum, you need one of these teams that got a bye week to lose. I mean, between these 2 weekends, if I don't get somebody higher seeded losing a game, what were we really doing?
Can we say that Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe should go pro? He's contemplating whether he should go pro or not. Should he just go pro? He would be what, the third quarterback taken?
I'm going to say no. Third quarterback taken might be the second round. I mean, right now you're looking at Carson Beck going back because of the UCL injury. Quinn Ewers going back because of his size of his head, and he can't throw the ball. And Milroe had multiple performances where if you pop the tape on, he's going to have a hard time explaining it. Son, what happened in Knoxville? Son, what happened in Norman? I love Milroe. I love the idea of Milroe. But I think he needs to go back. Now, does Kalen DeBoer want him back?
I was going to ask you that.
Because I said to both of you, he is not a fit for what DeBoer wants to do.
He's not.
Can we say? I think he should go back to school. That's me. I think Beck should go back, and I think Milroe should go back. Have a good year, get drafted in the top 10.
Yes, I think he should go back, but I also don't think he's going to go back to Alabama. It'll be somewhere else. It will be somewhere else.
David with a new wrinkle. Okay. Let's go to the NFL.
He'll go to Oregon. Go ahead.
Can we say that the Green Bay Packers are entirely different team with Edgerrin Cooper at linebacker? I forgot.
They were possessed last night.
I'm like, wow, I forgot how good this guy was. Like, he was everywhere. He might as well have put on that lime green jersey because he was just all in the backfield. He was in the huddles.
Yeah, look, the biggest thing for the Packers is they have to prove they can beat this team in our backyard. Look, when you really look at it, the Lions defense was still all kinds of banged up. And what did the Packers do? They played a lifeless first half. They lost the game. They blew that game against the Lions. I like the Pack, but they still haven't taken the step for me where, all right, they're going to play Philly. I probably can't take them. They're going to play the Lions.
Right,
I'll bet the over. But like,
they're cute, but they're not ready yet.
Yeah, they didn't take the step I thought they'd take.
Can we say that Jonathan Taylor cost his team a win.
Yes, and I don't know why people continue to do that stuff.
I don't either.
Why can't you just carry the football into the end zone?
Yes. For
Why?
those who don't know, he dropped it at about the half-yard line. There was no one around him. He was casually sauntering in and just dropped it, goes out of bounds. It's not a touchdown. It's a fumble. It's a touchback.
Also, shout out for that being the singular worst football game of the day. 8 turnovers. 8. 5 interceptions. 3 fumbles. Get it together, guys. Jesus. That's not NFL football. That's ridiculous.
Try the wide receiver throwback to the quarterback, pick 6. What is going on?
It was almost like he knew what the play was going to be.
Well, when your receiver takes forever to reshuffle the ball in his hand.
Brutal.
David, it's why he's not the quarterback.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. Can I offer an addendum?
Yes.
Can we say? I want to bring this up. Can we say Anthony Richardson is hopeless? Yesterday, another game of sub 45% completion rate. I mean, at one point in the game, fellas, he was 8 for 25. Guys, that's like the 4th or 5th time this year he's under 45%. If you're the quarterback of Air Force, that's a problem.
I'm going to say this. I think Anthony Richardson is one of those quarterbacks that needs, kind of like Jordan Love, you need to sit for a little bit, get the speed of the game, learn on the bench. He was thrown into the fire way too soon. I think for another team, he's going to flourish. But right now, he's done for the Colts.
Here are his rates by week. Ready?
No.
44.7, 49, 39, 66.7 against the Jets. Great job, son. 31.3, 41.7, 50, 50, 47.4. This is a league where 60% is considered meh.
Yeah.
You need to be closer to 65. This guy can't crack 50.
Yeah, he should not be playing right now, but the Colts are forced to because you drafted him so high. He is nowhere near ready.
And the picks, mod on. 11 interceptions.
Well, he still will never live down the fact that he asked out of a game.
You win.
By tapping his helmet.
You win.
Can we say that the Commanders are last year's Texans? Meaning, they're a team that can get into the playoffs and actually beat somebody in a game, but that's probably as far as they go.
I'm going to say no. I think the league is caught up to Jaden Daniels. I mean, even yesterday, you're up 17-0 against a lifeless team. They couldn't produce a single drive I cared about in that game, and they damn near lost. That was a 2-point conversion to lose the game. I just
Thanks to the clock malfunction.
Yeah. I'm going to say no because Stroud and that team was a freight train on offense. Commanders have kind of the last month. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I just don't know who they would beat. Tampa looks really good right now. The Rams, they're kind of hot. The Vikings, I just don't know who they can beat. That's all.
Okay. Can we say that the media made more out of the Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown conflict than what was really there?
Well, his teammate kind of did that, so I don't know what to say. Brandon Graham went on a podcast and said, they ain't friends no more.
Well, I mean, but I don't know if he was around because he's been hurt all year, so.
He knows what's going on in that locker room. Look, I think there's real problems.
But they did the kid in play.
Doesn't matter. They really tried to fool everybody on Sunday because A.J. Brown catches the ball and searches out Jalen Hurts to do that. No, they have problems.
Okay. Can we say the 49ers did the right thing with Devondre Campbell and said, hey, we found the loophole. You're suspended for the next 3 games. You're not going to play for anybody.
There it
You're
is.
not going to play
I love
at all.
Yes, 100%. It's Latte Larry Spite Store. Oh, why didn't you cut him? Because then he would get a job maybe. No, we want you to burn in hell. I think that kudos. They treated him like Mocha Joe. I like it.
That's exactly what I told Kenny, and I know it's a long shot, but they could still make the playoffs. He can get on a team that can hurt you to do that. So, yes, you keep him on there, you suspend him. Okay. Best thing.
2 quick ones. Can we say that Baker Mayfield and Matthew Stafford may be the hottest QBs right now?
Yes, 100%. I mean, yesterday, how about against the top 5 Charger defense? 27 unanswered points. And by the way, Baker extending plays, beating man cover, splash explosives. Yeah, man. And Stafford, forget it. If those two wide receivers are on the field, even if Kupp doesn't catch a ball last week,
Puka Nacua.
he's a monster.
Where did you find him? Finally, can we say that tonight may be Kirk Cousins' last stand?
I hope he falls over pregame. They should play Penix. Yes. He plays poorly, they'll give him the Pink Panther. They'll get him right off stage.
See, I don't know. They've been stubborn there in Atlanta.
Yeah, but David, this would be the 6th game. He's got no touchdowns and 7 picks.
I know.
The season is on the brink.
They haven't done it yet. They should have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you lose this one, you're probably not going to the playoffs, so you got nothing to play
Where's
for.
Where's Penix to put the eye drops in his Gatorade? That'll get him on the field. They're like wedding crashers. Honestly, sometimes the organization's got to take measures.
Do the old Tyrod Taylor.
And then they had the little seal.
You'd have Cousins out there looking like James Houston. Get him off the field.
I forgot about that.
I didn't. I'll never unsee it.
All right.
That's it. Can we say that?
Can we say that? 97-1. All right. Apologies, Specs. But hey, we have fun on the radio. If you want to have fun, if you hear what Mike and I do and like, you know what, I love a career in radio, Specs at LTU can get you started on that career. Or you want to go into television, you want to be on camera, or you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you as well. It is very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Guys, it's very simple. New semester is getting ready to start. Make sure you get your name on the register. Make sure you get your name and you get yourself in the next class that happens. You're going to be learning from instructors who work in the business like yours truly. And that means with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. What does that mean in layman's terms? We're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it in radio, TV, or graphics design. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Hi there, everybody. Winter driving season. I know it's raining today, but just work with me. All right, it is winter. Reckless drivers are everywhere. You've seen the accidents. Last week, we got 2 snowflakes. There were 17 pileups. If you are injured in an auto accident, there is one attorney you need to hire. It's David Feminino. Pick up the phone right now. You can talk to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, 97.1. You missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. I'll keep it brief. We'll get to the people. Lions are largely effed. You lost 3 Pro Bowl players yesterday. Aleem McNeil's one of the 5-6 best defensive tackles in football. He's also one of the only guys who's got a decent pass rush grade on your team. He's gone for the season. Torn ACL. Again, by the way. Second time in the same leg, I believe. You lose David Montgomery for the season. MCL. Surgery. Done. And you lose Carlton Davis for at least the next 6 weeks, which if everything went right, and let's pretend he's like Kanye with the wired jaw cutting the album through the wire. Newsflash, guy hasn't played 6 weeks. Guy hasn't played in 6 weeks, and he's sipping on applesauce. Yeah, like I'm just not ready to chalk him up for 65 snaps. So look. I've stayed with you. You know I picked you to win the Super Bowl. I expected you to do it. Yesterday, it's not the loss. It's the injuries. They're out of gas. Here's the other thing that's a developing story. The last 2 weeks, you're only averaging 3 yards a carry. Previous 12 weeks, 4.8. Whether it is Zeitler being 1,000, Ragnow got crushed yesterday. I mean, Ed Oliver ate his lunch. You had Glasgow getting x-rays. I'm starting to wonder if this O-line beyond Decker is beat up because they don't look the part.
Almost like a last stand for them. We're going to try to make it all the way to the end of the season, and that's going to be it. You're going to have to retool and draft and go pick up some new O-linemen.
Yeah, I mean, we've always said it. I wouldn't have been shocked if last year was Ragnow's last year. Why would I be shocked this year? The guy has an inoperable bad toe.
Right. He's tough as nails, but yeah, It's just one of those like, okay, I'm sure you appreciate him, sacrificing everything for the Lions. But it's like, dude, there's life after football.
Yeah. Well, they all came back to win the Super Bowl, and here's the thing. They had the goods. Brad Holmes built the right team. Dan Coach. Dan Campbell is the right coach. This is the football gods taking this from this city. It's not fair. Life isn't fair. The NFL's not fair. If you didn't incur this level of injuries, I mean, guys, I'll do it at 5 o'clock. I'll do it one more time today. I'll give you your 3 deep from training camp. And you start drawing lines through all the guys that are dead. I can't pick you to win the Super Bowl here on December 16th. If you manage to do this, I will tell you, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, statue, if they are able to get this done, because you don't have a defense. And Dan Campbell is telling you, I don't believe in my defense. Look at the last 2 weeks. Look at the moves he made.
Mm-hmm.
The Green Bay game ring a bell?
He told you. In the Green Bay game, I really didn't trust my defense on the field. Rather see the ball in the offense.
Yesterday, onside kick with 12 minutes to go. And you have to tell the opponent you're doing it. Yeah. He's still new. I got nothing.
Right, because my defense will not get a turnover. The only turnover I can get is to get this onside kick, and maybe we can narrow this game down to make it a 1-score game.
That's why I'm not freaking out about what he did. Now, do I understand why he didn't do it at the 8-minute mark? No. If you're going to do it, just do it. But
be pot committed.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter to me because ultimately, if you believe that was a 6-point game, I'll sell you to Brooklyn Bridge for $1. You don't know football. It's not a 6-point game. You got drilled. Stop. They could still be playing right now. You were never, ever going to stop the Bills. So, yeah, look, the loss, it's fine. If it came without the injuries to Carlton Davis and Aleem McNeil and Montgomery, I'd say, you know what, it's good. Taste a little bit of your own blood. Get punched in the face. You know what? Now we lock in. I can't do that today. That's copium. That's me lying to my audience. No, I don't believe today they're going to win the Super Bowl now. And that sucks. Because it's nothing to do with players playing bad or coach not good. No, none of it. They had the team. It's been taken from them. It's just that's how I feel. I'm hoping. But like here's the question of the day. What's your confidence level they're going to deliver on the promise of winning a Super Bowl? 10% for me. You know what I was before yesterday? 75%. You don't have the horses. I don't know how you're going to run the race. David, ticket text. What do you got for me?
Their chance to win the Super Bowl was last year. Holmes missed it. Could have traded for Sweat and gone to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but hold on. They, if you want to say their chance to win it last year is because nobody was hurt, literally nobody. Say it. I'm not going to put it on Brad Holmes because he didn't make one trade. I'm not going to do that. I don't think you lost that game because of that. Like I can't go there. I don't think that's fair. Yes, we all wanted it. Why do you think this exists? But I don't think being up 17 in San Francisco, it's not like you were trading for Lawrence Taylor. There was a myriad of things that went wrong there. Yes, an edge rusher would have helped. But, I mean, come on, man. How about not fumbling an exchange? There's an idea. How about not dropping 2 critical passes? I don't want to slander Brad Holmes a year later. But was last year the best chance you'll ever have? Probably. Why? Because I can tell you'll probably never be up 17 in the second half of an NFC title game again.
On the road.
Anywhere. Could be Mars.
Right.
Absolutely heartbreaking. I can't give up yet because I'm a fan, but I'll tell you one thing. We need AJ to find some players off of Craigslist so we can voodoo this thing up.
I just don't know who you're supposed to find. You already signed Jamal Adams. You already signed David Long. You already signed Quan Alexander. You are playing street-level free agents in continuum. Bob O'Connor? Pete Muhammad? Who? What's next? You going to sign Danny DeVito out of the top of the stove at the Jersey Mike's commercial? I mean, come on, man. There's no one else to go and get.
There's no one left.
No, you're robbing for practice squad players.
And you're not just replacing starters. Okay, Aleem McNeil is a Pro Bowl player. There is no replacement. Aiden Hutchinson, you tried to replace him. Anzalone's out until the end of the year minimum. Carlton Davis was playing Pro Bowl level football. Dad, who are you replacing Montgomery with? What, Netflix Reynolds? Is that what we're doing? Guys, at a certain point, it is not next man up. It wasn't next man up when Taylor Decker went down. You couldn't have Skipper playing 70 snaps. It's just not fair to this staff to expect what we expected. Therefore, I'm not. It's just hope. And I won't hold it against them if they flame out in the playoffs. It'd be the biggest hat tip in the world if they're able to pull this off. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know what game plan Aaron Glenn can put together with the pieces he's being given. And if your answer is, well, we just have to score 50 a game, this isn't the Pac-12. Come on. Go ahead, David.
The Lions will not win another game this year. They were losing the first round of the playoffs. It's over, guys.
Boy. I'm not going with that.
I'm not doing that either.
But kind of like, it's the same reason why, if it makes you feel any better, Lions fans, it's why I don't think Buffalo's going to win the Super Bowl. Because you just can't go out there and score 48 points in every game and give up over 40 points. Eventually, you have to play defense.
Well, I have a stat regarding that. I'll give it to you next.
Oh.
Tells his wife the same thing.
Be curious. All right.
Okay, then. Congratulations on number 4, by the way. Listen, Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. How do they do it? It's all in stock. That's the starter. No shipping times. No middleman. No supply chain. It's in their warehouse. Some as low as $1.59 a foot. What do you need to do to get it? You call them. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. So either stop in or just call Northville Lumber today, or you can go to their website anytime. NorthvilleLumber.com. That's NorthvilleLumber.com.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Dan Campbell confirmed today that running back David Montgomery is out for the season and will need surgery. Campbell did not know for sure if Carlton Davis would be out for the year or not. The team does plan to start Ife Melifonwo's return to practice window this week. The Pistons will be without Tobias Harris tonight as they host the Heat. Coverage begins at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Per the AP, Michael Vick is interviewed with Norfolk State for their football coaching vacancy. Since his retirement, Vick has been with Fox Sports as an analyst. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, straight to the people. We go to Doug. He's in Walled Lake. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Timeout. We'll go to Doug in a minute. David effortlessly was teasing all of Detroit at once. Yes, Dave.
Yeah, I'm not trying to bring Detroit down more than they already are. But there's a reason why I don't believe the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. It's because many times stats can lie, but this stat can't lie according to ESPN Stats and Info. No team has ever allowed 45 points in a home game and went on to win the Super Bowl.
That's probably because it's happened like 3 times. 45 points in an NFL game is like 90 in college.
I understand, but that ain't lying.
You know what? I am denouncing this statistic. I do not accept this statistic. If you want to tell me no team's ever won a Super Bowl with 19 defensive players on IR, I'll accept that.
That's probably fact as well.
All right, you want to buy or sell David's ESPN Stats and Info?
I guess I need to know the sample size. Like, do we know how many teams actually had 45?
I would see what Stats and Info says. I will go find out for you.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, like I said, if it's 3, it's like...
Thank you.
Like
That's all I'm
TJ had
saying.
a stat yesterday. I was amazed that he came up with it at first. I was like, wow.
What, are you saying he's dumb?
No, it was like the Lions,
I think-
when they go monochromatic in their uniforms, were something like 22-2.
Very
Like,
very nuanced.
it was like, yeah, whenever they wear just all the same color. So him and Costa were like, see, it's the double-digit disco. I was like, okay, you know what, TJ? I'm going to give you credit because that stat is powerful.
Let's go to Doug.
23-3 now.
97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, Mike, this sucks. It's just so bad. I mean, I heard that stat, and of course it's going to happen when you got your defense held together with Elmer's glue and popsicle sticks. And yes, the offense put forth the effort. And then, of course, now we find out today you take away 3 key parts. And, yes, hope is there. It's a best of things, a dangerous thing like Andy Dufresne. But, you know, it just sucks. You know, we were so close.
I think what made you dangerous is you could win any kind of game, and now that's been taken away from you. Now there's only one pathway to your football team winning games, and it's going to have to be Big 12, Texas Tech, Oklahoma State barn burners.
A track meet.
And
our offense has got to score, and I mean, yeah, he's taking onside kicks. He knows we can't stop anybody. Josh Allen or not, yeah, the guy's playing out of his mind, but you got to stop. The only chance we had is when Bass missed that field goal, and I said one glimmer, but after that, I'm like, we're not stopping him. It's just now.
And look,
3 key components, man. They go,
and that's the problem too. Is Aleem McNeil holds the key to your run defense, but Aleem is also a very underrated interior pass rusher.
Oh, hardest worker.
He's elite.
And having Matt gone, that's the middle of our defense.
Look at what he did against Green Bay.
Yep.
He blew that game up. I mean, Aleem McNeil is a dominator. When you lose a player like that, I'm sorry, that's not next man up the same way Hutch isn't. But when you lose them both, you can't fake it. And you're starting to see it a little bit where quarterbacks have more time. Quarterbacks can escape the pocket more.
He had all day. Yeah. Josh Allen could have flown back to Buffalo and back with the time, and that's
Pretty
not
much.
Aaron Glenn's fault.
No. There's only so much
he
you
did
can
the
do.
best he could, but
I mean,
we
look,
hope
we're
for
all going to
$25. I don't know, but
we're all going to hope for
Mike,
the
I'm
same
sorry.
thing. No, you're fine, Doug. It's just it's hope. I thought we were past hope phase. I expected a Super Bowl. They had the pieces. It's been beautifully put together by Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. And I just feel like, that yesterday was kind of the final straw for me because they lost 3 Pro Bowl caliber guys. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was backbreaking because it was just, okay, well, you lost Hutch, but you can make, and then it was just like, okay, well, you lost this person, you lost this, okay, but you got Za'Darius, so maybe things are going to be okay. And then it was just a drop in the bucket. You just kept losing another one here and there. And
He only played about half the snaps yesterday. Really not an impactful game. And again, I'm not pinning it on him, but look, part of the issue is people want to get all over AG for the man-to-man cover. It's like, how about this? If you're front 4 or front 7 or front 6, whatever your alignment is, if it's wholly ineffective, i.e. getting dominated, you don't get to blame the secondary. I mean, that's the equivalent of what Michigan State went through this year. If your front 4 doesn't have a sack for 6 weeks, don't bitch that the guys in the back end can't cover forever. It's just not how it works. Right. So I don't know what Aaron's supposed to do. Now, they opened the practice window for Melifonwu. What was his best role with this team late season last year into the playoffs? A blitzer, a rusher. Look, you're probably going to see Brian Branch doing different things now. Melifonwu, if and when he can come back. But all of it, you're going to have to see Aaron Glenn like pulling things from the sky. I can't say you're winning a Super Bowl if that's what you got to do.
No, and by doing that and bringing extra people, you're going to leave this defense to be exposed. Because now, if you guess right, you got a sack, you stop the run. But, man, if you guess wrong, you're looking at wide open people running down the field, or it could get ugly.
Go to
You're going to
Jay.
see more games where teams score 40-plus points.
We'll go to Jay, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
What's going down? How's everybody doing?
Good, Jay. Where are you at with the Lions stuff here?
Well, I've been watching football since '74, and I'm only 57. So it's about time what is the panic? I don't understand. I mean, the Lions are 12-2. Now, things look bleak, but we're looking at this team, and we talk about the coaching staff and the work Brad's been doing, and we've seen it as good. I mean, this is the best loss they could have anyway. A great team in the AFC. It was an NFC loss. I mean, I think I could see. Look at the schedule. Even with the team they have, they could still beat Chicago.
No one's arguing that. This is about winning a Super Bowl, and you lost 3 Pro Bowlers yesterday for the season.
I get that, but maybe even baby steps as far as making a Super Bowl appearance. How about that? Where are we on that? I mean,
Jay, I can't.
And if you make an appearance, you could still win.
All right,
Still
listen,
win.
no one's arguing it. But if you don't understand the panic, it's because you're having a different conversation. You're focused on being a 7-point favorite against the Bears, who may have quit. I'm focused on how are we going to win chips down, single elimination games, and win a Super Bowl. Hey, Jay, you're not a bad person if you will be happy making the Super Bowl and it sucks we lost, but I'm okay. For me, I'm different. That doesn't make it better or worse. Jay, there was only one outcome this season that mattered. Win the whole thing. Period. And if you aren't shook after yesterday, where Carlton Davis, your lead corner's done, Aleem McNeil's one of the 5 best defensive tackles in football, is done. And David Montgomery, who's kind of a heart and soul player, and he's absolutely the hammer to that 1-2 punch in your backfield, he's done for the year. It's me doing a Roberto Duran. I'm just giving you no mas. Because what this coaching staff and that locker room's been put through with injuries, specific to the defensive side of the ball, I don't know how they're going to get this done. Does it mean I'm not rooting? No. It doesn't make you a communist if you go, you know what? I don't think we're winning the Super Bowl now. I'm not going to lie to my audience, Jay. I'm not going to come on the air, bleep on your head, and tell you it's raining. Those are debilitating injuries. On top of it, I'll do this in about 15 minutes. I'll put it in the context of your 2 deep. I just, guys, I can't lie to you and be like, oh yeah, next man up. Next man up. Kenny's the next man up. What? There's no one left, Rico.
Next man up is maybe 1 to 4 injuries. Next man up.
They have 18 guys on IR.
Hey, rookie, it's your chance. We were going to bring you along slowly. We're not going to do that anymore.
You've even lost the backups to the injured starters defensively. Guys, when you're signing dead bodies off the street, this is Quan Alexander. No disrespect. Come on. David Long.
Yeah, guys, you're like, wait, you're still in the league?
Shout out Jamal Adams. 248-539-9797. We'll get with more of the people. NFL, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if you win with FanDuel. They give you everything you need to place live bets in the NFL all in one place. 2 Monday night games tonight, FanDuel.com/ticket. You get started with $150 in bonus bets if you hit that first $5 wager. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. Dan Campbell confirmed that Lions running back David Montgomery needs surgery and will be out for the year. Lee McNeil has been ruled out as well. Dan Campbell says he's not going to dwell on that loss yesterday very long. The Pistons are back on the court this evening in LCA while they host the Heat. Miami riding a 4-game winning streak with wins over the Lakers, Suns, Raptors, and Cavs. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:35. No Tobias Harris tonight. After losing to unranked Arkansas last week, Michigan basketball has dropped 10 spots in the rankings to 24. After not playing at all last week, Michigan State moved up a spot to number 20. For Ian Rappaport, receiver Odell Beckham Jr. has cleared waivers and is now a free agent. Beckham logged 9 catches for 55 yards for the Dolphins this season. At the Cornwall House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. No more happy music. Get rid of it. Thank you. So, today has been cathartic. Yesterday was brutal for the Lions. And honestly, the loss doesn't bug me. I this idea of never losing again and stuff, we have fun with it. But it's the NFL. It was 3 more devastating injuries. And I said I would start the 5 o'clock. Let me do it a different way. So the Buffalo Bills, the team you played yesterday, do you know how many players the Buffalo Bills have on injured reserve?
No.
4. The Philadelphia Eagles, Vikings, and Chiefs together, do you know how many they have on the injured reserve?
No.
8. The Detroit Lions, after yesterday's events of Aleem McNeil, Carlton Davis, and David Montgomery dying, have 22 players on the IR, 19 of which are on defense. So when you want to understand why 2 to 6, this show is not going to do Copium Cafe, and why I am devastated, and why I don't believe we're going to win the Super Bowl anymore, and why it's all just hope, and I'm pissed, and I'm angry, the football gods have effed us, how about that? The Eagles, the team you're most likely to face in an NFC Championship game, 4. You, 22. I'm just trying to find different ways to put it in context. Aleem McNeil's a top 5 defensive tackle in the sport. Do you know how you've been able to duct tape this thing together without Hutch? He plays a big role in that. Dead. Carlton Davis, the lead corner, so you didn't have to overexpose a pair of rookies. Well, first of all, one of the rookies is dead. And Carlton Davis now, gone. Might be gone for the year. Gone till at least the NFC Championship game with a broken jaw. And David Montgomery is just like the chef's kiss.
No. But with Carlton Davis, how much can he give you if you're not able to eat anything unless you can through a straw for the next 5-6 weeks? Like, he could be able to come back, but there's only so much inshore you can drink. He's going to lose a lot of weight, a lot of body mass in that short period of time.
So I'm asking you guys, how much did yesterday and the injuries that came out of it shake your confidence? For me, it took me from expectation to hope. I now only hope the Lions can win the Super Bowl. All year I stuck with you. I said, you're winning it. We're getting this done. But guys, it gets to a point, and I lived this in 2008. I lived this with my Giants. We're like in a 10-minute span, Justin Tuck, dead. Kareem McKenzie, our best offensive lineman, dead. And then Plaxico decided to shoot himself in the ding-ding at the club.
Fortunately, he's not dead.
Not dead, but he died that year. Right. And instead, the Giants were the best team in football in 2008. They were going back-to-back. I think they were 11-1 or 12-1. All 3 of those things happened. They lost 3 of their last 4 games and got aced in the first round of the playoffs. Why? We weren't the same team. And I just don't know how we can expect this Lions team to keep doing this. Dan Campbell's done an unbelievable job. Coach of the year for dealing with these injuries. Aaron Glenn should absolutely get a head coaching job on surface alone. of how he got this team to 12-2. But here on out, I'd be lying to you if I said I think you're going to win the Super Bowl. The injuries have taken that away from you. So that's where I'm at. It blows. And I'm sorry, it's the week of Christmas. I don't know what else to say.
Super Bowl, I'm even skeptical about the number 1 overall seed in the NFC.
Now you're being a hater. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh.
It is just, look, if
it's reality kicking in.
The Bears are one of 5 or 6 teams you're lucky you're playing this week. Because the Bears look like they've quit.
I would feel, yes, but I'm going to wait to see how they look tonight. I would feel a lot better if this game was at Ford Field and not in 25-degree weather in Chicago with no David Montgomery. That's where I think you're going to miss him a lot because that's a David Montgomery type of game, going back to sticking to his former team.
It's a physical game.
And he's not there.
And again, I love Gibbs, but he is not the lead dog here. That's not how this works. Yeah, fun, sports. 248-539-9797. Now, if you call up and go, look, I got a higher degree of confidence, we're good. I don't have a problem with you. If you're just hoping, we're all hoping for the same thing. What I'm not doing is what I heard on some of the other shows. I ain't worried at all. Next man up and things. Okay, call another show. I ain't interested. 248-539-9797. David, confidence level after yesterday, losing what they lost, forget about the game. No one's freaking out about the onside kick either. It doesn't matter. You were getting drilled. I don't care. Hope or expectation, and if you've reached hope phase, what do we got here percentage-wise?
Yeah, I don't care about the result of the game. I told this to Kenny on Friday that I believe that it was a possibility that whoever lost that game, if it was a Super Bowl preview, then the loser was probably going to win the Super Bowl rematch. That's what I believe. So the result of the game matters none to me. But sitting there after the game and then learning about McNeil being out and then learning about Carlton Davis being out, it just changed everything for me. And so I'm at I'll give you 1% chance.
Wow.
1%.
Making the Super Bowl?
I'm saying, sorry?
1% of making the Super Bowl.
Of winning it.
Of winning it, okay.
I don't think they make it, and I'm with you. I'm leaning in the direction that they don't win in the division.
Here's the other angle. And look, it's a developing thing, and we've got to let this one play out. Shout out Jen Jansen. First 12 games of the year, you averaged almost 5 yards a carry. The last 2 weeks, you've averaged 3.2. Frank Ragnow doesn't look right. Zeitler's a zillion, so it's no shock a guy late in the year who's my age is getting a little beat up. Glasgow got x-rays. Decker's been beat up. Guys, O-line might be a looming concern. Now, look, there are no tougher people on that football field than the 5 big uglies up front. They will play with things that will land people in the hospital. Warriors. But if you're beat up and you just can't be who you are, I question everybody up there not named Penei Sewell. So I got to see it to believe it that this O-line, it's a blip in the radar. Rico, if they're going to average 3.2 yards a carry.
How about this? Maybe it's a combination of everything. Is they're wearing down knowing we need you guys to actually step up and carry this team so that we can run the ball, so that we can control the clock. And maybe this is just the downside of, okay, coach, I'm going to give you everything that we have, but we don't have much. And now you're asking them, I need you to give us a little bit more. And you're seeing the age and the injuries. It's really showing itself right now. You're right. That is not the same O-line that we were like, hey, that's the best O-line in football. They look average right now.
One note, too, with Lee McNeil, just because I think he's so much more than just big D tackle guy. It's kind of a dirty secret. Guys, do you know Lee McNeil's got, I believe it's 50 pressures this season? Mm-hmm. 50. That's like top 5 level at the D tackle position. Lee McNeil has sneakily helped you deliver a pass rush. You take that out in concert with Davenport, in concert with Hutch and Kaminsky and Pecco and Wingo and then forget about the linebacker level where everybody's dead. That's why your secondary looked the way it looked. I don't think you bag on Aaron Glenn. Oh, the man covered. If you can't contain the quarterback, much less get to him, what the hell do you think is going to happen when you ask NFL players to cover for 4, 5, 6 seconds? It's going to look like that. Mm-hmm. But Aleem McNeil was part of your pass rush, and you're already deficient. Oh, sucks. Why do the football gods hate this city? Why? What has this city done? Seriously, what have we done? And we put America on wheels. Come on.
We did.
What have we done wrong? The rest of the country would be driving around in horse and buggies if it weren't for us.
Maybe it's not over yet.
Super. Thanks.
Mike, I got nothing. I mean, because it looked as if everything was falling into place. You were the Lions. All the NFC teams were bad this year at the beginning of the season. It was you and everybody else. Eagles, you didn't know if they were ever going to come back together and be friends. Yeah, and now, you took a big step back. With all of these injuries, I don't know if you can overcome it. Mike, I don't know what they did.
I just want to know who we hurt. That's all.
I know.
I just want to know who put us in this position. I'm at about a 5%.
But
Mike.
doesn't it make you feel, Kenny, you go back to what Campbell said after the NFC title game last year and how prophetic it is. It's going to be twice as hard to get back. Checks notes. Yup. We may never get back. Oh, sure feels like that way. Like, I didn't want that statement to be true. I think we all knew in our heart, though, that the odds were against them just, quote, going right back. It's really hard to do. Now, with 22 players on IR, including 19 of them on defense, and at least 3 of them are Pro Bowl caliber guys.
And you hate making excuses. You hate saying, the bye week was way too early, which I feel like we all agreed that it was.
But it's a reason. It hurts.
It hurts. It's a reason. There's less time to recover. The 10 days off is the closest thing we've had to a bye, and it stinks because you get off of that and all of a sudden, we're injured again.
And it's still 3 games in, 13 days or whatever it was? So, yeah, I don't think it's an excuse, Kenny. I think it's a reason. Now, if people from other towns call it an excuse, I don't really care. I don't do radio in those towns. We know what the deal is. Right. This is the best team in football. And the football gods and these injuries have wrecked it. Can they still get it done? Sure. Technically, Kenny could sleep with Margot Robbie. Odds are not good. 248-539-9797. What, David? I was making a point. The odds are not great. I think your odds of winning the Super Bowl are better than Kenny's odds, but I digress. Ticket text? What do you want me to do?
I've waited my whole life for a team like this. Apparently, the Lions curse continues. Someone does believe, though, I'm 80-20 on them even making the Super Bowl and probably the same for them winning it because I will never stop believing in them. That is from Tyler.
It's good, Tyler. You believe in the Tooth Fairy, too? I mean, he basically just said, here's my reasoning, because I refuse to stop believing. Cool.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Aleem McNeil, 13th in QB hurries and pressures.
Mm-hmm.
Overall.
Overall, regardless of position. Oh, and by the way, having a top 5 type year at the position of defensive tackle. Yeah, that guy's dead now. Awesome. Now TJ's cousin, Pat O'Connor, will be the replacement. I mean, you can't. And he's not TJ's cousin. He just sounds insanely Irish. Go ahead.
My view on the rest of the season is like the weather right now, gray, gloomy, and depressing. Our best chance went out with the win. That is John in Flint.
What it feels like.
Whew.
It sucks, man.
Well,
it sucks.
It does. Well, this is for Kenny. Hey, at least we still have the Red Wings.
You know what? I'll be that guy. I'm angry they won. Okay? I'm pissed they beat the Leafs.
You and your determination to get Lalonde out of here is fantastic.
My determination to get urgency in the rebuild. Yes, I'm a terrible person.
No, it's not that. Once you get rid of Lalonde, though, all the bullets, all the ammunition will be pointed right at Steve Yzerman. I think that's what we all kind of want here.
That's what we're looking for. Actual accountability. No more meat shields. Just please. What? What?
No, I thought about Kenny when they won. I was just like,
ooh, another Petrie goal. Let's go. Whatever,
yeah,
man.
I know that's your guy.
No.
You imagine him hammered going to shopnhl.com, getting a Petrie jersey.
Swear to God, I saw Petrie just give a middle finger to the kid.
Cost you about $5 probably. That's terrible.
Okay. Read something, please.
Hey, listen up, guys. I know right now the weather is horrible, but you know what? You probably need to add a new deck to your house because let's face it, spring will be here, followed by the summer, and now it gives you a chance to have a Trex deck built this winter from Koi Construction. It's a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's family owned and operated, and they have been building decks in the state of Michigan for over 40 years. And if you want a deck ready for the summertime, for the springtime, so you can sit out there and watch the Tigers or watch the all baseball all summer long, barbecues, picnics. Let Koi Construction get started right now. They will design and build a deck for you, just like they did for me. But here's the thing. They build during the winter months, but they have limited spots available. So you need to call Koi Construction right now to get on their schedule, and they will do a fantastic job. Let them do all the work. They will design and build this thing for you. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. Koi Construction's experienced team will bring your vision to life. So call them today and get your project started. You won't regret it.
Scintillating stuff. Hey, listen, being number one isn't easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. Serta, 111 years of experience. So this winter, get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. You know, something feels very wrong about you juxtaposing that emotional quote over Nat King Cole, fa-la-la-la-lying all over the place.
I thought that as well.
I was just thinking that as well,
wow.
like, that's interesting.
Jesus.
Only thing better would be It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, up next, David at a funeral. Let's get this party started. All right.
Let's get it started.
All right, too legit to quit. Up next with Rico's cousin, Benito. Let's go to Johnny. He's going to lead off the 5 o'clock. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, Johnny. What's up?
Look, it's a tough day, right? I get it, and I'm not trying to be delusional, but a part of me, you watch the season, and with Dan Campbell coaching, he gives you a couple points on the percentage and belief, but what really gets me to think that we even have a shot is that I realistically think we could win out this season, the rest of these games. Minnesota one's going to be tough, but I think we could do it. We're home. And if we get that 1 seed, we only got 1 game to the title game. And once you're in the title game, experience, there's no Titan in the NFC right now. Eagles look very good, but I could see them having a flawed game with coaching and that team just not being all cohesive, especially if we're home. So that's my path to get there. And I think if we get to the Super Bowl, how we could win is a miracle and Aiden Hutchinson comes back and other players get back healthy. Is it a long shot? Yeah, I know. But I'm not going to give up. I can't do it. I won't do it.
No, and no one's asking you to. I mean, Johnny, listen, here's the deal. I'm not going to make fun of you for not wanting to give up. Never. It was listening to the other shows, Johnny, and it was like, oh, I'm not concerned at all. It's like, okay, then did just live on a different planet. You're not saying that. You are concerned. You are acknowledging reality.
I'm definitely concerned.
Yeah, you're not a bad guy. Dude, we're all rooting for it, Johnny. It's just, I can't, when I say the Eagles have 4 players on the IR and you have 22, it's absurd what has happened to this team this year. It's just not right.
It's sickening. And here's, honestly, Lee McNeil with the corner I just is Carlton Davis. That's because Davis, although I know he's not the best in the league, he's really good.
He's been very good.
He makes Terry and Arnold look good. Yep. And yeah, that was I don't know how we're going to do it. I don't know if we have to switch to some 3-4 scheme and get weird with the safeties and something like that.
Johnny, here's your issue, right? And I'm not mad at you for saying it, but in specific, I know you're not saying you switch to a 3-4 defense, but it takes 2 seasons to implement that. Mm-hmm. So my point to you is, yes, you can muddy things up, you can change the picture, but who you are and what you do, that's it's in concrete. You can't just change everything. Aaron Glenn has already had to make seismic changes in approach, and whether that's man versus zone, blitz versus not. But you're out of options
in week 15,
right?
In 5 days.
Also correct. Now listen, I'm not mad
with a bunch of guys who originally weren't here.
My point is, I asked myself driving in, and I'm like, all right, let's say they get the 1 seed, which is not impossible. Do I think they will get through Tampa and Philly? Rams and Philly? I just kept coming back to, I don't think you're surviving those 2 games as currently constituted. That's the injuries.
Right.
Because I believe this team was going to go on a historical run and garbage can the teams they were playing. That's how much I believe in what they built and the synergy they have with the coordinators. Right. And these injuries have taken that, and I'm like, I can't believe where we're at.
I was a couple of weeks ago from comping them to the greatest show on turf and saying that's how good you were going to be, that team that everybody talked about, just like the Rams, the 99 Rams, the 24 Lions.
Man, you should be a Lion fan. Let's go to Mark, 97. Mark, how you doing?
Not too bad. Love the show, guys. I went from having hope about 20 minutes ago to when I called in to having you peel over my cornflakes. And I agree with you now because I was thinking about the 2010 Packers that had like 15 guys on the IR.
Yep.
Went on to win it. So I was thinking about that.
It's
And then after
possible.
listening,
Nothing's impossible. But, like, yeah, Mark, I think we've arrived at the same point of I expected them to win the Super Bowl, and now I'm just like, I quit.
yeah, I think I'm with you now after listening to you. I didn't realize the Eagles were like 4 guys. It's just too much. It's too much. 22 guys is just, that's insane.
And it's not just the quantity, it's the quality. I mean, this weekend alone, you lost 3 Pro Bowl caliber players, 2 of them on defense, including the one guy left on that D-line that's a true difference maker and who was leading the team in pressures and who is a force. He's an automatic double team up front. He's gone now.
But the Packers lost, if I don't have the stats in front of me, but I think they lost a lot of really important guys.
Yeah, here's the one argument. If you want to comp the 2010 Packers, it's Aaron Rodgers in his prime. And I know what we all think of Aaron Rodgers now, and he's a goofball, but then you could have made a case he was one of the 5 best players in the sport. Like, I love Jared Goff, but that's not Jared Goff. You know what I mean? Right. So, hey, Mark, listen, let's see if we can make it happen. But today's show has been about expectation being downgraded to hope.
Yeah. No, that's where it is, for sure.
And again, I mean, your coach, Mark, he's telling you. Dan Campbell is telling you the last 2 games. I don't have a defense. I can't get a single stop. So I'm passing up game-winning field goals to go for it, so I leave absolutely no chance for my defense to F me. I'm going for onside kicks with 12 minutes left because I have nothing. That doesn't instill confidence in me. I think it's a credit to Dan Campbell that he's willing to do what most coaches aren't willing to do, but it's a statement of his reality. And now, when you look at the new reality and they get in the facility this week and they start game planning and you start putting on the whiteboard you're too deep, that's sobering. You're able to scheme things up around an Aleem McNeil or coverage based off of having Carlton Davis. When that goes away, you're basically just you gotta just don't let go of the rope. All you're doing is just hanging on at this point. So, like, why should I not have the same viewpoint as a fan? I'm just hanging on. I can't expect anything.
Not expecting you to say it's all over, but I guess we're just kind of saying this is very sobering. This isn't the same team that last lost in September.
No, and it's not a 12-2 team. It's not the team that racked up a lot of those wins.
It's a different team.
I am concerned a little bit with this offensive line. I want to see a bounce-back performance this week. Look, the last 2 weeks averaging 3 yards a carry after you've been averaging 5, and it doesn't look right. I need a bounce back. Please. We need something. We need chicken soup for the soul here. Can they go run for 220 against the Bears, please? I guess not. Rico just shook his head. 248-539-9797. Elevate your tailgating at Moran Buick GMC. They make car buying and certified service a breeze. Look, winter holidays are here. So are the deals. 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab elevation, $246 a month, 24 months. Or the 25 Encore GX Preferred, $249 a month, 36 month. Both just $999 down. New stock arriving daily. And if you need that certified service, you get the free loaner. You go to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or you can visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. NFL Monday night. FanDuel wants you to win even bigger right now, all customers. You'll get a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost on either of tonight's Monday night games. Listen, I don't know why we have two of these games, but it does give you double the opportunities if you're going to screw around and bet a little cheddar on these. And whether it's total, spreads, props, or, yes, the aforementioned catch-a-pass profit boost, FanDuel, more betting markets than anyone. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I will keep this simple. I will go with the 3-play drive in the Navy-Army game, the 3-play drive for Navy. Ugh. The third play of that drive was a 52-yard pass from Horvath to Eli Heidenreich.
That kid can fly.
And that put him up 21-10, and there was nothing that Army could do the rest of that game. That's the drive of the week.
Army was not prepared for that football game. That was a disgrace. Total embarrassment. But again, it's another one of these anomalies in college football, fellas. They played in 20-degree weather, a hard-hitting conference championship game last Friday night. Then they got to dial it up again to go play Navy, while Navy did nothing for 2 weeks.
And they can't move that game up? Army-Navy?
Here's the problem, and this is where you reserve every right to make fun of them. They want their game as a standalone. It's the same stupidity that Michigan and Ohio State have with their stupid game being last and being at noon. You got to evolve, guys. You're in the same conference. It has to become a conference game. You don't get to have your standalone.
And you know what? There's only one thing to say. What? You don't want to change it.
Oh, yeah, no. I agree with you on this.
Not to you, but yeah. Man, just move the game.
You don't get to have it all. Right. There's no scenario that game should be after conference championship weekend. That's ridiculous. No, an Army got what they deserved. That sucked.
The one time I picked Army.
I know. Just please, will you please? David, ticket text, and we'll get the guys in here.
The Lions were 100% healthy last year and did not make it to the Super Bowl. They're not going, guys. Come on, fans. They're not going.
You can't say that yet. And also saying, oh, well, last year it was X. Look, they also got better. Your young players got better. You made quality additions. This is last year they were a year ahead of schedule. This year, the way the football gods have treated this team, it's starting to feel like the year that this was supposed to happen is now going to end up in the recycling bin. And that sucks because I absolutely believed, past tense, you were winning the Super Bowl. And probably impressively. Now, Christ, if they can get to the Super Bowl with this defense, with 22 guys on the IR, you may as well just build the statue now. Seriously, man.
Just give Aaron Glenn a job somewhere.
Actually, just raise Aaron's glasses to the rafters.
Bro.
Like in a clear case.
The rafter with the towel on the shoulder.
Yes. I don't know what Aaron even begins to game plan, to build. There's just nothing left.
I just think you got to come up with different types of blitz packages and hoping to hit home.
Maybe you just do a Price is Right wheel.
Blitz.
Just spin the wheel.
No, it is like we're going to blitz on every down. You just won't know who blitzes. Is it going to be the corners? Is it going to be the safeties? Is it going to be the linebacker?
Maybe Aaron Glenn needs like an Ask Coach button like back in Madden. Ask Madden. Bing. This is what work. I feel so bad for Aaron Glenn.
QB spy.
Right. I feel terrible for Aaron Glenn because he's going to bear the brunt of this from the unenlightened. And I do not believe it's his fault in any way, shape, or form. I don't.
Yeah, I would feel a lot better if they were playing like the Panthers this week. So, okay. Because that's the get-right team for everybody. Look at Dallas.
No, you need my G-men coming to town.
No, I don't trust your G-men.
What do you mean?
I don't think they fully bought into the we suck category. They still try. They're bad. They still try, though. Carolina doesn't try anymore.
Okay. All right. David.
Wow. Here's a positive if you would decide to look at it this way.
What?
At least I'm saving $20,000 and don't have to go to New Orleans on money I don't have. Anthony in Chicago. That's a positive.
Yeah, I was asked that question today, and I'm like, you really want me to tell you to book a ticket? I can't do that.
Not
after
anymore.
yesterday. I go,
No,
I was talking to a friend. I'm like, you can do what you want to do. I go, what are you asking me for? If I had the answers, I'd retire. What are you kidding me?
We still score 42 points. We can still win. The NFL needs to do
Okay, but really, the last touchdown. I get it. It's 42. The last touchdown. Buffalo didn't care.
Yeah, Jameson even caught it and went straight to the sideline. He knew
you
what
were
it
eating
was.
clock, and that's all they wanted you to do.
The NFL needs to do two things for the players in the league. A second bye week and expand the rosters. They need to expand the rosters to maybe 63 to keep the rotation and keep players healthier.
Well, I never really understood the 53, not 50, not 55, but 53.
Yeah. Well, look, the next CBA, don't worry. They're going to give the players a real gift. It's a second bye week. One problem. You'll be playing 18 games. They're going to the Players Association is going to demand more jobs.
I can just imagine. Lions had a bye week.
Any type of jobs.
Week 3 and week 5. They had 2 bye weeks.
Wojo is the one making the noises.
Mike, would you be offended or disgusted if I said, I blame you.
Me?
You.
The hell did I do?
Because you've been saying all along they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Don't even worry about it. Don't even come crawling and crying back to me. They're going to win it. I think you killed the karma. I think you pierced the veil in the heavens. I think it's on you.
I think that's absurd, but I'm good
Well,
with it.
if you could blame Rico for destroying college football, which he did.
Actually
Good
did.
point, Will.
Okay,
Thank
you know
Thank
what?
you.
Be curious. Why don't you go see what's outside of the studio?
Thank you, Will.
I listen. This week is what changed it for me. This is 3 Pro Bowl level players.
I really don't. Listen, anything could happen. Who knows? Jalen Hurts could get injured. Who knows? But I don't know how you can be confident today that they're going to win the Super Bowl, and I don't know how you can even be that confident they're going to get to the Super Bowl.
That's my big problem.
Joe, I'm not even confident they can get the 1 seed.
Well, if they hang on to the 1 seed, then they do have it. As long as they're playing games at Ford's Field, they got a shot.
It's only so much the crowd can do. The crowd tried their best yesterday.
They did.
The crowd can't put on a jersey, can't put on a helmet.
You doing the review thing or are you doing a show?
I got a regular show, and then we have the review tomorrow when Rieger comes back to explain how wrong he was about the Lions winning by double digits.
Whoa. You need to talk to him and Cookies.
And Cookie? They all did that?
Oh, Jansen.
Oh, the double-digit discount thing? Is that what they were doing?
The disco.
Disco.
And I'm like, you can't be serious. This is a December Super Bowl showdown. You don't get to say you're winning the game.
I think those people destroyed it.
Like, literally, before the show yesterday, I was like, okay, seriously. Are you serious? Oh, yeah. Okay. Before we take the air, are you serious? Yes.
Maybe you should be drug tested.
I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but
can you get a test positive for possum and deer and oh yeah, good
Kenny,
point.
you almost made it.
I didn't say it.
I didn't say it either.
You don't get to blame me.
He just pointed
All
at
right,
you.
Wojci's going to continue the therapy session on a Monday.
I'm sorry, people.
We will talk to you guys tomorrow
I'm
at
so
2,
sorry.
where Rico's demanding the Pistons acquire Zion Williamson. All right, talk to you guys tomorrow.